Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 267. The Golden Lion appears to say that these journalists are not even afraid to die for a big story. We'll already get used to it. When the entire vaulted island was covered by dark clouds, slowly, everyone kept moving in one motion. When they look up, the onlookers couldn't help but open their mouths as they take a breath of cold air. Because what they saw was not a dark cloud at all. It is clearly an island floating in the air. If it weren't slowly descending to reveal itself, who would really believe it? This ability, this style. It is definitely that man. All the onlookers couldn't help but think of that single man. I see, it's definitely him. And here I wanted to doze off, but since he came, he is definitely perfect to be used as a touchstone. Ryder nodded approvingly. Will is very happy but at the same time a little worried that that old man whose head is not normal is not looking for trouble. If he wasn't looking for trouble, what kind of excuse would he have made just to take action? Ah, what a headache. Just as Will was warning the others not to do anything later, better to give all the limelight to him, a few silhouettes drifted down. Jai ha 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 ha, what a lively place. I've heard there's a kid who has the audacity to say he wants to be the new fourth emperor. Which one is it? The old man who had lost his legs and could only use two swords instead, with a rudder stuck in his head, was dancing there in a comical manner, and Will and Ryder had grinned on their faces. It really is you. Golden Lion Shiki. You're the first prisoner to escape from the Impel Down, Golden Lion Shiki, right? Will loudly exclaimed his identity, while using the corner of his eye to inadvertently measure the surprised looks of the people around him, especially the excited and slightly trembling reporters. Help me make a big news story out of this and I will help you get a raise in salary. That's right, I'm Shiki, do good deeds without leaving a name and just write in my diary green. The Golden Lion, who was already brain damaged, not only didn't think it was wrong but also laughed out loud with joy. I didn't think anyone could recognize me after all this time, so tell me your name, kid. Captain Will of the Faceless Pirates, the same brat you're looking for who wants to become the fourth emperor. Jai ha 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 ha, I see, it's a pity that such an interesting brat will die. Do you want to hang out with me? Isn't it boring to stay here? Will is relieved to hear him say that. It seems that his worry is unnecessary as this guy is clearly looking for trouble. No need, I'm living a lucrative life and don't bother, but your excellency, you are already in this broken body and still want to come out to make trouble. Why don't you just refuse to be buried in the Loess? From the moment he came down, Golden Lion Shiki, who was laughing and joking in madness, sullied his face for the first time. Just before he was about to do it. The hesitation flickers across the face. Is it him? No, 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 they could only be similar, but how could it be? If that guy was still alive, he would have been just like himself. Shiki, who had not watched the live broadcast of the War of the Best, did not know the news of Redfield's escape, and it was even more difficult to overlap the young and excessive guy in front of him with the one in his memory. But at this point, Redfield took the initiative and spoke up. "Don't recognize me?" When he said it, the blood-red shadow began floating up and down, finally evoking the dusty memory of Shiki. "Redfield? Did you also escape from Impel Down? But how could you have a body like that?" Golden Lion is shocked. Redfield laughed and didn't say a word. Because of his personality issues, he had no friends, only rivals and enemies, so when Shiki escaped from prison he didn't even try to pull his weight, and now he's not only free, he's reborn. "The brat you barked at is now my captain, and how much power is left in you now? I can't believe that lonely Redfield has now adopted a kid as his captain. Come join me. With your strength and my seamless plan, we can definitely do great things." Redfield shook his head. "Roger and Newgate are all gone now, and though we were enemies and rivals before, I don't want to see you die here now." Will glanced at Redfield with a depressed look. "It's already hard for someone to send their head to his door, so how can you say that? That guy Newgate was a jerk like Roger, but he deserved to die, but I'm not like all of them, and even if I die I'm going to make the world remember me as the Golden Lion in the most heroic way possible. So I'm asking you one last time, do you want to join me in fulfilling this great ideal of mine together?" Great ideals? Was dying great and heroic? Will didn't understand, and Redfield shook his head again and again. From his standpoint, he only persuaded him with this sentence and exhausted the friendship that didn't exist between them. He probably expected that Shiki would say this. "You and I are not friends, and I will not persuade you again. Both of us are the remnants of the old era. So I promise you not to interfere in the battle between you two. Anyway, in the first place, Will doesn't need help." Redfield didn't think much about him, just the same as before. It was obvious that he almost surrounded Roger, but no one was optimistic about him from the beginning to the end. "It is really a pity, then I can only clean up this kid first, and then I will persuade you." The stone on the ground floated up. Will smiled. This was his stage, and the curtain went up. All the onlookers were overwhelmed with excitement, not expecting the legendary Golden Lion Shiki of the last era to suddenly show up here, and it looked like it was for faceless Will. The reporters have finally reached an agreement with the headquarters to start a worldwide live broadcast. A next 7 warlords of the sea, and the new 4th Emperor Faceless Will versus the legendary pirates of the last era, who almost killed the Pirate King Roger, and the first pirate who successfully escaped from prison in Impel Down Golden Shiki. His name alone is enough to attract everyone's attention, and is almost as hot as the previous War of the Best. One by one, the image Den Mushi began to project, and one by one, people from different countries stopped what they were doing just to watch. At the naval headquarters, Cake Island, Sabati Islands, Dressrosa, Alabasta. When the confronting figures of Faceless Will and Golden Lion Shiki appeared before the eyes of thousands of people, screams of astonishment and the sound of inhaling cold air were heard. Everyone is watching the battle to see if the new 4th Emperor will be ground smoothly or if the old legends will make a strong comeback. Chapter 268 Golden Lion Shiki. 20 years ago, Golden Lion's Shiki was able to single-handedly destroy the Navy headquarters with a rudder inserted into his head. Fighting with the Sengoku and Garp, who were at the peak of their time. The former Golden Lion almost became a legend beyond Roger. However, 20 years later, all his glory from the past is only the past. The Infinity Glove surfaced, and to be honest, Will didn't even feel the slightest pressure in the face of the already half-crippled elderly Golden Lion Shiki. "Kid, you are still too tender to face me." Dealing with a little kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky, Shiki didn't plan to use his devil fruit. That's how much he underestimated Will. A very sharp swordora flies out from the famous sword under his feet, even without the floating fruit. Shiki was once a world-famous great swordsman on the sea, and also held the 2 famous swords Oto and Koga Arashi. But now these 2 famous swords have become his substitute legs. Faced with this probing sword, Will dodged it with a slight sideways glance, allowing the sword to slice through his side, instantly slicing through thousands of kilometers of the sea. Just kicking out such a powerful cut with a casual sword stunned almost everyone, including those who stayed around the world to watch the live broadcast and thought that Shiki was so strong. Shiki, which is already in this state, is still so terrifying, so how majestic and overbearing is the Golden Lion Shiki that once drove Roger the Pirate King to the brink of extinction. Will, who sidestepped from the blow, had a plan in mind and completely ignored what the people around him were thinking. It would be a waste if he doesn't make good use of this touchstone that has come to his doorstep and drains its value. He was prepared to let the world witness the Golden Lion Shiki's power in this battle, otherwise, how could he perfectly reflect his power who finally defeated him? The more powerful Shiki shows now, the more valuable the results will be later, and the position of the 4th Emperor will be completely secure. Will thought very clearly, so he discarded the idea of a quick death and just raised his hand to strike a lightning bolt as a counterattack. Shiki has no idea what is going on in the mind of this little brat, or else he would have to give up his life to die with him. Calamity. Seeing that the probing strike didn't work, Shiki got serious. In one breath, he kicked out dozens of kicks with the famous swords under his feet, making Redfield, who was watching the battle from afar, a nod to himself. When Will saw this, he smiled, and as soon as he raised his hand, Shujui appeared on his left hand, and then covered it with armament haki. Without any skill, he just abruptly relied on brute force to counter Shiki attack. To the people who don't know anything about sportsmanship, that's a real powerhouse. But in the eyes of Hawkeye and other great swordsmen who watched the live broadcast, their faces were full of disdain as they can't help but curse Will. What the hell is that style? Shik, who used the two great swords to replace his legs, is already enough to disgrace those swords' creators' names, but they didn't complain because he is a cripple, and he has no choice but to make this move. But that guy Will, who had both hands and feet, used one of the 21 famous swords, is simply a shame for all swordsmen with his performance. I don't know how many swordsmen gnashed their teeth at this moment, wishing that the Golden Lion Shiki would kill this bastard next. The swordsmen around the world who use swords at this moment have no idea. Will, who sees himself as an enemy, is still satisfied with his talent. Will, who finished swatting the sword left and right in a very awkward way, also posed after the end, holding his sword and pointing it directly at the Golden Lion Shiki, telling him to keep coming. In the conscience of God, the female fans of the Faceless support group screamed and fainted when they saw it. My hair. Shujui. It's a pity to put it in your hands. Shiki recognized the identity of the sword at once. Its predecessor Ryuma was once a famous swordsman, and the two of them had even exchanged skills, but it was a pity that so many years had passed and things had changed, and a good famous sword had fallen into the hands of an amateur and become an open-bladed burning stick. It's a pity that no matter what the weapon is, it's a good weapon if it can kill people. Wouldn't it be a shame for you to use it as a prosthetic leg? Who used to do it like you? Shiki, who is so angry at being mentioned where it hurts the most, let out a roar as his momentum rises up from his body, overwhelming people. Will left his mouth open and also gathered the momentum to confront it, without showing weakness. Die. The ability of the floating fruit was not bad, as it lifted up the entire ground in the blink of an eye, and then immediately turned into multiple lifelike lion heads, gazing down at Will with condescension. That's good, that's a big move. Will was so happy that he couldn't help but praise him, but on the surface, he showed extra caution with a tight frown. Go. As if it was a natural disaster, the stone and earth lion bit into Will, who was waiting for them. Thunder Dragon. An electric thunder dragon scrambled out of Will's body, and then crashed into the stone lions that surrounded him with a thunder and lightning roar. Boom boom. In terms of lethality, a 200 million volt brontosaurus can finish off a fierce-looking stone lion by blowing it to pieces in just one round, and it looks even more powerful and fierce. When there were only 7 or 8 brontosaurus left on the field hovering in the sky, one realization came to almost everyone's mind: Will attack is stronger. This is exactly what Will wants, and for this reason, he is willing to force a good fight into a turn-based system so that everyone can see who is the stronger one. He will crush Golden Lion Shiki in all directions, and imprint his invincibility on the hearts of everyone who sees the battle. For this reason, he even waved the brontosaurus back in, saving the old man from losing his confidence. Chapter 269. I want the world to remember my name. Shiki's face was gloomy, and although he didn't know why the kid in front of him took back the released brontosaurus instead of using it to attack him, his intuition told him that he had been underestimated. Shishi Funjin. Shiki, floating in the air, used the explosive force to come directly in front of Will, and then began to show his exquisite sword skills. Because he was flying in the sky, using the sword with his feet was similar to using the sword with his hands, even though the power was reduced, but also showed his level of great swordsmanship. But Will's side is still waiting for him to use some more powerful and more impressive moves so that he can also show his stronger moves for the world to witness. And instead of dodging, he defends with the sword in his hand, and although Shiki's every attack is powerful, it can't overpower him, who was relying on his body that was strengthened with 45 devil fruit and armament haki as a defense. Clang. Sparks are flying as the two clashes. Will once again used his sturdy infinity gauntlet to block Shiki's Sakura X stabbing at his eye, and then Will's left hand did not hesitate to whack Shiki's body upward. It's true to say that it's like a chop, but the head-splitting cracking sound and the destructive power of that fall onto the ground makes many people feel more aptly described as a smash. Yes, Will, who has no skill with a sword, is using Shizui as a bat, and it's a famous bat at that. Even so, with his brute force and degree, it can be said that it will hurt, and Shiki, who was hit, was sent flying back to his flying island. Earlier, he was very fierce with the double swords on his legs, but when he was directly hit by Will with Shizui and flew into the floating island above his head, making him very embarrassed. Not only was Shiki hurt, but even the swordsmen all over the world watching the fight felt their faces hurt from how Will used Shizui on one of the 21 great grade swords. Thankfully the Wano is a closed country, or else many samurai will fight Will to death from seeing how their treasure got on the wrong hand. After that, Golden Lion Shiki learned his lesson and tried to win by using a long-range attack, but something even more depressing happened, because even in a long-range attack, he was no match for him. With the use of lightning and the boost of a more devil fruit, even Redfield, that old man who turned into a vampire, couldn't suppress him in range attack, let alone Shiki that could only float around in the sky like an old ghost. Shiki's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Now he doesn't clamor to teach Will a lesson, but also extinguishes the idea of bringing Will and Redfield to his camp, and even thinks a little bit about why Roger was unwilling to join forces with him in the first place. It seems that all along, he was the only loser. Shiki, who had retreated without hitting a single blow, touched the rudder stuck in his head in a trance, and it seemed that his life had entered a huge turning point since meeting Roger. Roger, you are my lifelong nemesis, damn you. Kid, although you're nowhere near as good as that Newgate guy, I have to admit that even Roger and I couldn't have done better at your age, so don't let the identity of the fourth emperor wear you down. With this statement, what Golden Lion Shiki means is his recognition of Will's status as a fourth emperor. It's big news. Although many people know that the identity of the Faceless Will being the fourth emperor is secure, all that is missing is such a breaking point, a touchstone that is convincing enough to convince the public. Now that Golden Lion Shiki has jumped out and looks helpless, and has been at a disadvantage in the battle, even to the point of admitting Will's identity as the fourth emperor himself. That's remarkable. Even Will was stunned, somewhat confused as to what that old man was up to. But in fact, what Shiki wants is very simple, a big event worthy of his name. As he said previously, even if he dies he will die in a big way so that the world will remember him. Remember that there was once a legendary pirate on this sea, not less than the king of pirates Roger. That's why he spent 20 years planning his plan to destroy the East Blue Sea for the world to remember his name. However, the powerlessness he felt in battle suddenly awakened him. That kind of big event is not what he wants. What is there to remember about slaughtering the weak? And he is no longer the unstoppable Golden Lion, his glory is gone, and now sadly he can't even get rid of a kid, a disparity he can't accept. But he didn't want to die a loser like Roger, or open his mouth like Whitebeard for a new era, for kids he didn't even like. So, when he saw the trembling but gnashing of teeth of the reporters around him, a seed quietly landed and then took root like crazy in his mind. It's time to end this shattered life. Hasn't the stage been set for him? Live as a man of distinction and die as a legend. So why not go on one last rampage and let everyone remember that he, Golden Lion Shiki, is still the same Golden Lion who pushed Roger to the brink of extinction 29 years ago and dared to fight Manafort all by himself. Kid, let me give you one last gift. It's up to you to take it, Jai ha 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 ha. As Golden Lion suddenly laughed maniacally, the floating island suspended above everyone's head suddenly began to fall. Run. Run. The island is falling, run. Crazy, that's a crazy person. The first thing that happened was that a lot of the people who had been in the city for a long time were not able to find a place to stay. All of them, including the reporters, left their video den mushy behind and ran away, running for their lives. Golden Lion has managed to add another crazy thing he did on his list in his life, and now it's crazy enough as all the island floating in the sky was falling one by one. Kid, unleash all your skills and kill me before this island falls, and you'll get everything you want. Will put back the shizui on his hand back to his inventory and asked, why? There are many explanations for why this is so, but Golden Lion Shiki knows which one he is asking. There is no reason why, after Roger died, I have no goal, living only to let the world government live in fear every day, maybe one day an island will hit them. But I've had enough of this kind of life, and now it's just a boring comfort to think about all the stuff I've done for revenge over the years. So I want you to help me make sure the world remembers the name Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 270 Final Battle. Goldie Roger the Pirate King, Edward Newgate with a white beard. These are two of the most remembered names of the legendary pirates of the last era. The legends that once bore their names were either wiped out of existence by the world government or, like Redfield, Golden Lion Shiki, a part of the legend has survived but they are about to be completely forgotten. Will has understood what the Shiki wants. This legendary battle that the whole world is watching is exactly the stage that Golden Lion Shiki wants, just like in the War of the Best where Whitebeard died. Whether he wins or loses, he will be remembered. Even if he succeeded in destroying the East Blue Sea, the impact and attention it would bring would be nothing more than that. Golden Lion Shiki and the Serious Will fought once again, and the floating island overhead was still falling fast. Lion Majesty, govern place Earth, coiling everything that could be affected by the ability of the float fruit turned into a lifelike lion and rushed towards Will. Although he had a death wish, he didn't think of giving his life just like that. He wouldn't hesitate if he could kill the kid in front of him. Will, who was facing Shiki's all-out attack, was even happier to cooperate, since Golden Lion Shiki's plan simply coincided with his own. In that case, I'll also need to become serious. Billion volts God of Thunder. More 1000x Saint Grace. Suddenly 100-meter-tall thunder giant appeared in everyone's field of vision, and the den mushi that were thrown on the island could only photograph the soles of the thunder giant's feet. Fortunately, there was also a reporter who stayed far away to shoot the location. After receiving the signal, people all over the world can see the full picture of the thunder giant. Dozens of lions made of earth had been bombarded with thunder and lightning before they even touched the thunder giant. 1 billion volts of electric current is the real power of the Logia Thunder Devil Fruit, and now Will's body is covered with such electric current. After getting bigger, the floating island that is about to fall becomes even closer at hand. Will could have chosen to hold it or use some other method to solve the problem, but he didn't. Instead, he chose the most violent and also the most shocking method. Many people watching the live broadcast saw a white light on the hand of the towering giants, and then with a roar, he struck the bottom of the floating island without touching the island itself. Just as everyone was wondering why he was hitting the air, the sound of shattering glass rang out one after another. The empty atmosphere was covered with dense cracks, and then the falling floating island came to a strange standstill. In the next second, in front of the shocked eyes of countless people, the island violently shattered and fell into the sky as debris. Everything, the army of thousands of ferocious beasts, was blown to pieces by a single punch. This is the most powerful punch that Will can use at this stage, and it is no less powerful than the ancient weapon that could destroy an island. Shiki, who saw that, stared dumbly at the thunder giant in front of him, looking at the familiar power used in his hands, and muttered, "Is this what is called legacy?" Roar. This time it wasn't Little Dot's fierce voice, but the deafening roar of the thunder giant. The sound exploded in the air, and a circle of ripples turned into turbulent waves that spread around, nearly toppling many ships. In Manaford, Aokiji and others who saw this scene all turned pale, and they will not forget that Whitebeard used this power to almost destroy the entire Manaford. Now this power is even more dangerous in the hands of Faceless Will, who burst such a large island with one punch. And a more important issue is that this is just one of his unknown number of abilities. Undoubtedly, after becoming the fourth emperor, Will be even more dangerous than the original Whitebeard. When is Smoker going to pick up the hostage? The original plan was to wait until this farce was over before acting. After all, there are too many reporters, and this scandal cannot be leaked out. Aokiji nodded. Tell Smoker to let me know when he will go. You are a fleet admiral, so it's better for me and Garp to go, no matter what. This old man has had a few dealings with that guy. Sengoku, who knew what Aokiji wanted to do, immediately stopped him. Now that Faceless Will had become unstoppable, the Navy had to make sure of his position, so that it could prepare for him in advance. Seeing that Aokiji acquiesced, he sighed in his heart. How's the world conscription plan going? It's going well, but there is only one high-end combat power. How strong is it? An admiral's combat power. Aokiji was silent for a moment and said, then let's promote him to an admiral, and the remaining position will be filled by promoting one of the two alternate admirals, Pink Rabbit or Chiden. Almost the entire island was destroyed in the aftermath of the battle between Will and the Golden Lion Shiki. Those unlucky people who have not listened to the advice and have not run out can only fend for themselves. As the battle reached this point, Will felt that the momentum had been enough, and the next thing to do was to give the battle a clean end, highlighting that the Golden Lion Shiki, one of the legendary figures in the past, had not diminished in power and prestige, while also pulling his compelling style up again. It just so happens that the Golden Lion Shiki, already aware of the hopelessness of his victory, is ready to make a last desperate stand. Will saw him touch the ground with both hands, and then heard him laugh very freely. This is the last mark I'll leave on the world. As his voice fell, the vaulted island they stepped on began to shake and rise into the air. Shiki's devil fruit was not weak at all, but unfortunately it was not yet awakened. Then Will saw the whole island like a piece of rubber cement changing its shape under the control of Shiki, and a huge island lion was presented in front of him. How big is a lion needed by a whole island? In contrast, the 100-meter-sized thunder giant has become pocket-sized in front of the island lion needed by Shiki. This is my supreme masterpiece, are you ready? Shiki said as he stood proudly on the head of the island lion. Flying through the air, the thunder giant took out a giant, custom-made silver plate from his infinity gauntlet and said, still full of confidence. Then I'll take the gift without further ado, and have a good trip. Golden Lion Shiki. In the hands of the Thunder Giant, a silver disc like a coin was thrown high up. The lion's might heaven and earth move. More Jupiter cannon. Bomb. The electromagnetic orbit construction is complete. The silver platter thrown up high becomes 100 times its size the instant the 100 meters tall the moment it leaves the Thunder Giant hand. Last time Will used more electromagnetic cannons to attack Kaido, but now there is no significant increase in power. The reason is that it is limited by the material. The increase on the basis of triple the speed of the sound is only to accelerate the vaporization of silver coins. Exactly, before it hits the target, the silver coin gets vaporized first, but now it's okay. This time instead of enhancing its speed, Will chose to use the more fruit to enhance its volume. Add the silver coin with the same electromagnetic orbit, and then take that brief moment of touch to get a smooth increase in more fruit after the silver coin leaves the electromagnetic orbit. This meant that the silver coin struck from the hands of the Thunder Giant, which were countless times larger than ordinary coins, had once again increased in size by 100 times on top of that. It's like how a policeman shoots using an ordinary pistol, but the bullet that comes out of it has the size of an intercontinental missile after it leaves the muzzle. And so, the electromagnetic cannon was successfully upgraded to the Jupiter cannon at the moment. It's naturally impossible to destroy a planet with a single cannon, but with this caliber, the island lion in front of him really isn't enough. An extremely bright silver light pierced the sky. Before people knew what was happening. Boom. It took a triple-tone blast to get it to go off. And what a cannonball this time. Many were dizzy and deafened by the late, violent noise. When people who were covering their ears in pain couldn't help but look up, the sky was so clean and beautiful. The floating white clouds are neatly divided in two, like a book that has suddenly been opened, but is a little green and introspective because it has not yet been written. By the way, now is not the time to look at the scenery. Where is that majestic island lion? The people looked around in amazement, but the island lion that was supposed to be in front of the Thunder Giant had completely disappeared. When you think about the amazing silver light that just pierced the sky, everyone had a look of horror on their faces. The unstoppable and intimidating island lion was completely erased by the silver light from the Thunder Giant. Destroying an island is not something that is difficult to understand. Many years ago, no, or rather, there have always been people in the world who could do it, and it doesn't even need to be limited to creatures, such as the ancient weapon Pluto, who was notorious for destroying an island with a single cannon. More recently, not long ago, the Thunder Giant incarnated by Faceless Will blew up an island in front of the whole world. How atrocious. And what just happened? Honestly, a lot of people didn't even realize it was over. Which is more powerful, blowing up or wiping out all the dregs? This kind of offensive power is probably the best even among the fourth emperors, right? Everyone knows that such comparisons are meaningless and can only be made in one's own mind, but everyone has a scale in their heart, and once a root takes its place in their heart, it is hard to change that impression. In the world of pirates, the strongest takes all. And Will is the one who wants to be the strongest one and eat everything. Cough. Although Golden Lion Shiki floating in the air covered his mouth with his hand, he was still spewing blood out in a large mouthful along with a violent cough. At a second look, his entire lower body had completely disappeared, and even the two famous swords were not sure if they had been completely melted down or dropped somewhere. You've lost. The Sorolus Will kept the indifferent appearance of the ancient thunder god and spoke faintly. This situation no longer needs to say anything more, success or failure, that's all. Ja ha 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 ha. Cough. The battle to the death. In this battle, I die, you live. The Golden Lion was reluctant to acknowledge his status as a loser even to the point of death, but his defeat was predetermined from the moment he became entangled with Will's fate. But Will was willing to give him the respect of a strong man, and as he said, this battle was not about winning or losing, it was about life and death. One lives, while the other dies, it's that simple. Although it is not your original wish, this battle with you did solve a lot of my trouble. I accept this gift, so if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you can say it now. Looking at the dilapidated Golden Lion Shiki in front of him, Will, who had experienced the death of Whitebeard, sighs. The remnants from the old generation. It seems it's my turn this time. Shiki, who had lost a lot of blood, ignored what Will said and continued to laugh wildly, and then he shouted with all his strength, "Kid! I already told you the secret that can destroy the world government, let them live in fear forever, Jai ha 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 ha. Roger, Newgate. It must be lonely not having an opponent like me." The Golden Lion Shiki closed his eyes with his mouth slightly curled up, and then promptly fell from the sky. Thus, the legendary pirate of the last era, Shiki the Golden Lion, fought and died. But what he cried out before his death caused a worldwide outcry. What are the secrets of world government? It's a matter of survival. Now that this secret has been told to the new fourth emperor, Faceless Will by Golden Lion Shiki, What impact will it have? No one can know. But the only thing they knew was that the position of the fourth emperor's that was vacated after the death of Whitebeard had finally fallen to Faceless Will, and that he had succeeded in ascending to the throne by slaying such legendary figures such as the Golden Lion Shiki. It's a perfect time, a perfect place, and a perfect person, all of which are unstoppable. Reporters far away from the headquarters of the news agency have now begun to work on their articles. The impact of this incident on the world situation is not necessarily much less than the War of the Best. After all, Golden Lion Shiki shouted before his death were destructive words. No matter what the world government does next to dispel the rumors, I'm sure the public won't be stupid enough to believe them all. In fact, even the other person involved, Will himself, was in a state of extreme confusion, wondering if Golden Lion Shiki had really told him anything about the scandalous secrets of world government. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find any trace of it. In the end, he could only reluctantly confirm the fact that he had been set up. A ruthless old man who had no attachments and just wanted to die with a bang. He doesn't have to think about what will happen next. What Shiki said will definitely make the world government paranoid and will definitely see him as a thorn in their side. Of course, even without this, the world government's attitude toward him is no better, and the death of Akainu has already reminded him of it. Chapter 272. The Navy's response. Roger's last words before his death revolutionized the age of the sea and inspired millions of people to be passionate about it. Before his death, Whitebeard used all his strength to tell the world that One Piece really existed, and in doing so, pushed the great voyage era to its peak. And compared to the first two, Golden Lion Shiki is indeed a ruthless old man. Before he died, he didn't follow the example of his two rivals and shouted about One Piece, but instead, he pushed Will to the top of the world with some unnecessary secrets of the world government. What's worse is that the world government really has secrets, and it is the kind that can't be known to anyone and the kind that will wipe out the entire Ohara with a slaughter order. Even if 99% of the world's population didn't believe Golden Lion Shiki words, and only the 1% did, the world government wouldn't just sit there and wait for it to happen. So you can imagine how badly Will has been screwed this time. He was helpless about it, but he could only hold his nose high and admit it. What could he do if he didn't admit it? Who to explain it to? Who would believe it? But his plan finally went smoothly. With the Golden Lion Shiki chaotic entry, his position as the fourth emperor is completely secure, and the next step can be attacked and defended one step closer to completing his end goal. By the way, I also harvested one more devil fruit, which was an unexpected gift. In the end, Golden Lion Shiki died a heroic death in front of the whole world, and the final madness must have left an indelible impression. Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion Shiki. These are the men who will be remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. There is also that old monster Redfield, who is an old rival with these people. Will felt that with him, perhaps, in the end, Redfield may be the best one of them all, not for any other reason, just because those three are dead. Only Redfield, the old monster, is still alive, and still living with a youthful appearance. After taking a look around, Will, who had deactivated his God of Thunder form, flew towards the Avengers. With Golden Lion Shiki as the touchstone, there was no need to wait 3 days. Even if he wanted to, the island was gone. It's a good thing that Robin had taken people out of the island before, leaving behind those who weren't afraid to die, but Will didn't bother to care about them, so they were probably all dead or become sea monsters' food. Let's go. After coming back, Will and several women were a little excited. It seems that the Golden Lion Shiki's name is going to carry more weight than he thought. This time he didn't know how much the news affected the world. So what about those residents here? Robin's words brought Will back to reality. It is a bit too much to leave without giving an explanation even after losing someone's home. Will, who thinks he is a good person, immediately clapped his hands and said, "Anyway, we will soon obtain our own territory as the fourth emperor, and those who are willing to come with us, we will set them up after we set up the territory, and they will be protected by our banner." Will was already not in need of money, with the financial support of Tesoro, the Golden Emperor, plus this time, he also incidentally harvested a wave of leaks. And for his proposal, his crew have no opinion. As soon as Robin and his men asked, the original Volk Islanders on several ships were pleasantly surprised and expressed their willingness to follow them. What an honor it was to be a citizen of the new fourth emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that their stunt was only for viewing, they would have been captured by the major powers. With their worries resolved, the Avengers disappeared from sight, and the broadcast ended here. All sides had their own views and plans regarding the death of the Golden Lion Shiki and the smooth ascension of Faceless Will as the new fourth emperor. Tesoro is undoubtedly one of the happiest people about Will officially becoming the fourth emperor, which means that he can open his golden city again. In the new world, the four emperor are still in charge, and the navy is not influential enough, so as long as the flag of the new fourth emperor is hoisted high, he can rest easy, Even the Navy would never dare to do anything, which would mean that they are thinking of picking off another fourth emperor after the war with Whitebeard. But even if you think with your toe, you can also know that the current Navy needs to rest and recuperate. The war of the best that the Navy won still leaves a big wound on their system. Not to mention that the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are making trouble on the Navy all over the world, causing the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Aokiji a great deal of anxiety. If it wasn't for the recent emergence of a guy calling himself Whitebeard too, who attracted the attention of Whitebeard's commanders, the Navy would be in an even worse situation. It is for this reason that Will agreed to Tesoro's idea of reopening the Golden City, and now that he is the fourth emperor, he should of course make the territory as big as possible, but he is not interested in following Shaik's example of engaging in guerrilla groups that do not want any territory. Will doesn't lack money, what he lacks is territory. After Whitebeard's death, all the island nations he sheltered were divided up between Kaido and Big Mom, and the remaining unclaimed lands were mostly poor, backwater lands of little value. In response, he was ready to take advantage of his current popularity to take them over one by one. There is no news on Kaido, and he doesn't know what he's doing. Shanks on the other hand ignores it, and there is only one Big Mom left. So it's time to take this opportunity to fulfill his promise on Snowball. Since her hatred is always in his heart. But the first priority is to find a small island with the right conditions as a foundation, so as to take things slowly. What Will didn't know at this time was that the revolutionaries who were supposed to arrive within 2 days after that live broadcast were suddenly replaced by a man with a tattoo on his face hidden in a cloak. It's not Sabo's job to bring in the fourth emperor. At the same time, the Navy, which had determined the location of Tashigi, went out in warships. Smoker, who had been promoted to become Vice Admiral of the G5 branch as a blessing in disguise or as some kind of amends, with the former Fleet Admiral, and Hero Garp were all on board. Even if Sengoku and Garp hairs are white, this combination is really not to be underestimated. Only this time they were not there to fight, but rather to use the guise of picking up Tashigi and thus reaching a certain level of understanding with the newly promoted Faceless Will, who had become the fourth emperor. Just as they had done all those years before. If it weren't for the sensitive nature of Ace's identity, it would have been difficult for the Navy to even make up its mind to go to all-out war with Whitebeard. Chapter 273 Dragon. Faceless Will, the new fourth emperors of the sea. With the fancy compliment of the latest issue of the newspaper, Faceless Will was promoted to the new four emperors. No one dared to say anything. At this point, a new pattern of the four emperor was born, and Faceless Will became the biggest beneficiary of Whitebeard's death. For a moment, the world shook. On the desk of a certain big shot, there is a bounty on the table with a knife in it, and at second glance, it seems that he is not the only one. Putting down the newspaper casually, Will doubted whether that guy Tesoro had stuffed money for the reporter behind his back. It's because the intensity of this flattery made him blush as the client saw it. Where's Tashigi? Probably still grieving over the destruction of those two famous swords, Cherry 10 and Wintry Wind. The big sister, Robin, stretched her body languidly, exposing her good figure, envied by countless women, to sunbathing in the bright sunshine. Will was more or less helpless about Tashigi's ideals and persistence. He had wanted to call someone over to ask that guy Smoker when exactly he was going to pick her up and leave, or simply forget that he had her staying here as a hostage. But now it seems better not to touch this bad luck. Anyway, this time he did not lose her. One side has no self-awareness as a kidnapper, and the other has no awareness of being a hostage at all, so it's just like two wonderful people. Let her go, with her strength, if she still wants to take back all the famous swords that were taken away by the wicked people. It's a really whimsical dream. This is my oath, whether I can do it or not does not bother your excellency. Besides, sooner or later, I'll get that sword you're holding back. It's just a coincidence that Tashigi, who had just come out, heard Will bad-mouthing her behind her back. Will was a bit embarrassed at first, and then felt that it would be better to make the naturally dumb glasses girl realize the reality, so as not to lose her life over it one day. After all, not every pirate was as kind and easy to talk to as he was. Since it's not good to talk about others behind their backs, I'll say it to your face, but what you need to think about first, rather than that unrealistic ideal of yours, is how to make yourself stronger. Want to take back all the famous swords from the bad guys? If Hawkeye said that, maybe I would believe it, but you? Hey. Will's eyes and expressions were so exaggerated, making Tashigi very uncomfortable and even a bit anger. It's better to train harder than to grieve for the two famous swords of Golden Lion Shiki so that you can know how big the gap between you and this genius is, so that you can know how hard it is to cross the gulf brought about by racial and gender differences. Swish. The black sword Shishui appeared out of thin air as Will stuck it on the deck. Look, one of the 21 great swords, Shishui, is right in front of you. Do you have the strength to snatch it from me, the big villain? Will's tone of voice was extremely arrogant, which angered Tashigi as she bit her teeth and reached out her hand. But before she knew what was happening, the black blade, Shujui, was already on her neck, and Will only needed a slight push to make her head fall to the ground. Swordsman? Kendo? The Great Musketeer? I'm sorry, I'm none of those things. I don't even know how to use a sword. This famous sword in my hand is probably not much different than a bladed bat. You can say you know more than me in this regard. Then what? It wouldn't even take a second for me to kill you, and you'd be dead before you knew it. Do you see the difference? The more bad guys want to live for a long time, the more they have to be superior. Either they are strong or wise, and you, who do not account for either, are still far from it. Afterwards, Will didn't take back the black sword Shujui, he simply threw it and pinned it to the mast. Don't say I'm bullying you, this so-called famous sword is useless to me. If you want to take it back, just come and try. Kobe. You keep an eye on the sword for the rest of the day until she leaves. Kobe was stunned that this could be a lie. Yes, teacher. Who's going to do my work then? Watch this sword on the basis of serious work. Can you do it? Can. Kobe stood straight as he answered, but his heart was so depressed that he is about to curse his ancestors. He is now a big man with a bounty of over 400 million, yet his daily work is still a chore. Now there's even more work to do, watching the sword, and the opponent is a girl. Isn't this easy? She also knew that she was not strong enough, but the bottleneck in her potential made it impossible for her to be like those geniuses who broke people's common sense every time and increased their own strength unreasonably. When they first met, Will still had to rely on tricks to deal with Smoker, but 2 years later, when they met again at the War of the Best, it became a one-punch fight. Smoker, who had eaten the Logia devil fruit, became stronger, but as an ordinary woman, she was even worse. As Will said, her hard-tongued ideals were as ridiculous as an ant's attempt to rule the world. But if she didn't try, she would be a complete failure from the start. With a look of determination in her eyes, Tashigi said, I will always strive toward this goal, even if you try to belittle me, I will not waver in my belief. So this black sword, Shujui, I will definitely take it. We'll see the appreciation in Will's eyes flashed. If it were the old Kobe, he would have been able to make that kid cry with his poisonous words. And in his plan, an excellent navy like Tashigi would be the cornerstone of the future navy. At that moment, Redfield, dressed like a noble in red, suddenly looked to the northeast and said in a deep voice, someone is coming. Who? Will knew that when it comes to the usage of observation hockey, even 10 of him was not a match for this old monster, so he simply asked directly. A very special aura, and definitely not weak. Will couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then the den mushi in his bosom aptly rang, which was left to him by those revolutionaries on the Vault Island as a contact when they were leaving. Combined with Redfield's senses, he had probably guessed who the visitor was. Nami, take Tashigi to your place to pick out some clothes, I'm really tired of seeing her outfit every day. His meeting with the Revolutionary Army was not going to be known to Tashigi, the Navy, so he very unconvincingly picked an excuse. Nami knew what he was doing and dragged Tashigi away. Then he answered his den mushi. Who's there? I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. It really is you, Dragon. Chapter 274 The Audacity. Because of the need for secrecy, Dragon did not show up directly, and Will also knew that he had a lot of people on his side, as well as those inhabitants of Vault Island who had nowhere to stay. So the two sides agreed on a location and met directly at a nearby deserted island. When Will arrived alone in a small boat, more than a dozen cloaked men had been waiting for a long time. At this point, there's no need to remain mysterious, right? Maybe you can go see Luffy sometime. That guy hasn't even met his own father. That's a bit pathetic, isn't it, Dragon? The fact that his identity was revealed made Dragon somewhat surprised, but as Will said, trying to recruit a fourth emperor is not something that can be done by hiding one's face, and if you don't even let people know what or who you really are, then what's the point of talking about sincerity? So after a brief silence, accompanied by a chuckle, Dragon removed his hood. The dozen or so members of the Revolutionary Army standing behind him also revealed their true faces. Will's eyes fluctuated for a rare moment as he swept past someone, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Karina, who noticed this, even lowered her head. She just now felt like her heart was almost going to pop out of her throat. As it turns out, that guy really had it all figured out. What should she do? What would he have her do next? Karina was so distraught that it was Koala's confused arm thumping her that finally woke her up to the fact that now was not the time to be imagining things. You seem to know me pretty well. This opening was somewhat unexpected for Dragon. It's not much of a secret, is it? Oh, I almost forgot, because of your sensitive relationship with the WG hero Vice Admiral Garp, the world government and Navy have been trying to hide your true identity. So give up those silly probes, I know you better than you think you do. Things had suddenly gotten dicey and out of control, and that was very bad for Dragon. The man in front of him obviously has secrets he doesn't even know about, and he's not even sure where the sources of this information are coming from, so it was a mistake to come to him so rashly. Based on the total inequality of the invitation, Dragon had to become more cautious. You do seem to know me very well, but we know nothing about the secrets you are hiding, and even now I am not sure if you have any ill will toward the revolutionaries. Didn't you come to me? I was looking forward to seeing how the great revolutionary leader would convince me, whether to talk about ideals and aspirations or to sugarcoat or use coercion in an old-fashioned way. Will spoke rudely, and Sabo subconsciously grabbed his weapon, but the Revolutionary Army members standing behind him were obviously unhappy with the way he spoke. They were fighting for the peace of the whole world, for the liberation of all mankind. How could they tolerate others to speak in such a mocking tone? However, Dragon's expression didn't change at all. He just said indifferently, "In that case, let's get straight to the point. I created the Revolutionary Army with the aim of overthrowing the unequal rule of the celestial dragons who dominate the world government, and to this end, we have fought to this day to liberate many countries that have been oppressed by the regime. But to completely overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, we need more like-minded friends, and that is why we have come here today to meet with you. It's not that Will is putting on any high profile, but with his current status, he can't join the Revolutionary Army as a soldier under someone else, not even as a cadre second only to Dragon. If he has planned so much and the purpose of becoming stronger every day is just to work for someone else and fulfill someone else's ideals, then why should he be a traveler? So even though he and the Revolutionary Army both share the same goal to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragon, he needs to be clear about one thing. And it's about who is going to be the dominant player. It is possible to cooperate with them, but in the end, he must lead many forces to successfully overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons, instead of following the pace of the Revolutionary Army and becoming armor for others. So Will just said straight out, "I will not join the Revolutionary Army." He calmly waited for Will's next words, believing that the other party would not be so idle as to wait for him to come over just to say no in front of him. But when he finished listening to Will's proposal, he still frowned tightly. "I won't join the Revolutionary Army to work for someone else, but I have to admit that I've also been eyeing the Celestial Dragons for a long time, so I think we can work together." "Cooperate?" "Yes, in a mutually beneficial manner. I can provide you with financial support, and some force support when you can't make it, to help you liberate those countries that are in dire straits." Dragon looked at him deeply and then said quietly, "If it's a mutually beneficial way, what do you want out of it?" "Very simply, whenever you liberate a country, I want to see my flag planted there." "What an appetite!" Most of the countries of the New World are now divided between the four emperors and the navy, which means that this guy wants to eat the tiger's mouth, and in such a way that he can't refuse. Not only did Dragon not realize that the other side was plotting against these countries that were either protected by the navy or under the protection of the four emperors, but even Sabo and others were shocked. Will has long thought about it these days. It's impossible to work for the Revolutionary Army. It's impossible to work for the Revolutionary Army in this life, but he can work with the Revolutionary Army openly and secretly. The other side needs to liberate those oppressed countries, strengthen itself and at the same time promote the belief of the Revolutionary Army, gather more like-minded teammates, and prepare for the overthrow of the Celestial Dragon's rule. At this point, Will won't fight with them over anything. He just needs to take the liberated country into his own territory and doesn't even need to care what the country will become with the help of the Revolutionary Army. What he wants is a name. If he can bring the whole New World territory into his own sphere of influence, then even if he doesn't go looking for some one-piece great secret treasure, he will be the uncrowned king of this sea. Those countries that are in desperate need of rest and recuperation after liberation will be able to continue to develop under his protection, which is truly mutually beneficial. No one loses, and either side gets what it wants. Except, of course, for the unlucky ones who were overthrown and the forces behind those original countries. But when a fourth emperor joins forces with a revolutionary army, does he care about the attitudes of these people? Chapter 275 Cooperation. The true power and strength of the revolutionary army have always been a mystery, but Will believe that with all the information he knew, it would never be inferior to the four emperors. You know that just 2 years later, the revolutionary army, whose headquarters was destroyed by Blackbeard and whose entire army fled to the Momoiro Island, directly gathered the cadres of each region and prepared to declare war on the celestial dragons. In other words, after 2 years, the revolutionary army would have the strength to deal with the fleet admiral, admirals, and many other vice-admiral in the navy, and they still have the spare combat power to deal with the strong men of the world government. What does this mean? The revolutionary army, which has been quietly growing itself, has become a much larger and more powerful force than the Whitebeard bandits, who were at the beginning of the war. Will is well aware of this, so he feels that as long as the Revolutionary Army is willing to join forces with him, it is definitely a win-win choice. Even if Kaido and Big Mom join forces, he has nothing to fear. At that time, the entire New World will be their territory, and they will be able to unleash an uprising with a single call. Just think about it. Unless everyone is an idiot, the world government would never sit back and watch anyone's power grow to that level. But this big pie that Will is painting for Dragon is still very tempting. Since we share the same ideals, why don't you simply join us and just take a position? You're still the Emperor of the Sea during weekdays, and only me and some cadres will know about the identity of you being a revolutionary. The cautious and prudent Dragon once again wanted to bring Will on board, a partnership that no one of his own could trust. Otherwise, if Will did not cooperate one day, it would be a big loss to the Revolutionary Army for nothing. Unfortunately, Will really never considered joining the Revolutionary Army unless Dragon stepped down and gave him full authority to take over the forces of the Revolutionary Army. No need to think about it, no way. No one wants to be a dowry for someone else for nothing, so where are all these fools? Then why didn't you give up your position as a revolutionary leader and come to me as my deputy captain? Don't worry, as long as you join my forces, I promise to be more dedicated to overthrowing the rule of the Celestial Dragons. How about it? Dragon smiled bitterly, not wanting to be bothered with this issue anymore. Yes, the men of the sea are used to freedom, if not a last resort or have a hard time, who would be willing to serve as someone else's men, let alone the man in front of. The next two men had friendly negotiations on both financial and military aid, mainly on the issue of money. After all, the Revolutionary Army has a huge family, with members and spies in almost every part of the world, and has woven a huge and powerful intelligence network at a huge cost. If they hadn't secretly co-opted an unknown number of tycoons to provide financial assistance to the Revolutionary Army, they would have had to find a way to prevent themselves from starving to death first, not to mention overthrowing the Celestial Dragon rule. And at this point, Will can be described as a true land and air rich man. Not to mention that Tesoro alone holds 20% of the world's money. 2 words, money. If it's not enough, he can send Tesoro to the sea for gold. Don't get me wrong, the idea of going down to the sea is for Tesoro to awaken his devil's fruit and turn it into gold. Lack of money. It doesn't exist. Well, good luck to us working together. Nice working together. At this moment, 2 hands that will determine the fate of the world are clasped together, and the future is sure to unleash a huge wave that will change everything. Seeing that the partnership had been reached, the previous tension was completely removed. How do we contact each other in the future? I'm going to leave one person on your ship. Spying on me? No, it's that the composition of the Revolutionary Army is very complicated, even the cadres don't know each other, so even if we are in a cooperative relationship, the real identity of some people can't be known to you, so I can only leave one person beside you to act as a liaison. Mysteriously. Will snickered since he couldn't deny it. Just think about Kuma, and you can understand what Dragon said. A Revolutionary Army cadre actually became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also successfully mixed with Vegapunk research, and he was not exposed, until. In terms of secrecy, the Revolutionary Army is indeed unique in that, as all of its own people do not know each other's identities, and even less so those of other forces. Of course, if you want to join. Never mind, a liaison is fine, but I won't agree if you send a man or a Akama. As he said this, Will purposely squinted his eyes and swept over the few women behind him. Although the information was too secret for them to know, but in the Revolutionary Army's investigation report, it was no secret that there were too many female members of the Faceless Pirates. So Will's actions were not suspected in the slightest, but at most caused some people's displeasure. Dragon also turned his head and swept over each of these people behind him, and the best candidate was naturally Koala. Whether it is loyalty to the organization or other aspects, she is the best choice. But after a quick glance at Sabo, who had started fiddling with his weapon frequently, he had to eliminate Koala from the list of candidates. So that left only Karina. I'll leave this task to you. Eh? Me? I can't do it. Karina immediately blushed and waved her hands incessantly, wailing in her heart, what the hell is going on? You can do it, even though you haven't been with the organization for too long, but your efforts during this time have been obvious to everyone, and I think you're perfectly capable of doing the job. Encourages Dragon with a smile, but with that face, it's about as scary as it gets. No, Karina was on the verge of tears. You're beating a dog with a meat bag with no return, you know. You've been set up by this guy. Karina, who was screaming in her heart, still didn't dare to tell the truth, so she had to bow her head and accept her fate. Will was also delighted by Dragon's selection, but his expression didn't change as he said, the figure is okay, the appearance is average, forget it, even if she is average in all aspects she is better than a man. Karina hearing it raised her head fiercely, wishing to rush to kill him and die together. With business out of the way, Dragon made a few casual remarks. I heard you mention Luffy earlier, do you know each other? How's that brat doing now? It was not like the gloomy-looking revolutionary leader who said this, but rather just a father who smiled sadly. Well, he's got a group of like-minded friends who are on an adventure, and he's still talking about being a pirate king. I beat him twice. Oh, you're not going to take revenge on me for beating your son, right? Hearing Will's jokes, Dragon also looked dumbfounded. What can he say? The cooperation has just been reached, and it is too late to do anything about it. I'll only bring more danger to him if I go see him, so if there's a chance, it's okay for you to help educate that untalented kid, just don't do it too hard. Not bad for a real father. Will cheerfully nodded his head, he liked what Dragon said. If I see Luffy again in the future, it will be justifiable to beat him up, and it won't be easy for anyone to do that unless Garp, his old man, steps in. Educating the future pirate king will be fun. Chapter 276 The Seed That Becomes a Flower. Because both parties are busy people doing important things, the reception after the cooperation has been reached has not been considered at all. When Will was about to leave with a reluctant Karina, he thought about it and looked in the direction of Sabo and said, if you have a chance, go to the Whitebeard Pirates and look for a guy named Ace. Don't ask me why, you'll find out when you get there. Sabo looked at him with a "you're talking to me" expression, then frowned at the word Ace, clearly in a bit of a trance. Ace. Ace. Why is it that every time I hear this name I feel as if I've forgotten something important? And it's not just the name, but also the one leader just mentioned. Luffy? Did I know these two people before I lost my memory? A confused-looking Sabo wanted to ask Will what was going on, but when he looked up suddenly, Will had already left with his boat, and all he saw was the concerned eyes of Koala. The Whitebeard Pirates? Looks like I'll have to take a trip. Sabo thought as he is determined to get to the bottom of this. When Will returned to the Avengers with Karina, almost everyone was stunned. Isn't that the little liar? Called herself Nami's good sister. To meet here after all this time, it's just... Wait. Didn't the captain go to meet with the revolutionaries? Could it be that? No way. The more they remember about what happens in the Golden City, the stranger they will feel. On the contrary, people like Redfield, who had never seen Karina before, acted very indifferent, just bringing another woman back, what's the big deal? Redfield subconsciously swept over the group of women. Where's Nami? Ah, he's dragging Tashigi around the room picking out clothes. Figure out a way to get Tashigi unconscious, then get Nami out and we'll have a meeting. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, Robin went into the cabin with a sigh and came out a short time later with a foggy Nami in tow. Hi, Nami Karina. What are you doing here, you slutty fox? Roar. Sure enough, as soon as she came out, Nami recognized the dusty woman in front of her, and even the little Dot, who was honestly staying in her huge bosom, roared fiercely. It's been a long time, but the little Dot still hasn't grown up at all and seems to have gotten used to staying in Nami's chest, which will make a lot of men envious. She was just about to scold back when she accidentally saw Will's smiling expression and immediately wilted, but she still doesn't understand what's going on. Well, let Karina-san explain this matter properly. Now that she is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. When they heard Will's admission, Nami and the others were even more surprised when they heard it. From a little liar to a Revolutionary Army cadre. This kind of identity leap is a bit too big, isn't it? The first thing that Karina did was to tell what Will told her when she got off the ship and what happened to her after that. Although Dragon has almost thoroughly investigated Karina's life experience and the like, he didn't care about her previous misdeeds. So he chose to give her a great deal of trust, because if it were someone else, they would never easily betray the information of the Revolutionary Army even if they didn't serve the Revolutionary Army with their life. However, Karina entered the Revolutionary Army by accident under Will's arrangement, so when Will appeared, Karina didn't know which side she belonged to, so she started talking. It's like a cop working undercover with the mob and passing information back and forth in an infernal way. Can that be called betrayal? So with Karina's head in the clouds. After the crowd listened to Karina's speech, they all looked at the person who had started it. Well, good job. Faced with the quizzical gazes of the crowd, Will nodded with a smile on his face and praised Karina, leaving everyone with an inscrutable figure. He doesn't explain it clearly, but naturally, he is trying to pretend. It was to dispel the fluke in Karina's heart so that she could do her infernal work honestly and well in the future. As long as she did better and better, her status in the Revolutionary Army would naturally increase, so that Will would be able to get more and more information and knowledge about the Revolutionary Army. This outcome will affect who will be the leader when war is finally declared against the Celestial Dragons. In fact, even Will himself did not expect that the chess that he had casually laid out at the beginning would actually play a good role. He only asked Karina to send a letter to the Labor Island in the East Blue Sea, because he knew that the Revolutionary Army would liberate a bridge country before long. The letter was actually used to trap her, with some random dealings, hoping to trade goods with officials for large amounts of money and so on. A delicate little girl with a lot of money came to the Brudel regime to buy supplies. To be honest, if he hadn't believed that Karina would be able to fool those idiots with a large amount of money, Will wouldn't have trapped her like this. But the fact is that he was right. Karina was able to save her own life and successfully dragged the Revolutionary Army to her side, and attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army cadres with her skillful deception, and then she was successfully absorbed into the organization as a fresh talent. This experience is simply legendary. But Will won't explain these coincidences and luck to them, otherwise, if Karina finds out that this was all a trick to fool her from the beginning to the end, and that she got through it all on her own, out of his hands, she might go crazy. Might as well just go along with it and let her think that from the time she went to the East Blue Sea to join the Revolutionary Army, it was all arranged by herself. Including the fact that she's now back on board as a Revolutionary Army liaison. It was all planned. Chapter 277 A Rich and Powerful Kingpin. As it turns out, Will's approach of digging out the B-tree in his heart to carry forward the spirit of shamelessness is beginning to bear fruit. Karina's face was full of "so that's it. What a scary guy." Even that? It can be imagined that Will's image of himself as the Demon King who is wise and close to the demon and has no plans to miss has been deeply engraved in Karina's heart. It is expected that in the future, no matter what she is going to do, she will subconsciously think first, could it be that guy who led me to do that? Will I be calculated again? As for the others, they still looked as if they were skeptical. After all, even the smartest people can't possibly grasp what happens in a few months, and a plan that spans such a large period of time can't succeed if even a little detail goes wrong. But Karina's own experience could not be faked, and they did not dare to say whether it was Karina's luck, or whether it was all really calculated by this guy. In any case, there was a feeling of unknowing in it. Even Dot didn't dare to continue to show its fierce expression, so it had to show its small head out of Nami's chest and stare at Will with big black eyes. No. He is probably hungry. Will can no longer board that inscrutable expression, beckoned little Dot, and pick up his identity as a baby daddy again. After all, pretending to be smart is also very tiring, or have to pretend in moderation. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. It turned out that just what Wise near demon are just an illusion. Laughing so idiotic guy, where does he look smart? But Will, who was preparing food for Dot, was also very despondent, looking at its small tail that was wagging with lightning. A strong sense of discontentment came over him. Are you still a string of guinea pigs and woofers? Abbreviations. Dolphins? After giving it its lunch, Will still didn't forget to advise them, from now on, Karina is one of our own, don't spread the news about her being a Revolutionary Army, especially the one sleeping inside. After all, we have been together for more than a month, it's really hard for me to kill her. Everyone nodded their heads. No one would joke about such an important matter, and if the Navy knew about it, it would be a big deal. One Revolutionary Army caused the Navy and the world government a headache, and if it joined forces with one of the four emperors, it would be strange if they didn't start a new war. It is estimated that the world government would rather wipe out the entire Navy just to destroy the faceless pirates and the Revolutionary Army. There's no need to piss those guys off at this point. It's not the time for a final battle. After talking about business, everyone went about their business, mopping the floor, serving tea and water, resting. At this time, Karina was at a loss as to what to do and followed behind Will. Why are you still following me? There are a lot of empty rooms, find your own place to stay, and I'll tell you in advance if there's anything you need to do. Will's rude tone of not treating her as an outsider put Karina, who was feeling a bit distant, at ease, but she followed up for more than that. I have a question I want to know. Why did they let you infiltrate the Revolutionary Army? Or would it be bad for the revolutionaries? Karina looked at Will speechlessly and directly. How can there be a man who knows everything in this world? Is he a god? Seeing her looking at himself with this expression, Will coughed twice, feeling a sense of relief. It's not hard to guess that, like Nami, Karina is at heart a girl who is a little smart but not in the right place, but that doesn't stop them from taking a stand on right and wrong issues. That's why the idea of the Revolutionary Army is so popular among the lower classes, and that's why the Revolutionary Army has grown to be able to confront the world government in just over a decade. So Karina would be worried about those revolutionary people. In fact, by all accounts, the Revolutionary Army is a large group of people who are detached from the lowest common denominator and deserve to be admired. Provided that they don't steal his limelight. Will thinks he's already got the disease of dying if he doesn't act, and it's really not in his character to let someone else do such a pushy job while he's on the sidelines. So, with the same general direction, Will work well with the Revolutionary Army to get rid of the tumor called Celestial Dragons. The reason why he left behind everything in the Revolutionary Army is so that the future history will be written in the record. On the 20th day of the 20th month of the 20th year of the pirate calendar, the Anti-Celestial Dragon Alliance led by the captain of the Faceless pirate group Faceless will officially overthrow the 20 years of rule of the Celestial Dragon, and created a new regime, blah blah blah. Instead of the many forces led by the Revolutionary Army, so on and so forth. So as long as we can reach a consensus on this point, Karina's worries are totally unnecessary. Anyway, those guys in the Revolutionary Army were all together for noble ideals, so let's leave it to them to make a splash in this vicious cliché. So, Karina, who had received Will's assurance, seemed to be relieved of her burden and happily went to find her own room. 3 days later, Will and his men finally arrived at the Golden Island that Tesoro had contributed. This Golden Island was originally a secret stronghold prepared by Tesoro for himself. All the buildings were made of gold, and then many traps were installed on the outside, and there were a large number of people guarding it. Unless the forces of the 4 emperors were personally brought in, his name of the Golden Emperor was still quite easy to use. Now that Will has taken the vacant seat of the 4th emperors, the more pleased Tesoro was, the more he contributed to this island as the base camp of the Faceless pirate group. With the inhabitants from the original Vault Island, this island will not be deserted in the future, and it will slowly develop, and in a few years, it may not be impossible to become a new country. In this regard, Will is very satisfied. But he was still told in the Den Mushi to complete the aid to the Revolutionary Army as soon as possible, but he must be careful not to be discovered by others. Will trusted the Revolutionary Army at this point. With their style of doing things, they had not had any problems for so many years, so naturally, they had a set of secret trading methods. What he was afraid of was that Tesoro was too loud. The good thing is that Tesoro became more and more calm after he knew that Will was on the line with the Revolutionary Army because he saw more possibilities for revenge, and the more careful he was, the more he had to be. Never underestimate a rich and powerful kingpin. Chapter 278 Black Sword Shuzui New Owner? The day after Will settled the people down, a large warship appeared above the nearby sea. Confirm the Vivre card. Report, it's still in the east direction. Sengoku, whose head was grayed out, looked at the island ahead and nodded. It should be here. Keep moving forward uniformly. The watcher confirms whether there is a flag on the island ahead. Everyone on guard. The naval officer immediately took the order and went down. On the other side, Garp, who had just emptied the remains of the bag of senbai into his mouth, said with slurred words, "Do we have to be so careful?" "Of course. I don't want to get hit with one before I even see anyone." Sengoku glared at Garp, then snatched the second bag of senbai from Garp with a snap, opened it and ate it himself. Since stepping down from the fleet admiral position, Sengoku has also seen a lot of openness, and there is a tendency to show off his old man childishness. And the get hit with one he was referring to was that horrifying flash of silver light in the previous battle between Will and the Golden Lion Shiki. A powerful attack that can wipe out an island in an instant, and with a degree that is clearly off the charts. They really wouldn't even have a chance to hide if they were attacked at this time. Garp, on the other hand, is a bit black-faced because he was robbed of his senbai. He used to eat things that Sengoku didn't even eat, but now he's actually robbing him every time, as if he's robbing him just to see if he's upset, which is really too much. Seeing the 2 old men fighting over a bag of rice crackers, gluing their heads together, spitting, and doing everything in their power, embarrassed Smoker, who was standing beside them. It's because he couldn't persuade them. No matter, even if it's too damaging to the Navy's image, and there are so many navies watching. After thinking about it, Smoke chose to play dead, and after originally smoking only 2 cigars at a time, he stuffed 3 more into his mouth, and a full 5 cigars blocked his entire mouth, and the smoke came out, worthy of the power of the smoke fruit. Cough. Sengoku and Garp were choking and coughing, so they stopped fighting and instantly united their front to begin educating Smoker about his smoking. Smoker holds 5 cigars in both hands and was hesitating whether to continue smoking after being lectured by the 2 old men. "Anyway, I'm not afraid of nicotine. If you are afraid of tuberculosis, stay away from me." I don't know if he was stubborn or not afraid of the 2, but after thinking of an excuse, Smoker stuffed 5 more cigars in his mouth. Then without warning, he was thrown into the sea by Garp. "No good, no good. Vice Admiral Smoker is in the sea. Quick, help him." Strange, Vice Admiral Smoker is a Logia devil fruit user, so how could he fall into the sea? Cut the crap and save him first. Hearing the chaotic voices behind them, Garp and the Sengoku, the 2 old men, laughed at each other. When Will, who was staying on the Golden Island, heard the AIEI alert that a warship was heading this way, he knew that it would be Smoker who would come to pick up Tashigi. As for how they can find them with such precision, the Vivre card being called a high-end item is not just for show. It's just like GPS, it can be found anywhere, and it can also determine the original owner's life characteristics through the difference in the life paper, so he doesn't understand its principle at all. It's a world where the technology tree is crooked, no wonder. So, we'll ask someone to inform Tashigi. As a result, this girl was actually not in a hurry to leave, because these days under Kobe's almost sleepless defense, she had no chance at all to take away the Black Blade Shushui. This sense of frustration has instead fueled her fighting spirit. In the end, he had no choice but to take a look at it himself. As soon as he approached the arena, he saw that there were quite a few people there. He saw a stone tablet in the middle of the arena, with the Black Blade Shushui stuck in it, and next to it was Tashigi trying to get close to it, again and again, to take away Shushui, as well as Kobe, who already had a black A, looking bitter, knocking Tashigi off her feet again and again. "I'd say it's about time. Didn't someone come to take you back already?" As he spoke, Kobe yawned again. It's hard for him to live this day. Not only can't put down his own work, but he also has to pay attention to Tashigi's sneak attack. He hasn't had a good sleep for several days. Sometimes he really wants to just let her snatch it away. But he immediately shuddered at the thought of the punishment his teacher will give him. Yes, Kobe is no longer the cowardly and timid man he was, but now Kobe is full of confidence. After being mercilessly blown away again by Kobe, Tashigi gasped for breath as she continued to Google for an opening. Although she was a good swordswoman, she couldn't really cut through the increased defense brought by Kobe's mammoth devil fruit, as well as the multiple defenses of the armament hockey and 6-style iron block. Tashigi gritted her teeth. She was unwilling to give up. After these days of erratic sneak attacks, Kobe was extremely exhausted from her torture, and this was her chance. That's why she pretended not to hear when she heard that Smoker was bringing someone to pick her up. This had been her last chance. Slash. That was a slash that was too fast for people to react. However, Kobe had no plan of avoiding at all. He just crossed his arms in front of him, and at the same time opened up all his defensive abilities. It's not the first time he has seen this trick. It's fast, but the attack power still can't completely break his defense. At most, it leaves a few blood marks on him, and it will heal itself in a short time. But this time he miscalculated. The fatigued state and the familiarity of many fights made him make a big mistake. He didn't observe the true target of this attack. Boom. The stone tablet with the black sword Shushui was cut to pieces directly. The shining black blade began to tumble in the air, and the landing point was in the direction of Tashigi. This is her final comeback. As soon as the monolith exploded, Kobe immediately stomped on the ground and ran into the air, hoping to take advantage of the difference in explosive force to get back the black blade Shushui before Tashigi did. However, the prepared Tashigi was undoubtedly a little closer to the black sword Shushui. The two hands grabbed the black sword, which was still spinning in the air, at the same time, and Kobe actually had the tendency to catch up with his explosive force. Did he catch it? Not at all. The fall of the black sword Shushui suddenly speeded up, somehow allowing Kobe to get an empty air on his hand. When he looked again, Tashigi had fallen with the black sword in her hands, and her face was unabashedly happy. Chapter 279 Weird Quirks. I got it. Tashigi stood holding the black blade Shushui, her face filled with an excited and joyful smile. Her powerlessness in the face of Kobe these days had brought to mind the harsh words Will had said to her, but she had never thought of giving up. And the sword seemed to reward her tenacity and hard work with an unexplainable sense of accomplishment. In contrast, Kobe has a face of helplessness and is a little bit indignant. If it weren't for his teacher Will to treat him too much, and he was also embarrassed to hit Tashigi with a heavy blow, how could he capsize in the gutter just now? It's just that his kind nature makes him unable to complain, and he can only expect his unreliable teacher to be merciful. It's scary to think about it. However, his fear came. The crowd was rising, but Will walked out of the crowd at some point and smiled darkly at Kobe. Kobe shuddered subconsciously. It's over. But Will didn't do anything to him but looked at the nervous face of Tashigi, who was holding Shushui, as if afraid that Will would not keep his word and snatch it back. After all, she used dishonorable means, sneak attack, cheating, and also made full use of Kobe's chauvinism. However, her worry was not necessary. Let's go. There's a warship coming outside, it should be here to take you back. After saying that, he didn't forget to turn around and glare at Kobe before turning away. Although it's a reputable sword, it's just a sword for him. For him who is neither short of money nor uses a sword, its value is far inferior to an ordinary devil fruit. Rather than putting it in his place to compile ashes, it is better to give it to a real swordsman. Plus, giving it to a swordsman like Tashigi is not a disgrace to its identity as one of the famous swords. It's just his compensation for being a hostage these days. She saw that Will really didn't mean to ask her for the black sword Shushui, and immediately put it away as if relieved, so that she was finally one step closer to the dream she had so boldly promised. And now it's time to go back. Tashigi followed Will firmly, and before leaving, she did not forget to gesture at Kobe with apologetic eyes. If it weren't for time, she would definitely apologize to Kobe. Although Kobe has grown a lot taller and is almost 1.5 meters tall, he is still mentally similar to a child. The little grievances in his heart have disappeared with Tashigi's actions, and he is still reluctant to see her leaving. When Will arrived at the port with Tashigi, he was surprised to see who came as his eyes widened. He thought it was just Smoker who had came to pick up Tashigi, but he didn't expect that Sengoku and Garp actually came with him. Was this a war? You guys stand down first. Looking at this rattling tension, Will was really afraid that whoever had gone off the rails would lead to a war, and doing so without knowing the other party's intentions was undoubtedly a very foolish act. As soon as the main backbone showed up, the guards left behind by Tesoro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's strange not to be afraid. You're not going to take advantage of such a big battle, are you? Wasn't it enough to kill one of the 4 emperors? Or don't tell me you're ready to do it again? Walking forward, Will ignored Tashigi, who was behind Smoker already, and looked at the white-haired Sengoku instead. Well, actually, he is quite concerned about Smoker seeing his appearance. What's wrong with this guy? He is soaked to the bone. Did they get caught in a storm on the way here? Or does this guy like to take baths with his clothes on? Do all Logia devil fruit used to have weird quirks? Will couldn't help but frequently look at Smoker with his stubborn face. He would have never imagined that Smoker would look like this because the 2 old men, Sengoku and Garp, because his cigar smoking was too much for his health, they threw him overboard. If Will knew, he'd be laughing his ass off. Will definitely tease Smoker when I see him again. Smoker, who was putting on a foul face, apparently noticed Will's strange face and strange eyes. Or, to put it bluntly, if there was a real fight, it would be none of his business. Tashigi held her new sword in her arms, but before being dragged away by Smoker, she didn't forget that Will had taken care of her during this time, although his words were cruel, but also very true, plus the sword gift. Tashigi thought about it and very politely bowed to him as a thank you. Smoker, who was in a bad mood, saw that the adjutant he valued was so respectful to a pirate. And it made his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he pulled her collar so that he slid away from the cute Tashigi directly, as she didn't even give him the last chance to say goodbye. At this time, Will only came alone, and among the people who came to the island. It's only Garp and Sengoku who landed. The rest of the navy stayed on the warship. Although he doesn't know what Sengoku commanded, but from their nervous looks, he could see that his fierce reputation was becoming more and more alarming. As soon as Smoker and his men left, only Sengoku and Garp were left in front of Will. Even a fool could see that the purpose of 2 big shots of the navy coming here was not to start a war. So when Sengoku smilingly looked to his left and right, Will also waved his hand and sent everyone back. Time has passed, and now facing Sengoku and Garp alone has not shaken his confidence. And if he wanted to, he could join hands with Redfield and others to keep all the navy in front of him on this island. This is the bottom line that comes with great strength. It shouldn't be worth it for the former fleet admiral and naval hero to pick up a colonel and take her home, should it? Is it because you're afraid I won't keep my word, or because you're worried that even Smoker might fall for it? Well, I've never questioned your words, Will. Sengoku looked like he was laughing, as if he had forgotten the fact that Akanya was the one who died in his hands, and anyone who didn't know him would have seen him as a kind-hearted old man, absolutely no matter what, and he wouldn't also be associated with the Buddha's Sengoku, who had almost blocked the rescue operation of the entire Whitebeard pirates during the War of the Best. In fact, after stepping down from the fleet admiral duties, Sengoku as a whole person is indeed different. He is a lot more relaxed, and his smile has become more frequent. If it weren't for the fact that there are still too many bad things to borrow from his experience, and that the new fleet admiral is still too green, he would not have come to the muddy waters again. Chapter 280 The Divine Diplomat. Garpwell is not the no-name 7 warlords of the sea from the beginning anymore, and Sengoku is obviously not the fleet admiral who carried everything on his shoulders. So the two speak a bit like old friends, though not so good friends. Although I have long seen that your ambition will not yield to the 7 warlords of the sea, but what I did not expect was that you would rise so quickly, and now look, the Navy lost a lot in the War of the Best but cleared the way for you. Should I say that for you to become the 4th Emperor, half of the credit should be ours, right? Sengoku said, half joking, half serious. Although it is his choice, if he were to choose again, he would most likely still start a war on the Best, but the feeling of just making a graft for someone else for nothing is still very unpleasant. This time he came to negotiate, but also with the task of detecting the next movements of Will, the new 4th Emperor, so it is good to take advantage of these facts to occupy a little advantage. Will didn't expect that Sengoku would be so shameless as soon as he opened his mouth, but he couldn't refute it, because he really used the War of the Best to make too much profit for himself, and even laid the foundation for him to become the 4th Emperor. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Navy is completely used once. But come on, we're enemies, not partners, and I can't give you a reward afterwards? It's so fucking shameless. Don't say such things. It's not the first time we deal with each other, it's just using each other. Everyone's time is precious, so let's talk about something practical. You two came here specifically not to ask for this half of the credit, right? Sengoku hasn't even waited to speak, but can't stand his inarticulate words. So what else would he say? Hey, Sengoku. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Garp's spittle flew in the air, and not only was the questioned Will dumbfounded, but his fellow partner, Sengoku, was even more furious as his face turned red and then livid. I should have just left this old bastard on the ship. It was a fucking mistake to bring him in or something. However, Garp didn't feel at all that he was doing anything wrong. He just looked like he was hanging on to his nostrils, and almost his whole finger went in, and then buckled out a good big indescribable piece, and it bounced off. Well, that's pretty much it. You think about the answer and we'll leave when we hear what we want. Garp. Sengoku's whole body trembled with anger. Several times he pointed to Garp's nose and wanted to yell but did not make a sound. Will was afraid that the old man would belch directly. What's more, what Garp said is very interesting. What does it mean to leave what you want? That is to say, if the answer is not satisfactory, you will take action. Will frowned slightly. For a while, he was somewhat unsure of what Garp wanted to do. In fact, even Sengoku did not understand what was going on with his old friend's mind, so he pointed out all the things that should be inquired secretly. Are you counting on this guy in front of them to tell the truth? In the end, Sengoku also gave up thinking about it and waited for Will to reply with a silent look. In the past, the most they would do was to have a little fight, and no one wanted to go to war, but with the precedent set by Whitebeard, and with the Navy's obvious power decline and a few cards on the table, it was clear that after the war was over, it has already made a lot of people excited. And now the Navy is in a period of weakness, with Aokiji in power, Okainu dead, Kizaru half-crippled, Sengoku retired, and Garp playing dead. In order to make up for the lack of high-end combat power, the world government has also taken a liking to the guy who calls himself Whitebeard too, and has directly recruited him as a 7 warlords of the sea, so much so that he directly forced the former admiral out. The Navy is now in a complete mess, but it is also a chillingly centrifugal mess. It is up to Aokiji to find a way to lead the Navy out of this mess once he takes his position. Unwittingly, the gap between the world government and the Navy has grown deeper and deeper, sowing seeds of unease. After thinking about it, Will is ready to appease the Navy, which has never been his real enemy in his plan except for scum like Colonel Mouse, and the world will need the Navy to maintain law and order and justice after he overthrows the Celestial Dragon's rules. But that didn't mean he didn't want to seek justice. Before I answer those questions, I'd like to ask the former fleet admiral, if you had it to do over again, would you still choose to suppress what happened in the village of Kokoyashi and then put a bounty on me? The eyes of the already silent Sengoku grew darker and darker, and there was a time when he too asked himself this question, and not only this time, but he also asked himself if he regretted all the things he had done since he took the position of fleet admiral, which deviated from his original beliefs. Did he regret it? Yes. But he regretted not that he had not reorganized the Navy as Will had said, but that he had not reorganized the Navy under his administration so that there were so many black sheep. So his answer was, if I could choose again, I would firmly weed out these black sheep, even under great pressure to reorganize the Navy. The implication is that he does not regret his response. But now he can't do it, so he'll leave it to the new fleet admiral to finish the job. Sengoku sighed grudgingly, but he had great expectations of Aokiji. He hoped that Aokiji would be able to accomplish what he had been unable to do during his reign. The answer was not surprising, but it was a Sengoku-like answer that suddenly made Will's face, which had been expressionless, turn into a smile. Well, for the sake of our old friendships, I can tell you that I'm not interested in what happens to the Navy, as long as the Navy doesn't come after me next, with the same kind of tacit understanding that you have with the other 4 emperors. And I will also stay sensible. So I will ignore you from now on, so don't bother me. Will grinned and showed his white teeth. What will you do next? I don't think the New World Land Division is very fair, don't you think? Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't think a new emperor would take the initiative to provoke one of the 4 emperors just when he just took the position of the 4th emperor. Actually, they still underestimated Will's ambitions. And just so blatantly told them, is he completely disregarded the current Navy? Back on the warship, having gotten the answer he wanted, Sengoku still couldn't calm his nerves. Chapter 281 I'm back Dressrosa. After reorganizing the base camp of the Faceless Pirates, Will and his crew went out to sea again on the Avengers. Now was not the time to settle down, and becoming the fourth emperor was just a small step in his final plan. So he went back to his old stomping grounds first and came to Dressrosa. Due to the world government's favoritism and cover-up of Doflamingo atrocities, all of Dressrosa had become disillusioned with a world government that should have been on their side. Even after the chaos, the world government only gave a little token of condolence and humanitarian aid, but it made it clear that the heavenly gold that was paid to the celestial dragons this year must be paid in full, seemingly making it certain that King Riku and the others could only continue to crawl under their authority. However, after experiencing this great upheaval that overturned the whole country, the whole team of Dressrosa was united, and King Riku, with the permission of the whole nation, resolutely renounced his identity as a member of the world government, and no longer had any connection with the world government, and no longer enjoyed the protection of the navy. But in return, the devastated Dressrosa was given a chance to recuperate, not to add insult to injury at this juncture to collect the so-called heavenly gold. After taking their stand, Dressrosa knows really on pirates, the pirates that plunge their country into poverty. But if they didn't do it, there is no telling how many families would have been broken up if this had not been done, which is something the people of Dressrosa, who have experienced too much turmoil, do not want to see. The world government apparently doesn't care much about whether a country stays or goes, with more than 17 countries joining, one more and one less. The unethical approach is still so unpleasant for the world government, as they overnight withdraw the navy protecting the country. Not only that, the world government even put out a special offer to attract those poor pirates to do evil. Without the protection of the navy, and also the 7 warlords of the sea, Dressrosa in the eyes of countless vicious pirates is a piece of fat meat that anyone can bite. Relying on those kingdom troops, there is no feeling how many incoming enemies can be defended. If it wasn't for the fact that at the moment of emergency, King Riku hung the banner of the faceless pirates on the high ground of his own country, and declared that the country had been sheltered by the faceless will, which had deterred countless pirates, the country would have been scourged into an unknown state. King Riku, who had seen remarkable results, was even more fortunate that he had agreed to his daughter's request and let her go to sea with faceless will. But the unpredictable storm clouds that followed on the ocean still gave the old man a great shock. First, he topped the war, then he defeated Kaido, then he defeated the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki in front of the whole world, and finally, he succeeded in taking the vacant seat of the 4 emperors, and became the focus of the world's attention. From then on, the banner waving in the wind at the top of the palace became the talisman of the whole of Dressrosa. Almost no enemy dares to come at them anymore. Even the occasional unenlightened pirate or unbelieving or unconvinced by faceless will has never been able to bring about the destruction of this country. After all, believe or not believe, obey or not obey, that man's fierce reputation never shrank by half, and the scruples in their hearts have never been put down at ease. But only King Riku, who was sitting in the palace, was always anxious. It was at this critical juncture that Will, who also wanted to take Dressrosa into his territory. Come. The silvery white light shining in the sunlight of the Avengers is as eye-catching as a lighthouse in the darkness, and the stunning hull with the unique pirate flag on the mast is unforgettable once you see it. Look. Another ship is coming. How many waves are there today? No, that ship. That flag. It's a ship of the faceless pirates. The rumors are actually true. Is this really the territory of the 4th Emperor Faceless Will? No good, let's tell them. If they don't run, it'll be too late. The pirates who were shocked and envious just now suddenly turned pale, and although they didn't dare to do the things that will cause the wrath of God because of the banner and the king's words, there was no ambiguity in smashing a few stores and extorting a little toll. After all, it's been so long, and they haven't seen any of the faceless pirates appear, and they haven't heard Faceless will personally admit that this place is under his control, and some pirates even have gone even further as they believe that the faceless pirates wouldn't take revenge on them. And these people have certainly set an example and made more pirates out of control. But now that the faceless pirates are really here, the rumors have been confirmed, so if they don't run, all of them will die. The ferocious style of Faceless Will is so deeply imprinted in everyone's mind that they can't forget it even if they wanted to. He dared to kill Admiral Akainu in front of the entire navy, even if one of the 4 emperors stopped him. In an instant, only 3 or 2 ships of any size were left in the bustling harbor, and most of those who dared to stay were doing nothing, feeling as if they could gamble and try their luck. At this time, the 2 king's soldiers who can only hide in the dark and observe the pirates silently saw a look of surprise and excitement in each other's eyes, and what the king said was actually true. It had to be reported. They didn't hide anymore and started running like their butt was on fire in the direction of the palace. Obviously, even the people of his own country did not fully believe what King Riku said. Will stood at the bow of the ship and looked out over Dressrosa since he was revisiting the old place. But he always felt that something was wrong. It's because there were many pirate ships, and they all seemed to be fleeing away from him. Did something happen inside? Obviously, Will, who abducted someone else's daughter, has almost forgotten this place since this time. It was Violet, who was standing beside him and was a bit shy, and was also worried about what had happened to Dressrosa, and wondered if her father and the others were doing well and if they missed herself. The first time he saw this kind of expression on Violet's face, Will inevitably opened his mouth and comforted her. "Don't worry, nothing big will happen." Hearing him say this, Violet was immediately relieved, almost forgetting that now she was no longer a tool of Doflamingo, and the man beside her was one of the 4 emperors of the sea, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 282 A True King. As the watchman of the faceless pirate group, Violet could see more clearly than Will. The panicked expressions on the faces of those people were clearly visible, and some of them even used swords on the people around them, so the riot at the port could not be false. So why is that? Is there some major change in the kingdom that could threaten the lives of these people? Or is the navy coming to get them? It can't be because of us, right? Violet's eyes widened, as she was a member of the Faceless Pirates and had overlooked the fierce reputation of the man beside her, as if those guys had started the riot because the Avengers had come into view. So the answer is, they are scared? Violet sneaked a glance up at Will and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, the Avengers arrived at the port, and the pirates who escaped first were watching from afar, while the pirates who were a step behind were sweating and cursing their ancestor in their hearts for not giving their parents more legs so they can run faster, while also hoping that they would give up the sea road into the port before Will and the others arrived, so as not to ram the big shot. When the Avengers docked, Will was amused to see that all the ships were avoiding them, and a group of them even swung their rudder towards the pirate ship, preferring to die with the others rather than stay where they were for a second. This kind of treatment was not available to Will before he became the 4th Emperor, and although his fierce reputation was not smaller than it is now, the results before and after were very different, which is sad. So, amidst the obsequious flattery of the good pirates, Will and the others docked unimpeded from the crowded harbor, and when they looked back, the pirate ships were still desperately trying to escape. However, the consequence of not letting anyone out is that no one will get out first. In addition, Will also noticed that the pirate group that had deliberately rammed into the ship next to him had already started killing with that unlucky group, for crying out loud. Isn't this security too bad? How do I remember the last time I wasn't here? After disembarking from the ship, Nami muttered in confusion. The last time she was here, it was under Doflamingo jurisdiction, but there were not many guys who dared to start a fight, and she had never seen such an open battle before because those who dared to do so had already been eliminated by the Don Quixote family. Now without the Don Quixote family, how come Dressrosa is worse off? Also, where is the navy? Just as Will and the others were confused, the sound of a large number of footsteps came from the front. Violet began to use her stare fruit ability to check, and now it was her father with a group of guards walking quickly, surprise and apprehension clearly visible on their faces. It's my father who brought them here, he should have gotten the news and came over specially. Will nodded his head, although he didn't value this, but he had to say that having a king rush over to greet their arrival for the first time after receiving the news was still a great satisfaction to his vanity. It seems that he was right not to take the opportunity to occupy Dressrosa by force in the first place. King Riku is indeed a good man, and he is not at all subtle when it comes to bowing down. Because the expected bloodthirsty drama of being put on a pedestal was not born, so when King Riku almost ran all the way over, Will also responded with the corresponding respect, the tone of calm and affectionate, but contrary to his expectation, it instead made King Riku a bit breathlessly stunned. He just didn't think about it. The king of a country compared to the king of the whole sea, there is a gross shelf to put up. In fact, there are quite a few countries that have been wiped out by the 4 emperors over the years. And to put it bluntly, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, stole almost the whole of Dressrosa with just a few tricks. The good news is that Will just didn't turn the corner for a moment. It seems that the title of the 4th emperor is really more than just an indifferent title. You know that the newly freed King Riku was facing Will and others who defeated Doflamingo group and almost saved the whole of Dressrosa, but they all looked likable and friendly, and the probing, warning and inducing in their words were all complete old fox style. However, when Will became the 4th emperor, even a country's ruler like King Riku, who had weathered the storm, could hardly remain calm. Will, who had come to his senses, didn't think about it but turned around and asked about what they had been wondering about. At this question, King Riku became even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Violet reminded him in time, "Father, your daughter is now a member of the Faceless Pirate Group. So please tell us." King Riku subconsciously swept his gaze on his daughter and Will, whose status had changed drastically, with his long-suffering gaze before he sighed and explained as briefly and succinctly as possible what had happened during the time they had been away. After hearing this, Will, not to mention his daughter, couldn't help but take another look at the old king, who had been easily imprisoned by Doflamingo scheme. He was spurned by the whole country for so long, but his backbone was still not broken, and he still dared to make such a decision. At least the country is free of worries and can survive, but once you choose to break away from the country of no return, you can completely lose the last resort, and inadvertent even the country cannot be saved. It is fortunate that he has been able to bite the bullet with the help of just a broken flag, and has not even sent anyone over to ask for help. With a king like this, why not worry about a better life? King Riku has the intention to continue to borrow the name of the Faceless Pirate Group to shelter the entire country and turn falsehood into reality. Will also wants to include Dressrosa into his territory, which can be considered as an example to those countries that are also a member of the world government, to pave the way for future digging. The relationship between the two sides can be described as a perfect match. Violet looked at him expectantly. Will did not put on a high profile, but happily announced, "From this moment on, Dressrosa is my Faceless Will's territory." Chapter 283 A Great Tsunami. The pirates who remained in Dressrosa at this time basically received the news of the arrival of the faceless band of pirates, and countless pirates fretted. And then, their fears evolved into reality. When Will learned that so many pirates gathered here and started targeting the residents, his face was cold, and he was ready to sacrifice these ungrateful pirates to the King of Hell, which is also his first gift to the residents here. So, with his Hueco, and even the unwilling Redfield and others were dispatched to tidy up the remaining pirates. This time all the pirates who remained in Dressrosa were unlucky, facing Hueco and Redfield, which they couldn't resist. Not even a guy can take half a move of theirs. However, Redfield did not care what he did to the weak, so all of them were still intact. Compared to them, the pirates who ran into Perona, who had been holding back for a long time, or Baby 5, were unlucky. Either they were almost beaten into a sieve, or they broke their arms and legs. The worst thing was that this gothic Lily who had been held back for a long time had nowhere to vent her frustration, finally had her turn and stared hungrily at those unlucky pirates. And Viola. All of them were ashamed and felt inferior the moment Perona's negative ghost passed through them. They wanted to commit suicide but can't do it. So they could only kneel there while cursing themselves for being useless. It's really better to be killed than to live like that. But in this way, even some pirates who really didn't do anything were caught, but they didn't dare to say anything to the people of the Faceless Pirates. They could only yell at the pirates who committed the crime one by one. They very much hope that the Faceless Pirates will keep their promise and return them justice afterwards. These pirates hope that a pirate will give them justice. It is ridiculous enough no matter how you think of it. King Riku is commanding his army to arrest and distinguish between those pirates who broke the law. After all, Will himself is a pirate. It is impossible to knock everyone to death with one stick. As it turns out, the fake pirates like Luffy, who are actually adventurers and explorers, are actually still there. Everyone else had a mission, and Will is not idle either. He first came to the port to look around, and then directly summoned his infinity gauntlet. With the glow of one of the stones on his gauntlet, a large-scale sand-binding prison was formed to capture all the pirates crowded in the port. After clearing the shore of the port, Will naturally focused his attention on the pirates who were fleeing the country by ships of different sizes. And when those pirates who were on their ship witnessed Will capturing all 100 pirates in an instant, blood leaves their body as their faces all look pale. Even though they are already far away from the island, none of them feels relief as they know how monster the man is eyeing all of them. At this time, Will's voice echoed on all the pirates' ears. If you have done evil deeds in this country, come back now so that you can lighten your punishment, and those who have not done so can leave unharmed when the investigation is over. If you are not willing, your lives will not be guaranteed. Many heard it, yet a trace of struggle was all on their faces. In their view, even if Will is powerful, he is only one person. And no matter how fast he is, only those unlucky pirates will he can catch. So why go back to be judged if they have a 50% chance of escaping unscathed? When one ship after another completely ignored Will's last warning, those who were shaken could only panic and flee with everyone else. Will, who had been prepared for this, was not surprised at all. If these guys were so easy to talk to, they wouldn't have had the guts to do evil in a country with his flag. It just so happened that he was also missing some chickens to kill for those monkeys. So he stayed still. After a while, when all the ships were fleeing from the harbor and gradually moving away from the sea in different directions, they slowly put their hearts at ease. Ha! Even if you're one of the 4 emperors, you can only watch us leave. Ha ha, isn't it? This time we can go back and brag about it. I see, that guy's fierce name is all blackmail to spread, otherwise how could we come out unharmed? That's right, if I had known that, I would have brought that little sissy on board with me. I almost got it. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's all move forward. I have a feeling this isn't over. A few unlucky pirates will be caught, so let's run fast and not block the thunder for others. It's not that bad, There are dozens of ships running in separate directions. How many people can he catch up with until he becomes exhausted? But even though they said that they still made extra effort to distance themselves from the others. It's just that there may have been too many flags that were made after the robbery, so the change of heart came out of nowhere. Using the gravitational fruit, Will, who flew behind and above the ships at some point, is now looking at them coldly. I told you to run far away before doing anything, just because it's troublesome to rebuild the port. His right fist is stretched to the extreme like a bow, and the familiar white light that chills the body emerges again. And then slammed the punch. Ka-ching. The power of shock, the great tsunami. The air is shaking, the ocean floor is shaking, the water is shaking, the deck is shaking. Back. Tsunami. When the pirates who sensed something was wrong looked around, the 100-meter-high waves were like ancient sea beasts opening their fierce mouths to swallow everything up. Snap. This time, without the ice age of Aokiji, the huge tsunami directly swallowed the tiny ship in front of it. There are no bodies left. The pirates who were scared out of their wits but managed to escape the first wave of the tsunami were immediately terrified and desperate as the ancient sea beast opened its mouth once again. In just 2 waves of attacks, dozens of escaped pirate ships were completely buried at sea, without a single survivor. However, the tsunami that Will drew seemed to have not yet been released and continued to surge forward to vent his anger and dissatisfaction. In the face of such natural disasters, few people in the pirate world can survive. No matter where you go, a tsunami will directly break the enemy's heart, and the only thing you can do is pray for your body not to be eaten by the Sea King if it's still intact after it was hit by the raging tsunami. Chapter 284 Strangling my naive self with my own hands. Feeling the force of the counter shock just now, Will smiled wryly. Fortunately, he was able to strengthen himself with devil fruit, otherwise, he would have ended up like Whitebeard sooner or later. But now, the damage caused by this counter shock force to him is almost negligible. With such a comparison, he suddenly feels like he is a little bit better. After returning to Dressrosa, what he saw was the admiration and awe of the inhabitants, as well as the frightened and fearful eyes of the surviving pirates. It's hard for them not to notice that much noise. There were even many who saw what happened to those who escaped and immediately celebrated their choice, otherwise, they would have ended up like them. With Will blocking the harbor, blocking the only way to escape the country, the outcome for the remaining pirates was clear. The capture of too many pirates also led to the overcrowding of the Dressrosa cell, so they had no choice but to leave the pirates in groups in the square directly for the trial. The onlookers were even more delighted and applauded. During this time, they are more or less affected by these bastards' pirates' exploit. Will is not ready to intervene in how King Hueco will deal with these pirates in the end. With the emotional intelligence of the old king, he will naturally produce results that satisfy everyone. After Will and the others entered the palace to rest, the special banner of the faceless man wearing a golden glove in his right hand was directly placed in the most prominent place of the port, completely declaring the ownership of Dressrosa. This was Faceless Will's first action after becoming the 4th emperor, and the reporters stationed in Dressrosa were able to sort out what happened here almost as quickly as possible and immediately sent it to their headquarters. Whether it's the Yellow Sands prison that gave pirates nowhere to run or the tsunami that was enough to make people despair, it deserves to be the front page of the next issue of the newspaper. The world is watching again. And everyone thought that once Faceless Will started moving, he would never stop expanding by just taking up the next Dressrosa and that there would be something to watch next. At this time, the town where the A.O pirate group was located was severely damaged. When Ace, who had received the news, rushed to the scene, he saw that A.O, who had led the men to his rescue in the War of the Best, was lying in a pool of blood, and the A.O pirates, who had been one of the 43 subordinates of the Whitebeard pirates, had been wiped out. The whole town was as badly damaged as if it had been baptized by a storm, and at least about 6 innocent casualties were involved in the battle, making Ace, who had come a little late to see the tragedy of the place, clench his fists. In fact, the A.O pirates are not the first force to be wiped out. As early as after Whitebeard's death in the War of the Best, the Whitebeard pirates were dead in name. In desperation, everyone had no choice but to go their own way. The remnants of the Whitebeard, Marco, even launched frantic revenge on the Navy. The naval bases that were attacked by them in the New World are not counted. Later, when the Navy reacted to the attack by the Whitebeard pirates, Marco and the others dispersed again to harass the Navy, which made the Navy exhausted and involved a lot of energy. At this point, however, a man who called himself Whitebeard II was born, and with a strength equal to that of Whitebeard's youth, he began to purge the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. What is even more surprising is that this foolish-looking guy actually defeated a number of commanders of the Whitebeard pirates one after another, seemingly ready to crush them all one by one. For this bastard guy who attacked them under the banner of Whitebeard II and wanted to receive the legacy left by Whitebeard, Marco did not lose his calm when he was angry. He first quickly reintegrated the remaining commanders of the original Whitebeard. To avoid being attacked by the bastard one by one, he decisively temporarily gave up on continuing attacking the Navy but concentrated on trying to get rid of the bastard who made their pop's reputation in disgrace first. Ultra Whitebeard II' is strong, and he can defeat any commander one-on-one, without even focusing on Marco. But he was not strong enough to pick on a group of commanders, so under the order of his mom Miss Bakken, Whitebeard II' accepted the invitation of the world government to become the new 7 warlords of the sea with the help of his previous proud record. The 7 warlords of the sea, which had been in disarray, then began to sweep away the 43 forces that had been part of Whitebeard's band of pirates. Without Whitebeard's prestige, even Marco couldn't bring these forces together again, so he had to put out fires everywhere. But when the foolish but powerful Whitebeard II received intelligence support from the world government, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates could no longer hide their whereabouts, and the concentration of power also caused them to lose their flexibility of action, so they could not do anything about it as many of their brothers die one after another. This time it was because of the rescue call from the A.O pirate group, and fearing that the rescue would be delayed, Ace rushed over alone, leaving Marco and other large forces behind to come. It was a pity that he was still one step too late. Ace silently began to converge the corpses of his brothers, and the self-blame in his heart was even more intense. He often wondered if his old pops were still alive, no one who dared to target their pirates group like this. Even though Marco and others are always trying to convince him that it was their pop's choice, there was always a hurdle in Ace's heart that he couldn't get over and couldn't let go. When Luffy was still there, Ace still had some comfort in his heart, but when Luffy left to pursue his dream, Ace's heart was empty again. While he was staring out at the sea in a daze, waiting for Marco and the others to arrive, a strange ship appeared in his field of vision, and it seemed that the target was this town. Ace squinted his eyes subconsciously, and the flames in his hand flickered. He was in desperate need of some enemies to vent his anger, and it would be even better if it was the Whitebeard II who had caused the tragedy in this place. Closer, closer. Half of his body had been engulfed by the flames of revenge, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment Whitebeard died for him, he was no longer the same Ace. But when he got a good look at the visitor, the fire fist that had been stored up was cooled by liquid nitrogen and instantly extinguished without a trace. Sabo. Chapter 285 Brothers Reunited. Sabo. Ace's eyes widened as his voice trembled as he called the name that was stored on his heart. Although the appearance has changed a little from before, the friendly familiarity cannot be faked in any way. Ace quickly overlapped the person in front of him with the person in his mind. If Sabo was still alive, he would look like this, right? He was afraid that he was mistaken for someone else, that the mysterious guy in the cloak in front of him was just a guy who looked a little like Sabo. On the other hand, reason was telling him that Sabo was already dead, as he even witnessed it happening with his own eyes. And it wasn't just Ace who was disoriented, even Sabo, who had come a long way to look for Ace by listening to Will's casual words, was in a daze. Why did he just say my name? Did they meet before? What about this sense of closeness and familiarity that can't help but burst outward? Huh? Why am I crying? Who am I? Who is Ace? There seems to be one missing. By the way, who is Luffy? Wait, Luffy? Who is Luffy again? Wasn't Luffy Leader's son? Why do I know him? Ouch. My head hurts. Ah. Sabo slammed his hands over his head and the pain was so intense that his face was covered in a cold sweat for a moment. Koala, who was accompanying him, immediately crouched down and exclaimed in worried alarm, "What's the matter with you, Sabo? Sabo? Is he really called Sabo?" Disoriented, Ace was snapped out of reality by the shout, and then eagerly asked, "Sabo, is that you? Sabo?" After a dozen or so breaths, Sabo slowly stabilized, then stood back up amidst the nervous looks of Koala and Ace. "Ah, it's me, Ace." Bang. A big hug wraps Ace around hard. Still not recovering from the trance-inducing smile that Sabo had just shown him, Ace immediately hugged Sabo tightly, as if he was afraid that it was just a dream. "Is it really you? Sabo? It's really me. Aren't you dead? I saw it with my own eyes. It's a long story, I was lucky to be saved after the accident." The tears of the two men were as ugly and funny as if they had burst into tears, but no one laughed at them at this moment, and Koala even wiped her tears secretly. After a while, they finally recovered from the joy of seeing each other again after so many years, and Ace listened to Sabo's story about his experiences over the years. "After I was rescued by Luffy's father, I stayed in the Revolutionary Army due to my amnesia, until recently, after meeting with Faceless Will, that guy inexplicably asked me to come to you, and at the same time, there was a voice in my heart that told me to come, which made it possible for us brothers to meet, and allowed me to recover memory. After hearing this, Ace sighed. He didn't expect it to be like this. It's no wonder that Sabo hasn't come to him and Luffy for so many years. It turned out to be amnesia. What's more coincidental is that it was Luffy's father who served as a revolutionary leader who rescued Sabo. This is really a coincidence, or is it fate? But no matter what it is wonderful. But the question on Ace's mind was, Faceless Will? How did he know about our relationship? Did Luffy tell him that? I'm not sure, but if I see him again in the future, I'll have to thank him, otherwise me and Luffy won't know when we'll be together again. Indeed, if that brat Luffy knew you were still alive, he might be so happy that he might cry and pass out, haha. Don't keep talking about Luffy, you were crying too. I didn't, don't you dare say anything. Obviously, I couldn't help but cooperate with you because I saw you crying. Haha, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you've learned to say things you don't mean. Who didn't want to let go just now and almost strangled me, isn't it you? Bastard. I'm going to strangle you right now. Do you know how long you've caused me and Luffy to grieve? Help. Help. As she watched an irritated Ace playing with a playful-looking Sabo, Koala was stunned. She had joined the Revolutionary Army at the age of 13 and had grown up with Sabo, but she had never seen him smile like that before. While feeling happy for Sabo, Koala also worries that now that Sabo has recovered his memory, will he still stay in the Revolutionary Army? Sabo and Ace were so close, there was no guarantee that Sabo would not quit the Revolutionary Army and go to sea with Ace. While Koala was in deep thought, Sabo, who had begged for mercy before being spared, came over with a concerned face and waved his hand in front of the stunned Koala. What are you thinking about? Huh? I'm not thinking anything, but I didn't think you had a brother. Koala responded in panic, and was once again taken away by Sabo's unprecedented happy smile. He was so happy. Not one but two, the leader's son Luffy is also our brother, the three of us are brothers, the three of us drank sake that makes us brothers. At the thought of their idiot brother Luffy, whom he hadn't seen in years, Sabo immediately laughed. He can't wait to look for Luffy, and the idea of the three brothers reuniting after so many years is really exciting to think about. Apparently, Ace on the other hand was thinking the same thing, and Sabo's resurrection seemed to have redeemed his soul. For the first time since Whitebeard's death, Ace felt truly alive and wanted to continue living well. The naive self that wasn't consumed by the flames of vengeance also had the tendency to resurrect, and the empty heart was once again filled. Sabo and Luffy. The ASL pirate flag that once flew. It's good to have you guys. Brothers. The flame in his heart was rekindled with renewed vigor, and Ace danced around telling Saber about the things he had done since he went to sea. Sabo quietly listened to Ace's story about the wonderful life over the years, and there was some envy in his eyes. After all, becoming a pirate was once the common dream of the three brothers. Although life in the Revolutionary Army is also very good, and the people there are also very good to him, but the childhood dream that he once had was again remembered, inevitably still makes Sabo feel regret. And this change was seen by Koala. Chapter 286 Navy Admiral Pink Rabbit. Before Ace's bragging was finished, Marco and the others were already leading a huge fleet over. Sabo, my companions are here, and if they knew my brother wasn't dead, they'd be happy for 3 days with a banquet. Ace can't wait to introduce Sabo to Marco and the others, and although they're brothers, the A.O pirates are gone. To be honest, the remnants of their group that are still gathered after the death of Whitebeard have long since put life and death out of their minds. When it comes to grief, when it comes to celebration, the sprinkling of Whitebeard's band of pirates that remains hasn't changed. But Sabo didn't give him a clear answer, just smiled and didn't say anything. You're leaving? As worthy of being a brother who drank the bond of wine together, Ace guessed Sabo's thoughts with a frown on his brow. After all, I am the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, there are too many things I need to deal with, and this time sneaking out has been too capricious. I also want to see Luffy as soon as possible, so I'm afraid I won't be able to join you for a party. Sabo said this very frankly. Even if he remembered his childhood dream, he could not now give up everything in the Revolutionary Army, or that his becoming a pirate dream has now been replaced by overthrowing the Celestial Dragon rule. The most surprised and relieved about this was Koala, who of course wished that Sabo would stay in the Revolutionary Army instead of going to sea with his brother to become a pirate. After seeing the unshakable determination in Sabo's eyes, Ace was silent for a moment and then smiled in relief. No matter what you want to do, Luffy and I will always support you. Just don't die, that guy Luffy definitely can't take another hit. A true brother will never dictate his brother's life, he will only reach out and give you a hand when you are at your toughest or give you the most careless blessings when you are at your most glorious, and then quietly leave. Don't worry, I've died once and I cherish this life the most. I'm still waiting to see the day you and Luffy become the king of pirates. There will definitely be a day, it's just that right now I can't leave, or else I'll go with you to find Luffy. Ace was somewhat despondent, As much as he was looking forward to the day when the three brothers would be reunited, he really couldn't leave the safety of his companions behind at this critical juncture. "It's the same when I go to see you. Haven't you guys met before?" Ace nodded, then focused on Marco and the others who had already docked. "Go back, it's time for us to go. Sooner or later the three of us will be together again like when we were children. By the way, the identity of the Revolutionary Army is sensitive, so don't tell anyone." Of course, Ace knew the world government's fear of the Revolutionary Army. If he revealed his identity, he would undoubtedly harm Sabo, so he just took off his hat and took out a Viver card from it and gave it to Sabo. "You take this." Sabo took it with a smile. "I'll come to you when I have time, maybe I'll take Luffy with me." "I'll wait." Once again, the two fists collided, and then they went their separate ways once more, this time only to be reunited better the next time. Sabo left with Koala, and no one but Ace knew that the revolutionaries had been here. "It's just Whitebeard too?" Sabo, whose gaze was squinting, apparently had Ace's problem in mind, and when he was ready to go back, he would use the Revolutionary Army's huge intelligence network to find that person's trace. Although he chose the Revolutionary Army after recovering his memory, it didn't mean that he was oblivious to the difficulties that Ace and Luffy were facing. On the other hand, Ace also told Marco and the others about how he was late. Damn, still too late. No one blames Ace, he's fast enough, but it's hard to be passive when the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light. After silently collecting the corpses of their A.O. Pirates brothers, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates left the area in desperation. As he left, Marco asked a curious question. "When we were coming over, I thought I saw someone talking to you. Was it someone I knew? Why did he leave?" Ace smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "That's my brother." Marco and the others were stunned. Since their pops had died in battle, they hadn't seen such a relaxed smile from Ace for so long, so they all came to ask what was going on. There have been so many bad things lately that it would be nice to have something happy to celebrate to wash away their sadness. Then Ace talked about Sabo, as they walked away. At the same time, there was a special promotion ceremony going on at the naval headquarters. The monster-level powerhouses who were found through the world conscription were promoted to admiral by an exception, codenamed Green Bull. The other admiral's empty seat was taken by Pink Rabbit, who defeated the admiral alternate Topacake, and he became the new vice-admiral after that defeat. After the war, the Pink Rabbit chose to spend a month in solitary confinement and reappeared with a new strength, and the power of desire was so great that even the new fleet admiral Aokiji could not resist it completely. So the result of the battle between the two admiral alternates was self-evident, an immediate defeat, and almost made a fool of himself, losing face. So far, the new admiral was Yellow Ape, Green Bull, and Pink Rabbit, and the high end of the battle force was finally supplemented. And the return of Sengoku is the good news. Faceless Will, who had just secured the seat of the fourth emperor, had no intention of finding trouble with the navy, and seemed to be preparing to wage war with the other four emperors to seize territory. This is certainly the situation the navy would like to see now. For this reason, even several orders from the world government to annihilate the faceless pirates were rejected by Aokiji for various reasons. So much so that the new marshal, Aokiji, had an extremely bad impression in the eyes of the five elders, and if they had been able to find a replacement for him, they probably would have replaced him with someone more obedient. However, there was a problem with the production of Pluto, and Vegapunk's experiment with the multi-fruit ability also fell into a bottleneck. All points to the same guy. Plus, their lord's instructions. Under the extreme lack of cooperation from the navy, the five old elders decisively used the power of the world government to try to infiltrate the faceless pirates, looking for the weaknesses of the Faceless Will, ready to wipe him out. A well-woven net was spilled out by the world government, just waiting for the faceless pirates to fall into the net. If the plan doesn't work, maybe it's time for that red hair to come to the rescue? Chapter 287 Stealing Territory from the Four Emperors. A certain part of the sea, which used to belong to Whitebeard, has received an unwelcome visitor today. Boom. The big mom flag that was hoisted high was turned directly into ashes with this loud bang. Enemy attack. Not good. It is the ship of the fourth emperor Faceless Will. Quickly go and inform the minister that the faceless pirates are coming. Is this a war with mom? Ignoring the panic on the island, Will yawned grayly, then turned around and asked, "Who's coming?" Uchiha with a smile on his face got up and said, "In that case, let me, the vice captain, take the lead." Will nodded, and then gave him a flag that had been made long ago. "We'll come back for you later, and try to take down the four islands in this sea first today." Uchiha nodded his head, received the flag and flew straight into the air, heading for the chaotic islands in front of him. The Avengers didn't stop for a moment, heading directly to the next island. On the second island, Redfield disappeared from view. The third island was given to Kobe, who was eager to try it out. And the last island Will was ready to go out personally. It must be said that after reaching cooperation with the Revolutionary Army, the convenience they got in terms of intelligence was too great. How dare you? This is the territory of one of the 4 Emperor Big Mom. Do you want to die? Will, who flew directly over to the island, didn't bother to talk back to these fodder, and all the minions of Big Mom that was on the island only saw an arc of electricity flashing in Will's hand, and in a few seconds the pirate flag, the symbol of Big Mom, burned away in the blink of an eye. The pirates who stayed on the island immediately shouted have killed them. 1 minute later, the flag of the Faceless Pirate Group was hoisted high, and all the members of the Big Mom Pirate Group on the island were all thrown into the sea by Will to feed the sea beasts. The island, which didn't even have a decent minister, was taken over effortlessly. Perhaps the 34 islands with ministers around the Cake Island would be interesting, but the day of the tea party is near, and the ministers should be gathered on the Cake Island by now. Will subconsciously rubbed his chin, and then after announcing that there was a new owner of the place, he drifted away, leaving the original inhabitants of the place to look at each other with dismay. From Whitebeard to Big Mom to Faceless Will. They don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that they've changed forces one after another in a few months to occupy this place. More importantly, what will they pay in tribute this year? Faceless Will doesn't like sweets as much as Big Mom, does he? In 1 week, Will led his men to capture 21 islands like shopping and slicing. Most of the territory that was taken by Kaido and Big Mom after Whitebeard's death was taken by him again. Naturally, the reason it went so smoothly is that Kaido and Big Mom didn't leave many men behind in the original Whitebeard's territory. After all, they also had their own home bases to look after, and in the New World, the flag that symbolized them meant almost everything, and no one dared to offend them. However, all of this was ruined by the new 4th Emperor, Faceless Will, who was born out of nowhere. Even if they were there, Will may not be afraid, let alone with just a banner. Who would they scare? If you know that Luffy won't even give Big Mom and Kaido any respect in the future even if they are an emperor, how would Will, who was even more lawless and powerful than him, care? As a result, almost all of the territory originally belonging to Whitebeard was now taken over by Will, and it was only a matter of time before the remaining islands were taken back. But then the problem of manpower came up again in front of Will. To receive so much beaten down territory, there has to be someone to look after it, even if it's just for show. He then remembered Shield, which he left behind in the Sabati Islands, and it was time to bring them to the New World. I don't know if the old man is dead. On Cake Island, creepy chewing noises were frequent. Ah! It's going to be eaten. Don't eat me. Screams such as these echoed around the room, making it even more bizarre. This is the case. Faceless Will has swept away more than half of the forces on our side. The hard-sought territory formerly belonging to Whitebeard, most of them are gone, and not only us, the 100 Beasts Pirates group have also the same loss. A minister kneeling down on one knee reported to his mother the major events during this period while in a cold sweat, and the screams of Snack echoed in his ears. He felt even more horrified, and was afraid that the next one would be eaten. Is he? In other words, I can't eat so many delicious desserts anymore, can I? Her saliva dripped like sulfuric acid on the ground, and there were bursts of hissing noises in the empty room, and her eyes were red like evil spirits who just went to hell. The tremendous pressure between life and death made the minister immediately knelt to the ground. Please don't worry, Mother, even if we lose the source of the tribute, as long as Mother wants to eat, we will find a way to get it. Dead silence. Drops of sweat are falling. Just when his heart was about to stop, Big Mom's chewing voice sounded again. Forget it, Whitebeard's territory is just chicken feed, since that guy wants it, let's give it to him. The minister immediately looked up in disbelief. How could that be? Didn't you get it? The minister immediately lowered his head again and said, listen. I understand, but to just give up the extended sphere of influence to that person for nothing, is it really okay? Are you questioning my decision? No, absolutely not. Then do as I say and get off. Yes. Let Pudding come to me. The minister shuddered, then retired in horror. In a short while, a very apprehensive Charlotte Pudding came to Big Mom's face. With low self-esteem and never being valued, she had always regarded herself as a monster, and all the efforts she had made were to gain the trust of her mother, yet she had always been the daughter Big Mom hated most. Pudding, now I have a task for you. An important task that not even your sister, the mighty Smoothie, can accomplish. Big Mom opened her mouth in a gentle and joyous manner. Pudding immediately raised her head in surprise. Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely complete the task no matter how difficult it is. I will never let you down. Big Mom immediately laughed with joy. Very good, I'm sure you'll live Mom's trust. Your mission is? Pudding had a startled look on her face at first, then it slowly changed to one of determination. She may be the weakest of these children in terms of fighting ability, but if it comes to acting and deception, she won't lose to anyone. Faceless will, be a good boy and become our mother's puppet. Chapter 288. She got arrested again? Unknowingly, 152 years of the pirate's calendar has also passed. It has been more than 4 years since Will came to the pirate world. Among them, many things have been experienced, big and small, and his life is unexpected and fulfilling. During the journey to the Sabati Islands, Will made a special trip to Thor Island, where he mined a large number of thunderstones for batteries, but he couldn't find any of Dot's kindred even though he searched the entire island, making one wonder if Dot's birth was an accident, or if this race is on the verge of extinction or has migrated. However, if he can't find it, he can forget it. Anyway, its milk is its master, every day hiding in the great bosom of Nami and other girls to sleep, then wake up and drill out to find Will, its father, for his electricity milk. When they crossed the ocean floor and came back to Fisherman Island, they caused a great commotion. The last time Will came, he was just as 7 warlords of the sea, and this place was sheltered by the name of Whitebeard, and there was their boss Jinbai, who was also a 7 warlords of the sea, so it didn't make people feel afraid. However, this time around, Will has been transformed into one of the 4 emperor, and Whitebeard, who once sheltered Fisherman's Island, has died in battle, and the place has been handed over to Big Mom for protection by their boss Jinbai, who has lost his 7 warlords of the sea title, and must pay a large amount of dessert each time in exchange for this protection. What's more, in the eyes of the inhabitants of Fisherman's Island, the brutality of Faceless Will is no less than that of Big Mom, who is rumored to eat people regularly, which is very scary. When entering through the entrance, all the guards were frightened and wary of Will's gang, fearing that he might lead them on a killing spree, and as for registration, can they still care about it? Originally, Will was considering whether or not to include Fishman Island in his sheltered territory, but now he decided to forget about it. Being so wary of others makes it uncomfortable for anyone who changes. So it can be seen how difficult it is to be a good person, but it is easier to be a bad person. Will, resigned to his fate, and didn't plan to stay here long, he just wanted to see Barbara, and then leave. The thought that there is a shy mermaid that still knows what kind of person he really is, Will's depressed mood is a little better. Under the stares and shouts of countless pirates and locals who made way for the road, Will and his group walked very aggressively in the middle of the road, full of a bad guy atmosphere. The Mermaid Cafe of the diviner Shia Early was the target of their trip, but when they arrived at the store, they found that there was already a suspended business sign hanging there. Will was slightly surprised, then went to a nearby fruit store and asked in a friendly manner, "Uncle, do you know why this store is closed?" The older man shivered in fear but stumbled over his words so Will understood him. "Are you saying that someone attacked this coffee shop and kidnapped the waiters here?" The uncle nodded his head like crazy. Will did not expect the impact of the death of Whitebeard in battle would actually make those scum do such crazy actions. He did not bother to ask the king's army whether or not they do anything. If the store is still closed, that means that they failed to save those poor waiters, so there is no need to ask when the answer is already clear. What about the owner of the store? Shia. Shia Early blamed herself, and since that day, she closed the store and stayed at home and never came out again. Where does Shia Early live? Uncle hesitantly lowered his head. He was afraid that he would harm Shia Early if he said it, but he was also afraid that if he didn't say it, he would anger the person in front of him and lose his little life. Will naturally knew what he was worried about, so he didn't force him, and looked directly at Redfield. Redfield, who usually forbade himself to use his ability to spy on other people's memories, frowned unhappily, but still used his extreme trained observation hockey to extract the information Will wanted to know. When Redfield nodded his head, Will said thank you to the uncle and left. The man who had already prepared for the worst was stunned. Something doesn't seem to match the rumors. After turning 2 streets, the crowd followed Redfield, who was leading the way, to Shia Early's house. There was a knock at the door. "It's you?" Shia Early, who looked somewhat dejected, was surprised when she opened the door, then seemed to think of something and breathed a sigh of relief instead. "I went to your store and heard something." "I see, come in." As the only person who could divine with a crystal ball, Madame Shia Early had always been impressed with Will, not to mention that perhaps Barbara and Kami needed his help. Interrupting Madame Shia Early's idea to make tea for everyone, Will really wanted to know what had happened, and for Barbara, that cute mermaid who blushed at every turn, he really didn't want her to be hurt. And with Madame Shia Early narration, Will is also very helpless. After the death of Whitebeard, the Fishman's Island lost its shelter and fell back into great chaos. Batch after batch of pirates and slavers stared at this precious land and began to invade it in great numbers. The king's army was unable to stop these vicious bastards completely even though they suffered heavy casualties. In the end, if Jinbai hadn't decided to lead the Sun Pirates to join the forces of Big Mom in exchange for shelter, the island might have fallen into oblivion. However, just as the island was gradually returning to its old order, Barbara and the others, who had reopened their store, were being watched by the bad guys who wanted to do one last job. One day while Madame Shia Early was out shopping, the slave traders who had been lurking for days quickly grabbed Barbara and Kami, the two beautiful young mermaids, before anyone knew what was happening, and then successfully managed to escape. Madame Shia Early said very helplessly, as will also listen very helplessly. It is really unlucky enough to be born as a beautiful mermaid, especially when their country is not yet able to protect them from tragedy. Will, who was about to go to the Sabati Islands, would naturally not sit idly by. The last time he came to Fishman Island, Barbara brought a lot of interesting memories. Moreover, if you are familiar with the Celestial Dragon, they will definitely let their slaves live a little longer. However, if they dare to do something, he wouldn't mind turning the world upside down right now. Leave this matter to me. I hope those human traffickers are more greedy and they won't be so simple to take action. Shia Early, who could do nothing about this, could only see them off. And her original overpowered divination technique has also lost its effect on Will, but she has a hunch that this man will subvert the whole world sooner or later. Chapter 289 Fruit of the Target. The fourth Emperor Faceless will let his crew to leave. When this news came out, many people breathed a sigh of relief, and the king in the Dragon Palace, who felt he was facing an enemy ever since Will and the others arrived at Fishman Island, wiped off the cold sweat on his head. The Big Mom pirates who protect the Fishman Island could not be provoked, but it's the same for Faceless Will. So for him, it's good if nothing happens. Otherwise, he would have been ready to trade the remaining treasure in the Fisherman's Island treasury for his opponent's departure. Such is the woe of the weak. On the other hand, Will and the others, who had left the Fisherman's Island, were preparing to make a scene in the Sabati Islands, yet they were distracted by dozens of weapons rushing through the seawater. How strange, who would throw weapons in the sea? Just as Nami's voice trailed off, a long, rapidly shuttling blade pinned through the coating onto the deck of the Avenger, not knowing whether their marching group happened to be in the path of these weapons' attack, or whether they were released just to attack them. Will, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes and thought angrily, I'm not going to bother you, but since you are seeking your death, then I will fulfill your wish. Vanderdecken. Will, in a bad mood at the news of Barbara the Mermaid's capture, prepared to warm up before arriving in the Sabati Islands. Redfield, can you pinpoint the source? Redfield, who was leisurely sipping his black tea, put down his cup and took a look in the direction of the weapons being thrown, and then an invisible momentum exploded. Weapons. Sea current. Sea beast. Wrecks ships. Fishman. Found it, it's a fishman hiding in a huge wreck ship. This live radar of Redfield is really useful. The range of capture is definitely not smaller than the Inel who developed the special observation hockey he called Heartnet, otherwise, it would not be so fast to find Vanderdecken in the vast sea. Very well, then let us go and see how bold that fishman who dared to attack the ships of the four emperors. Vanderdecken, hiding in Noah and throwing weapons outside, doesn't know at this moment that he is in grave danger of offending an enemy whose anger he can't bear. As he repeated the same mechanical movements, he couldn't help but wear a demented expression, mumbling confusing words that didn't fit in with his previous ones. But if one gets close to him, one can hear such perverted words as Princess Shirahoshi, you are mine, and marry me. If he had not witnessed the miracle of summoning a Sea King at the age of 6 with a cry and verified that Shirahoshi was the legendary mermaid princess who could control Sea Kings that his first ancestors had been searching for years, he would not have stalked her for so many years with the power of the target fruit. He was going to take the power to turn the sea upside down into his own hands. He was convinced that unless the Dragon Palace could protect Princess Shirahoshi for the rest of her life and keep her out of his sight for the rest of her life, he would get his wish sooner or later. I have to say that his disgusting approach is really frustrating. He lasted nearly 10 years, which means that Shirahoshi hid in the hard shell tower for 10 whole years. The man who would stop at nothing to get what he wants is Vanderdecken 9. But everything will come to a successful conclusion today. For the Avenger is in place. Prepare the bathwater and I'll go squeeze that disgusting fishman in there. Yes, dear baby 5 covered her red cheeks in the great joy of being needed again and went to drain the bathwater. However, what they didn't know was that the so-called fishman was more afraid of seawater than they were. So in this leisurely and relaxed atmosphere, Will passed through the ship's coating and quickly entered the large wreck Noah, and his observation hockey also activated. Huh? He is not the only one? Will was a little surprised, then became indifferent and quickly went to the target location. So happy working together. Let's destroy Neptune's regime together and build a true kingdom of fishmen for our kind. I only want Princess Shirahoshi, I'm not interested in the rest. Jahahaha then it's a deal. Bomb. When Will destroyed the long-rotted walls of the ship and emerged, he saw a disgusting Vanderdecken and a laughing Hody Jones shaking hands together. What a coincidence indeed. A human. Human? That glove. You are. Without giving Hody Jones a chance to speak, the blinding thunder and lightning instantly spread to them through the seawater. The crackling sound lasted for tens of seconds, and only after all the nearby sea beasts had been roasted out of their flesh did Will stop discharging. And then look at Vanderdecken and Hody Jones. The two dead and charred corpses were floating there quietly. The two main culprits who would soon be making trouble in Fishman's Island had the misfortune to die inside the decaying Noah's Ark, and no one knew it. It was a home worthy of their villain status. Will stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the familiar devil fruit energy floated from the dead Vanderdecken body. It didn't take Will more than a few minutes to return to the Avengers with the target fruit, but he wasn't interested in the murderous drug with its side effects. Who takes drugs when there are devil fruits? It's done, let's go. No one asked what happened to the unlucky fishman, and the endless electricity that had just come out of the ship said it all. Only Baby Fives shyly came over and said that the bath water was ready. The first thing he saw when he entered the bathroom was a set of carefully folded clothes. In response, he couldn't help but sigh. A professional really can't be compared to an amateur. Just this care was different. Perona, who was serving several hostesses, sneezed several times in succession. Achoo, what's wrong? Is it a cold? Robin looked at her with concern. Although she was a maid on the ship, only that guy would really treat her as a maid. Robin and Nami, they always treated Perona as a sister. They saw Perona shake her head, put down the freshly cut fruit plate in her hand, and said helplessly, I guess some bastard is talking badly about me behind my back again. Robin and Nami looked at each other and laughed out loud in unison. Chapter 290 SHIELD. When the Avengers leapt out of the sea and arrived in the waters near the Sabeti Islands, all the parties were shocked, not understanding why Faceless Will, who had gone to the New World to become the new fourth emperor, suddenly appeared in the extremely sensitive Sabeti Islands. Didn't the Faceless Pirates take over territory in the New World from Kaido and Big Mom? Why did he come back all of a sudden? Is it due to defeat? Impossible. The previous news also said that the Faceless Pirates seized more than X Islands and beat the 100 Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Do you think Kaido hasn't shown up for so long? Could he be dead? I don't think so. Who could kill that man? That's a real immortal, even if it's Faceless Will, and no matter how powerful he is, he can't do it. It's hard to say. Recently the 100 Beasts Pirates have been laying low, unlike them. Maybe Kaido really can't make it? Who cares? Anyway, it's all an open and covert battle between the four emperors. It's not our turn to worry. That's right, hurry up and report it to the boss. All these years, except for the red-haired sheiks who secretly visited the Sabeti Islands, the other emperors have never set foot here again. Just because the location of the Sabeti Islands is too sensitive, the Holy Land where the Celestial Dragons live, Mary Ejos, is located at the top of the Red Line, and every day, Celestial Dragons go in and out of the Sabeti Islands, accompanied by world government personnel and stationed naval forces are countless. It took a mixture of forces, and a certain coincidental understanding, to make the Sabeti Islands what they are today. As long as they don't take the initiative to pick a fight, the Navy won't intervene no matter what they do on those islands in the lawless zone. The Celestial Dragon, on the other hand, are absolute taboos, and anyone who tries to challenge them will eventually die under the combined fury of the world government and Navy spewing out their fury. It was with this understanding that Sabeti Island was not destroyed in the war. And today, a guy that neither the Navy nor the world government could intimidate just showed up in a blaze of glory. If this guy is going to do something, it's not a matter of whether the taboo will be broken or not, but how many Celestial Dragons will die to satisfy him before he stops. The time that the Admiral and the Cypher Paul Agents Zero arrived was enough time for Faceless Will to kill all the dragons who were staying in the Sabeti Islands. In an instant, all forces from all sides became tense. One false move and the entire Sabeti Islands would be wiped out. And it was for this reason that Redshanks chose to keep a low profile and hide his identity when he had to appear in the Sabeti Islands for some reason. In short, with the Avenger docked at Port 13, the whole of the Sabeti Islands was in chaos because of his sudden appearance. First of all, I'll go to Shaki to get some information, and by the way, I'll see if that old guy really is dead. If he is dead, then the wine that was hard to collect won't be his share. After disembarking from the ship, Will explained the situation. Maybe this is the legendary Tsundeer. He is obviously curious about really current situation and brought him wine, but he was reluctant to admit it. Nami and the others, who knew the inside story, all had a faint smile on their faces. You don't have to go to Shaki to inquire about intelligence. Don't you leave a SHIELD organization? Why don't you go to them? That's right, then let's go find Shaki first, and then drop by there and wait for them to find us. As a man with the title Faceless, if you want a face, You lose. It's the same familiar place, the same familiar ripoff, the same familiar Shaki. When Will brought his crew over, Shaki, who was bored, was inside the store, smoking and reading the news. Yo, it's actually the new 4th Emperor who is famous on the sea. Lord Faceless Will is here. What a rare guest. Rare guest. Will's face turned vicious as he struck the desk hard and threatened. Since you know that, why are you not hurrying over to get the wine? Otherwise this black shop must be demolished today. As long as you pay, a store is nothing, just take it down. How much do you want? Not much, you just need to pay 100 billion bullets. TSK, we haven't seen each other for a long time, but your ripping off talent is still top notch. You're so good, my lovely little Will. You became the 4 emperors in a blink of an eye. The first time he saw the news, Rayleigh was laughing so hard that he drank all the wine in the store before stopping, which made me unable to open that day. When Will heard Shaky calling him that again, he was embarrassed, and immediately interrupted her next words, or else he might find a hole to hide due to embarrassment. Where did the old man go? Selling himself again? At this time, Nami and the others also lightly sat down and rested. When Will was being trained by Rayleigh, when they had nothing to do, they helped in this bar with Shaki and rip off many pirates together. Now when they recall it, they couldn't help but laugh. Shaki brought up a bottle of wine and poured a cup for Will before saying, Shanks came over here with the Straw Hat Gang and said he hoped Rayleigh could help train them. Will nodded his head as he drank his wine. He was not surprised at all. When Shanks asked him if he was willing to mentor Luffy, he knew that this job would still fall on Rayleigh. He just didn't know how long it would take for Luffy and the others to get out of their training with the large number of people training this time. Now that the plot has become a complete mess, it's unrealistic to expect Luffy and the others to make things right, but the good news is that Will is no longer prepared to follow the plot step by step, or rather, he was the plot's guide since a long time ago. Will was somewhat regretful that Rayleigh was not here, but that's not what he said. It's good that he is not here, or else my good wine will definitely be emptied. Shaki smiled without saying anything. By the way, I just came out of Fishman's Island. The mermaid I saved at the last auction seems to have been captured again. Does that Shaki have any information about this? Then you're asking the wrong person. Shaki looked at him with an odd expression. How so? Will's eyes suddenly flickered. Could it be that the backup he had left behind had grown up completely? Then he saw Shaki rolled out her eyes and faintly said, the SHIELD that you asked us to take care of is now a powerful force with no less than 50,000 people. So you might as well ask your guys that question later, and save yourself the trouble of blaming me for knocking you down a peg afterwards. Facing Shaki's slightly grumbling eyes, Will laughed twice in embarrassment. Chapter 291. Eating the Navy to death. When the director of SHIELD, the previous yellow hair now who became the bald director, who had joined the bald nationality, rushed to Shaki's bar with a few cadres, Will almost dared not recognize these people. He originally thought that Redfield outfits were not tasteful enough, and he wore very red and purple clothes every day, but his old temperament was barely suppressed. But what were these guys up to? They all dress like cheap cowboys in the nightclub, but everyone has a big bald head on top of their head, which makes one want to caress those shiny heads. Is it possible that the taste of the Sabati Islands is now centuries ahead of the rest of the world? Boss. Under the unanimous shouts of the bald director and others, Will held his tongue for a while before saying, Good, good. I can see that you guys have worked hard. Forced to endure his discomfort, Will walked over to the bald director and patted his smooth and beautiful marble leg. Saitama. I'm Nick Fury. He's Saitama. Have you forgotten? You changed our names before you left, and after that, we had a complete epiphany. Even when we fought, we were twice as enthusiastic as before. Will silently withdrew his hand and nodded. I named you, and I founded SHIELD. How could I forget? Well, not bad. Boss, when you sat on the throne as the 4th Emperor, we, your most loyal subordinates, really didn't know how happy we were. Another shiny egg excitedly spoke up. You're the one who? I'm Sun Wukong, boss. The Sun Fist that you asked me to develop before you left has been successfully trained, and if you don't believe me, I'll show you now. I know. Well, it's been hard on you guys. With great difficulty encouraging the strong-named baldy such as Ichigoku, Naruto, Vladimir, Gintama, Megatron, and so on, huh? It seems that something strange has gotten in. The cold sweat appeared on Will's forehead, and his heart was as tired as if he had fought with Kaido for 10 days and 10 nights. But who can blame him? He gave them a name on a whim, and he had to call it with tears in his eyes. Where are Orba and others? Will still remembers the first giant who served him, and no matter what, giants are always a reliable fighting force, just like when the world government would rather put on a big show with a certain fraudulent nun than absorb the giant's power into the navy. The others are waiting at the SHIELD base camp for you. Boss, and we've specifically come to welcome you. Will looked at Shaki with some helplessness, and Shaki with a smile on her face said, go, it's not too late to catch up with Rayleigh when he returns. Will nodded. The main purpose of his visit was to select a group of men to take to the New World. Naturally, he needed to show his face. But just as they were about to get up and leave, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded outside. Although Sengoku had reached a tacit understanding with him on this issue, everything was based on whether the Navy was on board or not, otherwise, he would not be blamed even if war started. SHIELD is on business, people stop. Fuck. Who thought of such a kick-ass opening statement? Aren't you afraid of a beating? Or because he was there, they didn't even care about the Navy anymore? Will was really shocked to hear how wild this fake Nick Fury and the others were as soon as they opened their mouths, and it's strange that they didn't get killed but developed instead. But the visitor was very careful and cautious and held back their anger even when they were offended. May I ask if the person in front is the fourth Emperor Faceless Will? Our fleet admiral would like to speak with you. Aokiji? Or is it the Sengoku? Such a formal name should be Aokiji, right? Bring it here. The Navy didn't dare to slow down and immediately took out the Denden Mushi. Will directly hooked his finger, and the Denden Mushi fell into his hand lightly. What do you want? As soon as he opened his mouth, Aokiji asked a straightforward question. Aokiji. Fleet Admiral? It's a little disconcerting to be called like that in cold blood. Now it's not what I want, but what you want me to do. Aokiji was slightly silent for a moment, then grasped the point and spoke. What happened? Wait a minute. A certain devil fruit on the Infinity Gauntlet glowed, and Will then said, don't bother, I've blocked the sound of you and I talking. Aokiji, who was about to ask Will to move to an empty place before continuing the conversation, froze for a moment. What happened to make you, the fourth emperor, suddenly appear in the Sabati Islands? You should know that this is not the place you should be. I can't help it, my people have been captured, so I personally make a run for it. Aokiji frowned, trying to think hard. He had issued and strictly forbid fighting with the faceless pirates in the near future. Was someone still forcing their hand against orders? And who was arrested? Why didn't he know that as a fleet admiral? If they are particularly important members, do they release them or not? If they release it, the Navy's authority will be greatly diminished. But if they don't, do you want to start another war? What a headache. Who is it? Which branch are they locked up in? Aokiji was ready to ask for clarification before making plans. Then Will's words left him completely speechless. It's a mermaid named Barbara, who was captured by a human trafficker on Fisherman's Island a while ago. Aokiji. That's it? Will didn't feel embarrassed at all. Just give me the person, I'll pretend nothing has happened, and leave quietly. How about it? A strange silence. I need to investigate, and I don't want to see any big news in the Sabati Islands until then, especially words related to the Celestial Dragon. Then you'd better move fast. If I find her first, I'm not sure I'll be able to control myself in the process of rescuing her. Are you threatening the Navy? No, it's for your sake. If something happens to those pigs, you'll be in big trouble, and you might not even be able to keep your position as Fleet Admiral, am I right? The Denden Mushi is silent again. The Tenryujin are both an anti-scalar and a death sentence, but they are also a weakness, enough to make the Navy frazzled and distracted. In the silence, Aokiji hung up the Denden Mushi, and then quickly sent out a series of instructions, as well as summoned two admirals, Pink Rabbit and Green Bull, to rush to the Sabati Islands to deal with the worst. If the Yellow Monkey hadn't been so far away in the New World at this time, he would have been the best choice to send, and he wouldn't have been very anxious for their new admirals to come out. Dare to threaten the Navy in this way, Will can be considered a precedent. Chapter 292 Pledge to follow the captain. In the eyes of Aokiji, it was just a trivial matter, but the entire Navy had to work for it. In a split second, an unknown number of human traffickers were arrested by the Navy on sight, even if they were the ones who had been raised by the Celestial Dragons to serve their nobility. At the same time, the fourth Emperor Faceless Will's comments about the Celestial Dragons being unfriendly had somehow spread, frightening these extremely desperate world nobles while yelling and fleeing frantically. After all, their names can scare 99.9% of the people in the world, but it just so happens that the four emperors are among the small group of people who don't care about them. Apart from Redshanks, who is partially involved with the world government and the dragons, whether it is the Whitebeard who has fought to the death at the naval headquarters or the Big Mim who has single-handedly challenged the entire Navy on several occasions or built up the nations, the Navy. The Celestial Dragon? Are they worth fearing? Why is Fisher Tiger admired by so many people as a miracle that cannot be copied? Wasn't it because he climbed up to the Red Line with his bare hands and not only freed the slaves there but also burned down the Holy Land Mary Ejos? Over the years, there have been many people who dared to take action against the Celestial Dragons, but they all ended up in a bad way. However, what about the recently famous Faceless Will? That was the man who dared to confront the Buddha's Sengoku and one of the 4 emperors during the War of the Best and cut off Red Dog's head without mercy. So the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons themselves, no one can afford to bet on whether Will is a madman or not, nor can they afford to. Other than being able to continue to scream and rage at the Navy for not sending someone to escort them, the celestial dragons can only stare at him. If Will wasn't ready yet to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, he would have already killed all the pigs here without talking nonsense. But now the whole of the Sabati Islands is in a state of panic, and many people who are afraid of this place becoming a big battlefield have started to run away. The only ones walking down the street with cheerful smiles on their faces are, needless to say, the members of SHIELD. Our own boss is so powerful that he can force the celestial dragons to retreat to the Red Line just by virtue of his name, and even the outsiders are proud of them. On the 15th island, this place has been run by the original Yellow Hair and others as a barber shop but has now become their general base camp. The name, SHIELD Headquarters. Kadri, Nick Fury, Saitama, Gaku, etc. If another Earthling crosses over at this time to hear about SHIELD and Gaku, these people would probably be scared to death. Will is a bit speechless sitting on that fake Nick Fury and others specially built for him. The word magnificent alone is no longer enough to describe the 1 in 10,000 items on the throne, condescendingly looking at the 180 SHIELD Kadris. Nick Fury, tell us how you've fared in the time since I left, and how many men you have now. Yes, boss. Call me Captain, we're a band of pirates, not a gang. Yes, Captain. Dozens of shining eggs in the front at the same time have a look of excitement, the sun shone on their bare heads shining a 7-colored light, making Will close his eyes from brightness. Well, what he thought was all an exaggerated depiction of his brain. The real scenario is that the SHIELD Kadris were thrilled as soon as they heard that Will had officially recognized their identity as his crew. No matter how well you hang out in the Sabati Islands, you can't match the status of the 4 Emperor. And there is the Navy, after all, the world government and the celestial dragon who was in control, although this period of time they had been deliberately avoiding meeting with the celestial dragons, but there are still many of their members who got shot or directly captured as slaves. They kept in mind what Will said before he left, and they kept tolerating it all the time. There were several crises of annihilation that they had to rely on Rayleigh's presence to beat back those enemies they could not handle. If it wasn't for the fact that Will's reputation had gone up like a rocket since the start of the War of the Best, so much so that those guys chose to leave things alone immediately after hearing that their SHIELD was a subordinate power of the Faceless Pirates, they would have probably been lost in the long history, and would never have seen Will visit the Sabati Islands again. Nick Fury and the others have made up their minds to follow Will out to sea, even if it means giving up the great situation they created in the Sabati Islands. As they wept, Will felt his brain hurt. Shut up. If you cry again, I'll throw you out. He can only use this tone to deal with these guys. Sure enough, Nick Fury and others were frightened at once, but there was an endless sense of security in their hearts. To sum it up. So amidst Will's impatient look, Nick Fury began to speak in a matter-of-fact manner, which made his brain hurt again, which had only just subsided. Get to the point. Yes. As of now, our SHIELD has grown to 50,000 official members and 30,000 outside reserves, distributed in all islands of the Sabati archipelago, weaving a powerful intelligence network that is sufficient to maintain the organization's daily activities by selling information every day. No wonder Shaki's tone was so strange, it seems that they had already monopolized the sale of information in the Sabati Islands. The fact that it wasn't uprooted by those jealous guys proves that Rayleigh is really on board. Looks like I'll have to save some good wine for the old guy before I leave this time. Okay, that's the report. Old. Captain. Will immediately gave Nick Fury a speechless stare. Am I old? But he was too lazy to bother with these jokers, or he would have been killed alive. This time I came back to prepare to bring a group of people to the New World. You should have heard that I stole a lot of territory from Kaido and Big Mom in the New World, so those who are willing to come with me, the statistics will be done in the next few days, and those who are not willing to leave will stay here to continue to bring SHIELD to glory. Pledge to follow the captain. We would like to go with you. I knew you hadn't forgotten us. Haha, I've had enough of this peace and quiet, let the storm come more fiercely. New World, I'm here. As soon as Will's voice fell, hundreds of cadres standing below began to express their loyalty in great excitement, and by the looks of it, they could not wait to leave now. Nick Fury immediately got down on one knee, and said, Please don't worry, Captain, I will count them out as fast as possible. Very well, there is one more thing for you to do besides that, and it will be prioritized before that. In an instant, the entire hall was murderous. Chapter 293 New Member Bartolomeo. Will is very satisfied with the attitude of the people in front of him, regardless of whether they are sincere or not, and regardless of how many nails may be planted by other forces inside these people, as long as they can do the things they have to explain to him. What's the saying? A spy from an enemy side will work harder than your own men, because they are more desperate to gain your trust. Will wouldn't mind making good use of these spies later on when he finds them. So next, Will told the story of Barbara being taken away by human traffickers again and then asked Nick Fury and others to find her as quickly as possible. The slaves who were rescued by Will obviously still have some impressions of the poor and helpless mermaid at the beginning, but they don't know what she is called. Now, listening to their captain and his order of such a small matter, Nick Fury immediately patted his chest to make sure as long as they are still in the Sabati Islands, they will find her within 2 days. 2 days is in fact long, but Nick Fury is mainly afraid of what happens unexpectedly, resulting in an unfavorable impression. With the Navy and SHIELD double insurance, Will felt that this wave has been stable unless Barbara has been sold to those pigs as a slave, otherwise, her rescue has been a matter of course. Next, the Faceless Pirates and SHIELD had a special cocktail party. The biggest advantage of being a cadre is that you can make the people underneath break their legs by moving their mouths. Just like Will instructed them, they just need to instruct things layer by layer through their own channels and then wait for the news. The next day, before Barbara's news, Nick Fury came to report something else first. Captain, there are now a large number of pirates gathered outside the headquarters, all of them wanting to join us, you see. Will didn't feel surprised in the least, he just nodded his head and said calmly, "You're the head of the place, tell me, are there any talents out there worth meeting?" "Well, most of them are just cannon fodder pirates, and I'm sure you don't like them either, Captain. But this year's super rookie, the cannibal Bartolomeo, has a bounty of 150 million belly and is so strong that almost no one can do him any harm during his stay in the Sabati Islands. And from what I hear, this man is also the president of that Sabati Island Faceless Fan Club. So, would you like to meet him?" "Huh? What's that?" Will was suddenly stunned. The guy who ate the barrier fruit, wasn't he a fan of the Straw Hat Pirates? How did he become the president of his own fan club? And what the heck is that Faceless Fan Club? Is this forcing him to follow Cavendish's example and become an icon? Perhaps the amount of information he heard from Nick Fury was so great that Will didn't even know where to start spouting off for a while. But then again, since he came to this world he's almost stolen all the limelight from the Straw Hat Pirates, and has done so many great things in addition. So it seems that Bartolomeo has some vision. The barrier fruit's defensive power can be described as perverted. With this barrier person, the responsibility of protecting Sugar, Snowball and the others can be handed over to him, and incidentally, it can also free up Uncle Ishio combat power. As for Will himself, he wasn't very fond of this devil fruit, not to mention that he was too passive in battle. So Will nodded and asked Nick Fury to bring him in. Soon, Bartolomeo, with a meadow on his head, walked in with an incredibly excited and shy, pilgrim-like expression. "Oh, God. It's really you. I never thought I'd be able to meet Lord Will in my lifetime. I. Snapping sound. Bartolomeo, who was a little overly excited, was so excited that before he could finish his word he fainted with a look of incomparable happiness on his face. He really deserves to be the #1 fanboy in the entire pirate world. Will immediately covered his head at the sight of this, if not for knowing in advance that this guy is usually very reliable, and will only get sick when he sees his idol. He will definitely shoot out an electromagnetic cannon to this guy. Wake him up. At this moment Nick Fury has also a face of depression and frustration and couldn't help but think, how did I recommend such a guy? After a large bucket of scalding hot water was poured on his face, Bartolomeo jumped up with a scream of happiness. "It's hot. It's hot. Your name is Bartolomeo, right? Do you want to join my crew?" Bartolomeo, whose face was red hot, immediately woke up at the news, then looked in Will's direction with a shy face and stumbled, Yes. Yes. I have admired Lord Will for a long time and I can recite every single one of your deeds, so please make sure to let me join." Will stroked his chin. It's actually not bad to have such a fan brother to join, at least the loyalty is full of points. The only thing that is regrettable is that a fan brother is not as relaxing as a fangirl. The only thing that is regrettable is that the fan club is not as comfortable as the fangirl. But anyway, from now on you are a member of the Faceless Pirate group, don't let me down. Bartolomeo, who had been a little lost and anxious when he heard the first half of the sentence, immediately jumped up in excitement when he heard the words that followed. Really? Am I from now a member of the Great Faceless Band of Pirates? It's like a dream. Well, by the way, on your way out, fight those pirates blocking the entrance, and let me see your strength. Yes, Lord. Captain. Bartolomeo almost passed out again from happiness just by uttering the word captain, And when he walked out the door, his face was still flushed with joy and happiness. Chapter 294. From now on, my rules will be followed here. Impact barrier. Boom. The pirates blocking the entrance to SHIELD's headquarters were suddenly beaten to a pulp. As a super rookie with a bounty of 150 million belly, and the only pirate to be named a super rookie this year, Bartolomeo had no problem taking on a few hundred cannon fodder pirates all by himself. What's more, the barrier fruits are really too rogue in terms of defense, putting them on the attack can't even do to break his defense, directly making Bartolomeo invincible against these cannon fodder pirates. In a short while, the fineness of the pirates blocking the door has been verified, and there is indeed no second talent worthy of taking under their wing. When these pirates all walked away with swollen noses and swollen faces, Bartolomeo, who was still smiling and unscathed, gained a lot of fame, and the news that he was accepted by the Fourth Emperor's Faceless will spread instantly, and will be one of the focuses of attention of many powers in the future. At this point, Nick Fury, who recommended Bartolomeo to Will, breathed a sigh of relief, and now that reliable impression score should be added back. It was only in the afternoon that the SHIELD people, who had punched their bags to get information, came back one after another. And it brought two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news, of course, is that Barbara has been found, locked up in an auction dungeon, waiting to be sold for a good price along with other goods. The bad news is that the auction has just ended, and Barbara has been auctioned off by a celestial dragon steward and is on her way to the Red Line. Although the celestial dragons had retreated back to the Red Line for their own safety, they had too many dogs that allowed them to accomplish anything without leaving home, and in the end, they were the masters of this world. At this time, the Navy also came to the same news. Persuade Will not to act rashly. The Navy has sent people to intercept it. The auction is over before we find her. It seems that the people behind those auctions are very fishy. Will said to himself, not to blame Nick Fury and the others unfavorably, but he also knows that the matter of such a sensitive resource as slaves, some people must not tell the truth. You know that a female mermaid's starting price alone was over 70 million blas, and the final sale price was never less than 100 million blas. In other words, it may be that the bounty obtained by killing a new rookie like Bartolomeo is not as good as a female mermaid who is too weak to resist. Who would give up such a large profit for nothing? And it's already sold, so they are not responsible for the auction anymore. Yes, go find the buyer. The corner of Will's mouth tugged out in a sneer at these twists and turns. I'm going to rescue her. And before I come back, sort out all the forces that are still trading on human beings. Remember, I want all of them to disappear. Captain, are you thinking? Nick Fury was terrified. If it's what he was thinking, then the Sabati Island would really have to be reshuffled, and he wondered how many people would jump overboard and kill themselves. However, that's what Will wanted, and he was going to make a lot of noise before he left the Sabati Islands. I believe that as long as he doesn't take the initiative against the Celestial Dragons, the Navy won't be completely torn apart and start an all-out war on them. And what he is going to do is something that the self-proclaimed righteous navies want to do, but don't dare to do, so even if there is an order from the higher-ups, the navies below, which have not been corrupted by power, will do nothing. Think of how Fisher Tiger managed to escape with so many slaves in the first place and you'll understand. That's why Will has been so lenient on the Navy. There can be good guys among the bad guys, and bad guys among the good guys, and killing a ship with one blow is the stupidest thing to do. Transformed into a thunderbolt, Will quickly disappeared from everyone's view. Although the Navy kindly persuaded him. His name and title will not be Faceless Will if he listened to them. Soon, Will's worries became a reality. When he came to the top of the crowd, the contrast between the arrogant slave trader, the nose-faced celestial dragon steward, and the ugly-looking but helpless vice admiral formed a sharp contrast. Stop. Navy check. Check? What a joke. This batch of cargo was called for by His Royal Highness Charlos. If it's been delayed, can you bear this responsibility? Hurry up. You are just a group of dogs raised by your highness. If you have this time, why don't you catch a few more pirates, and you dare to stop in front of me, the loyal butler of the respected celestial dragon? Being pointed at and scolded, these navies almost exploded, but still didn't dare to say anything back, so they could only swallow their anger and say, we received a tip-off that there was a female mermaid in this shipment, so hand her over to us, and your excellency can leave at any time, and as for the follow-up, Fleet Admiral Aokiji will give those adults an explanation. Huh? Fleet Admiral Aokiji? Oh yo, I'm so scared yo. Humphrey. Do you know how many berries His Highness paid to buy this female mermaid? I'm taking her away today, and I'll see who dares to stop me. On this point, the Navy will make up for the loss of His Highness. Hey, compensate. Beautifully said. Your Navy's military expenses are paid by your Highnesses, and you are really financially minded to take their money and return it to your highnesses." The Navy was red-faced from the damage and was about to say something else, but the steward pulled out a musket and put it directly on his head. "Get out of my way. I'm only going to count to 3, so take your people and get out of here right now. 3, 2, 1. The familiar sound of a gunshot did not come as the Navy man gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, waiting to die. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was the arrogant and unstoppable steward falling to the ground with his eyes wide open and a hole in his forehead and on the ground. "I gave you a chance, and now it seems that the Navy is not working at all, so from now on, the entire Sabati Islands will follow my rules." "Wait a minute." A sharp desert blade. For a moment, all the slavers present froze. Then there was the grunt of heads hitting the ground, not giving the Navy a chance to stop him. "Tell Aokiji that if he wants to stop me, he'd better send more men over." After speaking, Will shattered the airtight cage of the carriage with a single punch. A familiar tiny figure shivering helplessly in a fish tank appeared. Chapter 295 Don't Underestimate Naval Justice. Lord Will. Barbara, who had been in utter despair, saw the figure she had been pining for day and night as if in a dream, after the cage that had trapped her was broken. After she was captured by human traffickers again, she had fantasized more than once whether her Lord Will would come to her rescue this time on a colorful clouds, and even the heartbroken Kami was enlightened countless times with such hopes she knew were impossible. But it was really just an extravagant hope. Since she knew that Will was busy competing with the other emperors for influence, so how could he appear here? However, when the miracle did occur, Barbara's eyes suddenly moistened, and then after she was sure that the figure in front of her was really Will, and that Will had really come to rescue her, she jumped out of the fish tank in an impatient mood and hugged Will tightly and began to cry, just like a lost child who had finally found her worried parent. "Wah!" Barbara crying resounded in a silent place. And Will, just now who was very overbearing and had an indifferent face full of majesty, suddenly softened as he became helpless and funny at the same time. All right, don't cry." Will on his side is patting Barbara's back to ease her, and as a result, Kami, who is in another fish tank over there, also jumped over with a cry as if she had seen a relative. "Sister didn't lie to me, Lord Will really came to save us, woo." The other slaves were still in a foggy state, but the performance of the two mermaids, Barbara and Kami, was enough to tell them they had been saved. "It's Lord Faceless Will. Faceless Lord Will of the Four Emperors. Lord Will, please save us and take us with you." The remaining 7 or 8 slaves all shouted in excitement as if they had seen a savior. Without him, with explosive collars on their necks, if they escape like this, it is almost impossible to escape, and if they are caught back, they will face a more miserable end. And if Will, as the 4th emperor, was willing to give them a way out, even the celestial dragons would have some worries if they wanted to settle the score. What's more, this lord was obviously here to save the 2 female mermaids, and it obviously didn't matter if they lived or died. Will comforted the 2 crybaby mermaids while looking at them, who were filled with apprehension. They were silent for a while before they said this without beginning or end. "After today, the slave trade in the Sabati Islands will be a thing of the past, so you can all leave after I disarm the explosion collars later." "Huh? What?" Before the slaves in front of him reacted, the Vice Admiral had a bad premonition, and then he thought about what Will had said before. Did he want to? "Are you still not leaving?" The Vice Admiral bit his teeth and said, "I'll report it to Fleet Admiral Aokiji." "Do as you wish." The Vice Admiral stopped talking and took a look at Will and deluded slaves, then honestly shut his mouth and left. "Vice Admiral, that man isn't going to." Away from the terrifying 4th Emperor who made people's hair stand on end, his second-in-command immediately asked hesitantly. "Don't talk nonsense, it's not something we can speculate on." "Then, do we really have to report it to Fleet Admiral Aokiji? Those celestial dragons probably won't let it go, right?" He was obviously a man with a strong sense of justice, and he had long abhorred the slave trade in the Sabati Island ever since he had changed guard, and now that the big shot had the intention of uprooting the cancer, he really didn't want to stop him, nor did he want his comrades to die in vain in such a matter. Then he heard Vice Admiral Momonga, whom he had always admired, say with an indifferent look on his face, "Failure to report is a serious crime, and this matter must be referred to His Excellency the Fleet Admiral for a decision." His adjutant's face darkened for a moment. "I said I would report it to the Fleet Admiral and I will do so. But I don't make promises about when I'm going to report. If he can delay this for a little while, he plans to do his best." Vice Admiral Momonga. At this time, Aokiji, who was sitting in the headquarters, made a disturbing contact. "How is it going? Did people stop it?" Vice Admiral Momonga directly omitted the whole process and said only the result. "They have been taken away by Faceless Will, but he killed a few slavers and a celestial dragon steward to vent his anger before he left." After hearing this result, Aokiji's uneasy mood relaxed a little, although the death of a person is also quite troublesome, but a group of human traffickers and a guy who thought he was actually a dog is dead as well. So even if those celestial dragons made a move, its noise is not too big. That's it then, let me handle the rest. Pay attention to that person's movements. As soon as there is any movement, immediately notify me. The two admirals Pink Rabbit and Green Bull are already on their way there. After hanging up the Den Mushi. Well, hurry back, notify the bases to rehearse, and at the same time all the insulated Den Mushi are placed out, and when it's over if the top brass asked, say that the warehouse was looted by the faceless pirate group, and the rest of the responsibility I bear. Let's see what that person can do. With this silent protest, they will tell the world's aristocrats that the Navy is not your dog. On the other hand, Will, who casually and violently dismantled the exploding colors of all the slaves, apparently did not know that Vice Admiral Momonga and others, who had just suffered great humiliation in front of those human traffickers and dogs, had resolutely chosen to help him without moving a muscle. Although he didn't care if the Navy would send admirals to stop him, it was clear that Vice Admiral Momonga and others in the Navy were carrying out true justice. You can all go. There is no peace destined for the Sabati Islands today. If you want to escape, flee far away. My lord, we want to join your forces. Several of the rescued slaves really wanted to hug Will's thighs, the four emperor's thigh, but unfortunately, he had already taken enough fish from Shield this time, and was not in the mood to play this kind of trick to win people's hearts again. So he refused without hesitation, opened a door in the air and left with a sobbing Barbara and Kami. The others looked at each other and immediately remained silent as they prepared to find a boat and flee the area, and since the Lord had said so, it must be even more dangerous to stay here. It was already a pleasant surprise to be rescued by an accident this time, so how dare they ask for more? Most importantly, they can't afford to mess with that big shot. Chapter 296 Striping his Vice Admiral position. Alright, don't cry, I'll vent your anger later. After returning to Shield headquarters with Barbara and Kami, Will saw that they hadn't come down from the huge transition from hell to heaven and had to comfort them, then threw them to Nami and the others. Nami and the others, who were very fond of these two lovely mermaids, immediately took them away as if they were children. Before leaving, Barbara didn't forget to look back at Will with the pitiful eyes of an abandoned wounded beast. Will, who saved her from the abyss of hell twice in a row, was like a god to her. Barbara and Kami were still taken into the room by Nami and the others, as Will had more important things to do. At this moment he seems to be suffering from Luffy's terminal disease that will make him uncomfortable if he doesn't cause trouble. While waiting, Will expected the Navy's will send a Den Mushi, but it did not come. It seemed that everything was still calm and peaceful, except for the few remaining naval bases stationed in the Sabati Islands that inexplicably started drills inside the bases, which made Will, who was waiting to make things a little bigger, a little confused. Did the Navy choose to give up on defending the interests of the world's nobles? The Navy's annual military spending is astronomical, and without world government funding, the Navy would be in the doldrums, which is why those pigs are always calling for the Navy to protect them like dogs. If they were to secede from the world government, who would feed the Navy? As for the other little reason, it's mostly from scruples, right? Scruples about the secrets held in the hands of the celestial dragons. When Nick Fury handed over the information they had compiled as quickly as possible to Will, a battle that would be called the front end of the celestial dragon destruction began. With Uchiha, Redfield, Kobe, and newcomer Bartolomeo, along with an army of Shield, began to ignore any consultation and, in the most violent manner possible, began to purge the Sabati Islands of the forces involved in the slave trade. Although some forces had hoarded a good amount of battle power and had already taken measures to deal with this situation, how could the ordinary people among these powerful people stop Will and the others from crushing them? But all those who stubbornly resist will end up with lightning punishment. Just when the guys who thought they had a big man behind them who could protect them were anxiously taking out their Den Mushi, they realized that their Den Mushi waves were not going out at all. It occurred to them that this must be the faceless pirates trying to kill everyone, and that's why they set up the means to shield the Den Mushi. How could they, disillusioned as they were, have imagined that this follow-up would be the work of those stupid navies who had to look over their shoulders in their day-to-day lives? This day is destined to be a bloodbath. Ah! You can't kill me. Behind me is... Ah! How dare you actively provoke your highnesses the celestial dragons? Are the faceless pirates trying to stage another war? I want to see the fourth emperor's faceless will, and you ordinary people have no right to do that to me. Why hasn't the Navy come over yet? The Navy that was stationed here before has all withdrawn, saying they are going out to sea to practice. Those bastards, if I live I'm going to report it to your highnesses and drastically cut the funding for these idiots. Hold on, just hold on, your highnesses will move to the rescue. Operation Trash Cleanup is taking place island by island, and Vice Admiral single-minded action has resulted in a loss of most means of communication between the various islands of the Sabati archipelago, buying a great deal of time for the operation. The purposeful sweeping activities did not give those greedy guys a chance to move their property, and all the valuable items from the auction were also seized by the faceless pirate group. When a dog that can't defend its owner's property can only choose to flee in disgrace, its fate is already predetermined. No, it may die a more miserable death if it returns to its original owner. All he had to do now was to grab the time to pull out all these tumors before the Navy got annoyed and sent someone to stomp on them. Speed up the pace, avoid unnecessary disputes. Today I will wipe out all the unlawful areas of the Sabati Islands from 1 to 29, and let the world see that there is nothing we dare not do in this world. Oh. Will's mobilization was very successful, with 70,000 SHIELD members and a smile on their faces. It would be easy to say that they were crushing them. When they had broken through most of the forces like a bamboo tree, the two admirals whose naval cloaks were dancing in the wind behind them finally arrived. It's about time. Vice Admiral Momonga, who had been sunning himself in the waters near the Sabati Islands, mumbled to himself as soon as he saw the warships of Pink Rabbit and Green Bull in view. Then he grimly pulled out his Den Mushi and connected with Fleet Admiral Aokiji. I don't know what the two of them said in this conversation, but they saw that Vice Admiral Momonga, who hung up the Den Mushi, directly reached out his hands to his adjutant with an unchanged look. Cuff me, and you will follow the orders of the two admirals on my behalf for the rest of the day. Vice Admiral. The adjutant and several Navy officers who knew about the delay all had their anxiety written on their faces. How can Vice Admiral Momonga be punished for delaying the plane when it was clearly a group of us who did not know about it? Yes, cuff me too. What the hell, Navy? I don't want to do it anymore. Count me in. My mom made me come to the Navy to be a dog for those nobles. In the next second, in the midst of all the excitement, Vice Admiral Momonga's face, which had not changed since he was temporarily stripped of his Vice Admiral duties by the Fleet Admiral Aokiji and returned to Marienbad for trial, turned extremely pale because of these unworthy men. Nonsense. What the Fleet Admiral did was perfectly in line with naval regulations, and mistakes should be admitted. I don't have any of you soldiers yelling all the time to go home. So if you don't want to be in the Navy anymore, get the hell out of here. Momonga's scolding immediately silences all the Navy present at once, and then he took the handcuffs off himself and locked himself up in front of their shameful eyes, and strode on his own accord and with a straight face to the cell. In the end, these henchmen of his could only watch in silence as their Vice Admiral imprisoned himself. Faceless Will, you must stand up to the pressure, don't let Vice Admiral Momonga justice go down the drain. The deputy thought as he looked complexly in the direction from which they came. Chapter 297 Admiral Green Bull. Just received information that Faceless Will seems to be preparing to completely cleanse the slave trade in the Sabati Islands. Not preparing, but already doing it. Rage, despair, killing. The dark cloud of desire has completely enveloped the front. Giant said expressionless, not having any psychological turmoil about the man they would have to deal with next, who was already a true goddess of desire after tackling the last major hurdle of lust. For her at the moment, perhaps a hint of a desire to stir up the other person's desire is all that is needed. Yeah, well, we might as well wait until those guys are all dead before we go over there. I love staying with my pretty sister. A handsome uncle whose real age was unknown, but who looked to be in his mid-30s, spoke freely, and it was the monster-level strongman who had broken through the world conscription, the Green Bull Admiral. Rumor has it that he hasn't eaten in 3 years now. A guy that even Giant, who was promoted to admiral position after gaining so much strength, finds it tricky. Fleet Admiral Aokiji's orders are to stop faceless pirates from continuing their destruction of the Sabati Islands, so that kind of joke is better left unsaid. That's what I really mean, just let those nobles die. Green Bull muttered in a low voice, but it was more like he was deliberately saying it to the others, making the surrounding naval forces all turn black and very embarrassed. When the righteousness of their heart and the orders they receive go against each other, almost no one can get both the fish and the bear's paw. Add to that a seemingly untrustworthy officer, and what could they do? They are desperate too. It's better to forget about it. Captain. A navy is coming. Finally. Will narrowed his eyes to the sea. A few warships were docking to Island 6. Don't worry about them, speed up the speed. Yes. Will is determined to slap those pigs this time, and it's not good for anyone to disturb his plan. As soon as the air door opened, Will disappeared directly into everyone's view. The moment he stepped out, the air instantly froze. Will didn't expect Giant to be sent by Aokiji, and it seemed that Giant was stunned by Will's sudden appearance, but immediately returned to indifference. TSK, TSK, TSK. This strange way of appearing, the mechanical golden gloves that seem to be able to use many kinds of devil fruits on hands. All of them are exactly the same as the report. All exactly as stated in the report. You are the fourth Emperor Faceless Will, right? Just then, a very jumpy voice came over and quietly broke the heavy atmosphere. Did the report not add the virtue of good looking to the list? Will took his eyes off Giant's unchanged face without a trace, and then, as if to cover something up, made a joke that wouldn't make anyone laugh. No, the Green Bull still laughed. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, not bad. I do have to add this point. I actually think that some aspects of the Navy are too rigid. Like, I thought I could become an admiral or even a fleet admiral with this face, but I was forced to rely on my strength to sit in the position of an admiral. It's really unfair. The Navy behind him suddenly had a black line. Even Will couldn't help but twitch a corner of his mouth. Who was this man? An admiral? No way. You're an admiral? Yes, I was promoted to the position after accepting the World Conscription, code name Green Bull. This time, I have come with Admiral Pink Rabbit precisely to stop your atrocities. Perhaps it was the end of the witty words. Green Bull suddenly became serious. An invisible aura swept the audience like a violent wind, but the Navy behind him seemed unaware of it. Wow. It's actually a conqueror haki. Moreover, the skills used and the level of receipt cannot be underestimated. This is a power that can't even be awakened by Uchiha. It's not a sign of strength, but it's a testament to endless potential. The guys who have risen to the top in one step and been promoted to Admiral are all monsters, as expected. But Will was not too nervous. He was more concerned about Giant becoming an admiral. After losing her first time, did Giant finally say goodbye to the alternate admiral and get straightened out? The strange power of desire somewhat gave him a headache, especially after something happened like that. The actions of the faceless pirates have seriously threatened the security of the world. If you don't stop, the Navy will do everything it can to surround you. At this time, Giant, who had been silent since Will appeared, finally opened her mouth. This opening seemed so murderous that the Navy behind her all drew their weapons. Will sighed a little in his heart, and then immediately adjusted his mind. Everyone has their own choices, he can only do what he should do. When did the interests of the celestial dragons come to represent world security? In the end, without the most basic autonomy, you are just puppets of the world government. The people you are guarding are only those pigs, and the so-called world security is actually just the security of the world's nobles. Am I right? Giant and Green Bull both lowered their eyelids in silence. But the navies behind them were anxious and angry. They all shouted about the sacrifices their navy had made to carry out justice and condemned the harm that vicious pirates such as Will had brought to the world. Then Will smiled and asked a question. When those pigs asked you to capture an innocent civilian as a slave, which side were you on? Is it better to follow the orders of the celestial dragons and disobey your own trust by pushing an innocent person into the infernal hell, or is it better to give up your own life to face the ugly pigs in front of the civilians, like the so-called justice they carry out? For a moment, the Navy, which had just been in an uproar, was silent as if someone had grabbed them all by the throat. Everyone's face turned red and purple and then slowly became decrepit. Apparently, they also knew that their just judgment did not include the world's nobility, the celestial dragons. The slogans they shouted were like a joke. It does not protect the safety of ordinary people, and from time to time, they also serve as a living tool for the evil work of the celestial dragons. When the shroud was completely removed, the soldiers' faith was shaken and their flattened weapons slowly lowered. And Green Bull, who always looks lazy, had an unpredictable gleam in his eye. Chapter 298 Sacred Bull. We can't let him talk anymore. Sensing that the troops were shaken, Giant's eyes immediately glittered with coldness and shouted, "Soldiers, remember your duty. Be confident that you are carrying out true justice." The fleet Admiral Aokiji ordered that all efforts be made to stop the faceless pirates from destroying the Subati Islands. Attack. The powerful decapitation sent by Giant directly pushed back Will and awakened the navies who were still immersed in the question that Will had just asked them. They looked around at the two admirals with a complex look, and then silently raised their weapons again to point them at the enemy. Their beliefs were shaken, but not destroyed, which is why they were able to continue to fight. In their hearts, they still had a slight expectation of the prestige the Navy had built up over the years. On the other hand, the Green Bull had a headache when he saw the Pink Rabbit pull out her sword and start fighting. Do we still have to fight? This time I don't know how much it will consume. No one heard the second half of the sentence he said. He looked up at the sky and said, "But it's really a nice day. The first thing you need to do is to take a look at the first few days of your life, and then you'll be able to see the difference between the two." Will, who easily escaped Giant's sneak attack, slowly moved his right hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, and then clenched his fist tightly to his left chest. Since he must hit it, let's do it. As soon as Giant saw him in this pose, she immediately tried to disperse the navies behind her, just like when Whitebeard punched during the War of the Best. and hundreds of navvies were killed or wounded. Now the power of this ability in Will's hands is not much weaker than Whitebeard's. But is it too late to run at this point? It was at this time that Green Bull stepped forward. Leave the defense to me, I can't be in too much of a mess on my first mission. Giant's eyes twinkled as she thought of the rumors she had heard before, then she took a half step back with reservations and gave him the most dangerous position. Will, who had already considered holding back his attack, was slightly surprised to see that the Green Bull took the initiative to stand up, but he still didn't give it his all. After all, the heartbreaking question just now had proved that those navies shouldn't have died at his hands like that. Even though they are in a hostile situation, casualties are inevitable, but there is no need to intentionally kill them. Will, who had been abiding by his bottom line, threw the punch in anticipation of the Green Bull. Ka-ching! It's the sound of the atmosphere cracking. It's coming. The fervor in the Green Bull's eyes flickered away, and at this moment an aura was felt that made Giant feel very strange. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the sky with a loud noise. The moment the smoke cleared, all the navies were filled with shock as they looked at the tall figure in front of them. Everyone knows clearly that the despairing punch of the four emperors' faceless will was enough to shatter a small mountain, but such a powerful attack was perfectly blocked by the green barrier in front of them that seemed to shatter with a single touch, and they didn't even feel the slightest vibration. Giant, who was also an admiral, took a deep look at Green Bull, whose mouth was slightly curled up at the corners, and then cast her cautious gaze once again on Will, who seemed a little surprised. Surprisingly. Blocked? And it's still perfect defense. It's an invisible shock force that's incredible. And what is this green energy barrier? Green Bull, Green Bull. Is this where the origin of the code name comes from? Will looked at the huge green sacred bull that was lying down in front of him, and at the moment all the navy was in the belly of the sacred bull, without suffering a single injury. Is that what you're capable of? This move is called Protectorate and was used to defend a certain country in the West Blue Sea from falling under the onslaught of 13 pirate groups, hence its origin. What a Protectorate sacred bull! The navies behind him, who were being protected, were now filled with admiration. Good name, but I don't believe there is an impeccable defense in this world. Even a barrier fruit with a defense that is a bug must have a limit to enduring and a limit to physical strength, and Will held in his hands so many offensive devil fruits. But just as he was about to strike with all his might, Green Bull suddenly withdrew his Protectorate. Everyone was stunned, and then Green Bull said, "I've seen your fighting style. If we fight here, this island will probably sink, which is inconsistent with my order to stop the faceless pirates from destroying the Sabati Islands." Will scattered the electricity in his hands and waited for the rest of the conversation. Island 69 has been emptied of people, so if you don't fear it's an ambush, come along. It turned out that he prevented the navy stationed in the Sabati Islands from returning to the base and even specifically evacuated Island 69 specifically? It seems that the navy is really not as cold-blooded. Giant, who had devoted almost all of her youth to the navy, inevitably sighed a little. Is it because you don't want to hurt the innocent or simply for the sake of the mission? I can't believe they have already prepared the battlefield in advance, even going so far as to sacrifice a naval base. Will smiled lightly. I hope the surprise you've prepared is grand enough. After saying that, he instantly transformed into lightning and flew into the sky, immediately disappearing into the eyes of Green Bull and the others after finding Base 69, leaving behind only a series of roars. Next I will head to Base 69 with the Green Bull to face the 4th Emperor Faceless Will, while your mission is to protect the Sabati Islands as much as possible. You will be allowed to strategically retreat in the event of an unbeatable force, preserving your strength and waiting for reinforcements. Yes. Hearing that there was no need to fight those monsters from the faceless pirates head-on, the navies were suddenly relieved, and even if they were not afraid to die, they were obviously not willing to fight to the death to save the interests of those nobles or anything else. Everyone has a scale in their heart, and soldiers will shed their blood for the safety of the country and the people, and it is that belief that sustains them. But what would happen if the soldiers knew that all they were defending by killing the enemy was the stinking money they got from the merchants' evil deeds? Now that's exactly what it is. Listen up, everyone. I will convey Fleet Admiral Aokiji's order once again, stop the faceless pirates from continuing to destroy the Sabati Islands. Just at this moment, Green Bull, who had just brushed off his existence in anger, suddenly spoke up and said something that baffled everyone. They knew the contents of the mission before they came here. Is this forcing them to confront the faceless pirates? Not like something the Admiral Green Bull would do. Jian also gave him a strange look, but the tacit understanding of trust between her companions had already been established in that protectorate style, so she chose not to ask. Then everyone listened to Green Bull's ghostly voice. Even the lawless zone doesn't have all of its people involved in the slave trade, does it? Everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 299 Unexplainable Ability? The Four Emperors is the common name for the four emperors recognized throughout the world on the ocean, but each of them acted in a completely different style. Compared to Big Mom and Kaido's indiscriminate cruelty and viciousness, the devil image of Faceless Will was more deliberately propagated by the Navy in the early days. This image was gradually cemented in the events of the rest of his life. As a matter of fact, it is easy to see in the Navy's investigation report that Faceless Will is a man with a very clear purpose. Once you aim at the goal and make up your mind, you will not waver in the slightest and will crush all obstacles in front of you until the goal is reached. Likewise, he will hardly waste his energy in the process on something that is irrelevant. In other words, the action of the Faceless Pirates is aimed only at the forces associated with the slave trade in the Sabati Islands, and not at destroying the entire lawless zone and making an enemy of the entire dark world. It was for this reason that Green Bull deliberately said that before he left. Next, if only the navies had any brains, they wouldn't actively go after the Faceless Pirates, just protect the innocents in this turmoil, and kill the bad guys who take advantage of it, and that would be enough. After all, they are not tasked with protecting those celestial dragons and human traffickers. At the same time, after the release of the slaves, crazy information was also flowing out. The celestial dragons were furious, the world government was thunderstruck, and the inaction of the Navy was suddenly under unimaginable pressure. As the descendants of the Creator, who enjoys all the privileges of this world, the celestial dragons have not been provoked like this for a long time, and even in their ultimatum to the Navy, they have gone so far as to force the Navy's hand by drastically cutting their military spending. The last time Doflamingo threatened them with the heavenly gold, they were able to paralyze themselves with their former status as celestial dragons, and even if they finally compromised, it wasn't that unpleasant. But now what Faceless Will did, although it didn't hit them in the open, it actually swelled their faces in the eyes of those who had a mind to do so. If they don't respond forcefully, the image of hegemony that has been shaped over the past few hundred years may be cracked. Once the impression that the celestial dragons is not inviolable emerges, more people will follow suit. The fate of the Doflamingo family, who retreated from the halo of the world's nobles, is the best example. So even the four emperors have to be stopped down. The naval headquarters had been relocated for some time to put more troops in the new world, but being so pressured, the deployed troops had to be recalled again. This time, the Faceless Pirates have really stirred up a hornet's nest. On Island 69, Will, who arrived first, stood in the empty base square to adjust his state and replace the devil fruit. Facing the siege of the two admirals, it's bound to be a fierce battle later. He was not made to wait any longer, as Giant and the Green Bull soon appeared in front of him. Just as Giant and the Green Bull never thought that Will would escape, Will never doubted whether they would come or not, which is an invisible tacit understanding that only exists between strong people, abbreviated as confidence. Are everything arranged? After all, an order is an order, and even if it's just for show, you have to be skillful to do it, or at least not let people see the flaw at a glance, don't you think? The Green Bull fiddled with the black curls in his ears, and with that handsome uncle's face, it really was like what someone like this would say, unruly and unrestrained. The first thing he noticed was that the Green Bull actually gave such a reply to Will. Will was taken aback for a moment, and then he immediately laughed. He now finds this guy more and more interesting. That's true, but I've been around the island since I got here and haven't found any surprises. Is it too late or just unnecessary? Suppose the whole island was to blow up now, would you die? I don't think so. You have the answer. I was right not to do that useless work. It's fun to talk to you, you're much nicer than your predecessors. I also think that the four emperors might not be as scary as they are rumored to be, and that you are quite easy to talk to. For a moment, Will and Green Bull actually had the idea to simply stop fighting and forget about it. Enough. Enough of this nonsense. Admiral Green Bull, remember where you stand and treat yourself. Giant didn't come here just to watch two men standing there chatting. There was a fire burning inside her, she wanted to beat Will more than ever. If it weren't for the irreplaceable importance of Green Bull in the battle plan, she would have been impatient to wield her sword at will. You heard her, I just don't have the slightest resistance to beautiful ladies, so even if I think you're a nice guy, I can only do it. Don't worry, I'll visit you often in the future. As the last word fell to the ground, Green Bull put away his jumpy smile, his face was filled with an air of nonchalance, and he had obviously gotten serious. And Will also gave up that impractical idea. The infinity gauntlet position in front of his chest, full of a villainous sense of identity, said, if you can do it, come and try it. Without saying a word, Giant rushed towards Will with her desired ability on the sword in hand. Green Bull, however, stood still and did nothing but wave like tendrils now flying behind his head like seaweed with anti-gravity roots, like a monster targeting its prey ready to feed. Will didn't dare to be careless, whether it was the Giant's indefensible power of desire or the Green Bull's unknown ability, both were very tricky. And if he capsized here, he would really be playing with snakes. He couldn't fight Giant in close quarters, and the weird pink fog of desire still left a deep impression on him. Very tricky. The familiar white light appeared, and Will's punch only aimed to hit Giant, because the green bull gave him a worse feeling than the one standing still. However, boom. There was a flash of green light in front of the peach rabbit, but Will's powerful punch full of shocking power was stopped by an inexplicable plant that appeared in front of him. How is this possible? Chapter 300. We come prepared. What is it? Before Will could collect his attention from the strange plant, Giant had already taken the opportunity to approach him, then waved her hand and a large pink mist sprinkled down on his head. Crackle. Electricity flashed. Although Will turned into lightning to leave that pink area in the first place, the strange thing actually still got some of it, unlike a Tarsus. Can this thing even be infected by elementalization? Will suppressed the flicker of restlessness that surged up in his heart and looked up at the attacking and defending combination of the Giant and the green bull. The special plant that took shape in an instant just now could only be the green bull's ability. But why wasn't it shattered? Even steel would have been torn apart by that punch. However, it was clear that the green bull had no intention of puzzling him. He just stepped on the ground, channeling the surging energy while staring blankly ahead. Giant's strange desire power had won once when facing Will, although this time without the desire seed as a pull, but also more comfortable with the control of the desired fruit. Giant has the confidence to take on the main attacker, to face Will. The strength of Green Bull's defense has just been revealed in a small way, and he is also confident that he will be able to protect Giant from fatal injuries throughout the rest of the battle. This is exactly the battle plan that Green Bull and Giant had discussed before coming to Island 69. The opponent is the fourth emperor, and no one can be too cautious. Desire. At that moment, the tactically successful Giant struck an odd pose with the sword in her hand, and then a huge font flashed from her body. That's the word food. Food? At the same time, when the word food appeared, Will, who was still wondering why Giant and the Green Bull were taking advantage of the situation to chase after him, suddenly felt hunger in his abdomen, as if it was on fire. Embarrassing sounds are being made. How? He had enjoyed the luxurious cuisine of Little Snowball before, so it was reasonable that he could not be hungry so quickly. But all of a sudden he was so strangely hungry, as if he had not eaten anything for 3 days and nights. Just as Will was considering whether to call a truce so that he could get something to eat from the Infinity Gauntlet, Giant, who had typed the first word desire, had rushed up again. A plant-related ability? Then try this. Meteor Volcano. Will's fists kept blasting huge lava fists into the sky, and the lava, which was like a fire meteor shower, kept falling as if it was going to turn the earth into a sea of lava. It was at this time. A dark red sturdy tree rose up from the ground and instantly opened its huge umbrella cover to block all the lava fists from the sky that were raining down on Giant. At this moment Will once again made the mistake of saying that just because there are no creatures or plants on Earth that can survive in magma, doesn't mean that in this weird world it doesn't exist either. This plant with a huge umbrella cap that looks like a large mushroom is an endemic species somewhere in the New World, locally known as the Inferno's cap. It is a tree that feeds on scorching lava and is extremely heat resistant. However, once it dies, it will instantly lose this property and then be swallowed by magma, so how to successfully apply this kind of high-temperature resistant demolition material in scientific and technological research has been the world's insurmountable problem. Now this kind of plant, which will die instantly after leaving the special environment, has appeared here for no reason at all, and has successfully blocked Will's meteoric volcano and absorbed all the magma spilled on the ground within a few breaths, which is really bizarre. But there was no time for Will to wonder. The more the coordination between Giant and the Green Bull became tacit, the more than a dozen strikes struck out at such a tricky angle. Will subconsciously wrapped up the shock power and prepared to break it with one punch. As the zap shattered, the pink fog contained within filled the air again. 500 million volts discharge. No matter how much he retreated, he was bound to touch the pink mist, so Will, with a fierce flash of color in his eyes, was ready to change his strategy and strike first. Otherwise, he would be very passive if he allowed Giant to continue using her strange ability. And then he saw something that gnawed at him even more. A row of thunder plants he knew so well was standing between him and Giant like that, acting as lightning rods. This is a speciality of Thor Island, a wonderfully evolved plant that survives years of lightning strikes and is extremely conductive, but will never be destroyed by lightning. And it even has a better response than rubber as an insulator. Will has finally realized that he has been completely targeted. The Green Bull's eyes never moved away from his every move, as if he had seen everything. To say that there was no serious review of his information in advance and a special relative simulation of the battle, Will absolutely does not believe it. And, what the hell is this ability? A botanist who eats the devil fruits of plants? Will, whose stomach was convulsing and whose several attacks were all nullified, was still in the mood to laugh. Almost becoming a nightmare, Giant, who had vowed to defeat him, was furious, and after making sure that the mist of desire was once again sprinkled over him, she assumed the odd shape she had just taken. Desire plus. And this time it's sleep. After appetite, the second word sleep also appears. A moment ago, Will, who had just thought whether Green Bull would be a vegetable man, suddenly saw blackness before his eyes, and endless exhaustion came from all over his body, so sleepy that he could not wait to fall asleep. No, I've been hit again. Will forcibly opened his eyelids and was shocked. The first time it could be considered a coincidence, but the second time he had confirmed that his anomaly was definitely related to the strange behavior of the giant just now. The last time they met, the power of the giant's desire was strange but still within the acceptable range, and if he hadn't been ready in advance, he would never have been hit so easily. But this time Giant gave him a distinctly different feeling. More than a star and a half stronger. Especially with the protection of the Green Bull, it magnifies the advantage of Giant attack to more than 10 times. The real surprise was not an ambush, but these two people. Will, who became hungry and sleepy all at once, forcibly used his will to support himself and did not allow himself to sleep, but his mental fatigue came in waves. This is really unexpected. Will laughs bitterly. Chapter 301 Special Paransha Devil Fruit? At this point outside of Island 69, countless people were looking at the same place, simply because the noise there was so terrifying. An emerald green, gigantic, incomparable divine bull shadow envelops the entire island of 69, and it is extraordinary. Rumor has it that the new Admiral Pink Rabbit and Green Bull were there fighting the fourth Emperor Faceless Will. The navies who had previously been protected by the Green Bull with this move were dumbfounded at the bizarre sight, and then murmured, "So, this is the real protectorate. A bull protects a nation." 13 pirate groups attacked the country for 10 days and nights but could not take another step forward, so they retreated in defeat, so this move was named Protect the Country. Strangely enough, everyone outside can see the shadow of the sacred bull enveloping the entire island of number 69, but only Will, who stays inside, can't see it. Every physical attack of Will was stopped by a special plant catalyzed by the Green Bull, and then the shockwave was weakened and abated by the special principles of Protectorate, and finally transferred to the Endless Sea. In addition, lightning and magma were also lost in the Green Bull prepared countermeasures. So Will, who just stopped pursuing the battle, became more cautious, and Giant's straightforward attacks could hardly work on it anymore. The word desire only increased to the second sleep, and there was no progress. For a while, both sides turned out to be deadlocked. Green Bull. What a scary guy, helping others with their defense and still being able to be so watertight. Did he see through all of my actions, or did he see the future? After regaining his footing, Will couldn't help but ask. He now had some doubts that this guy was like Kusagakure, who had trained his observation hockey to the point where he could see part of the future so that he could protect himself and Giant so accurately. How else to explain his response to the far lightning degree? After all these plants needed a little time to grow. But Green Bull's answer made him frown. See the future? Do you mean the progression of the observation hockey? No, that power is amazing but I'm not good at it, and as for what you're wondering, that's because I am the god here at this moment. The air, the dust. Everything is within my grasp, nothing escapes my perception, this is my kingdom. Seeing that Will frowned, the corner of the Green Bull's mouth tugged up a smile. It seems that you haven't been shown the true face of the Protectorate yet. In the next instant, the shadow of the divine bull enveloping Island 69 suddenly became solid, and 2 rays of light shot out from the eyes of the divine bull that seemed to have come to life, and wherever this green light shone, flowers bloomed all over. This place has been assimilated by my life energy and has become my domain, just like this tiny seed. It only needs one thought of mine and it will be like this. Under Will's gaze, the undesirable seed that was even somewhat shriveled and on the verge of death, after being casually thrown out by the Green Bull, actually completed the rooting and sprouting process in less than a second. Until it was fully mature. It's appalling. Well, that's enough of the explanation. Green Bull looked up at the sky. Now the passing clouds had left, and he smiled out with satisfaction. It really was a beautiful day. As time passed, Will only felt himself getting hungrier and sleepier, and his full strength seemed to disappear along with his strong spiritual desire. This was a terrible feeling. Even if this is a no-kill battle, he shouldn't be too relaxed. What's more, these two, Giant and Green Bull, had obviously come prepared. You just said that everything on this island is in your perception, right? But can your ability keep up with me? Alarm bells are ringing in the Green Bull's mind. Left. Once again using more in Thor mode 30 times faster, Will was so fast that even his afterimage was hard to catch. If the previous Green Bull was like a player playing a computer game, Originally Giant and these Nox positions were all under his control, and even Will's speed was fast enough to make him react. But now, after Will stormed off, the image has become a dot of light running all over the screen, and it's hard to catch it once with your eyes, not to mention reacting to it at this degree. Boom. Will used his absolute degree advantage to bypass Giant and appeared directly in front of the Green Bull, then punched him with all his might without hesitation. It would be idiotic to think of holding back now. Against a guy like Green Bull, it's all about breaking defense. But when the punch was thrown, Green Bull was unharmed, not even taking a half step back. It's like he doesn't feel the impact. Green Bull looked at Will's shocked eyes and grinned. After reacting, Giant immediately returned to support Green Bull, forcing Will back. What the hell is this ability? It's not Logia, it's not Zone, don't tell me it's a special Paramsha Devil Fruit? It's a little too strong for me like it's... Wait. The Devil's Fruit. Awakening? Will suddenly raised his head and looked at the Green Bull and said word for word, a question, but in an affirmative tone. Green Bull is in such a strange and powerful state that it would be terrifying if it were not in an awakened state. Will didn't expect an answer, but Green Bull readily admitted, you got it right. It's not a surprise for you to guess it, but since we are facing one of the four emperors, if I don't show all my skills right off the bat, I'll lose. Depressingly, the reason why his Devil's Fruit awakening was used without saying anything is because of this silly reason? Or are you really going to take me by surprise? That's really surprising. Will had to admit that if it was the latter reason, their battle plan had been successful, and the previous battle had really left him tied up and targeted at every turn. Green Bull readily admitted that he had used his Devil Fruit awakening state, so it was not difficult to explain Giant's various powerful and strange moves and manipulation of the power of desire at the moment. Two admirals who have awakened their Devil Fruit? That's really quite a surprise. It's not unjust that he somehow fell into the trap before. It seems like you guys are really going to catch me with just two people. I feel as if I've been underestimated. Will's left hand began to unconsciously stroke the Devil Fruits embedded in the Infinity Gauntlet. Devil Fruit awakening. There seemed to be quite a few people who let him do it. It's just that in this situation, the strong side effects made Will hesitate for a moment. Chapter 302 Planetary Devastation? Will wanted to break Green Bull Protectorate with a single strike, but to do that, unless he used the same attack that he had used in the last battle with the Golden Lion Shiki. Otherwise, no matter how Will wreaked havoc within the Protectorate, it would be useless. Of course, if Will wanted to escape, they would have no way to keep him at bay. It's just... The new fourth emperor fled without a fight. If Will really did that, his future reputation would be completely infamous, and the position of the four emperors would be a joke even if it could be guaranteed. Kaido alone picked a fight at the naval headquarters, and although he got defeated, his defeat is still honorable. And every time he has nothing to do, he goes to someone else's house, gets into a fight, and then comes back from a good night's sleep. What about him? Faced with two admirals, and wimped out? Hungry and sleepy, Will's state was extremely poor, and an unnamed fire in his heart mischievously ignited. I don't believe there is a turtle shell that can't be broken. I can even hammer Kaido, so how can I not do it on a bull? Green, by the way, is the color I hate the most, especially when it's on a man's head. Then, let me see who's more resistant. Is it you or that guy Kaido? No longer hesitating, Will's left hand instantly slashed across the surface of a certain Devil Fruit, bringing out a touch of radiant light. No. The hairs on Giant's head stood on its end almost instantly, and it was as if she and Green Bull had finally pissed off the sleeping beast and rolled over to crush them to death. Leave the defense to me. Green Bull also got serious, and for a time the entire Protectorate Bull looked green and vibrant. It also made Will's head even greener. The more powerful the attack, the more time it takes to prepare. However, this time they made a miscalculation. Will pushed out a small ball of light, which was rotating in black and white, with great difficulty. Are you ready? When you're ready, try my knockoff version of planetary devastation. The earth shook. The winds howl. The waves were raging. The seed that had gathered all of Will's gravitational force was floating strangely in the sky, and then the next second it began to spin wildly, and everything, even the tiniest objects, were completely unable to escape this suction force. Halfway through the race, Giant felt a great sense of crisis and immediately stopped and stabbed her sword in the rocks to immobilize herself, so that she wouldn't get sucked in. Stones, plants, flowers, buildings, birds in the sky. The radiation radius of this suction force is at least 1 kilometer away, and anyone within that range will be absorbed. That humble little ball also turned into a huge thing in the blink of an eye. The ground is being torn apart, the sea is being drawn into the sky. In the incredulous eyes of Giant and the Green Bull, the planetary devastation seemed to turn the entire island into its own protective color. From afar, It looked as if another round of Earth yellow sun had risen in the sky. The difference is only that the original sun warms the earth and feeds all living beings, while this sun only devours everything. What are you doing? Do you want to destroy the entire Sabati Islands? Under the Great Crisis, although the Protectorate can still be maintained, it has also lost its original function that gave Will a headache. Although the thick iron plate armor can resist swords, how can it resist the suction force of the huge magnet? The Six-Path Immortals next door used this trick to seal the tentails and incidentally made a moon out of them for the benefit of the public. Will didn't have the ability to do that. So in the face of Giant's questioning, Will just smiled and ignored her, destroying the entire Sabati Islands. At most, it will only set off 3 or 4 surrounding islands. Instead of caring about this, why don't you consider your own situation? The earth is about to rise. As Will's words fell, the ground of Island 69 began to fall off extensively, and the extra sun in the sky became larger and larger. Giant gritted her teeth and wanted to fight him to the death. As long as she let Will come into contact with the mist of desire one more time, she was confident that she could turn the tables. But the short distance of a few dozen meters was like a ravine, and she was unable to get her body to act according to her will. Do I have to lose to this man once more? Giant is not happy at all. At that moment, a bright green vine suddenly grabbed her foot and pulled her underground. As soon as Giant tried to struggle, she heard a voice from behind her saying, "There is no need to continue this battle anymore." Giant glared at Will with an ugly look, then held the sword in her hand and let herself be pulled down by the strange vines below. Will, who had unawakened the gravity devil fruit with this move, had more than enough power to stop Giant from leaving, but he chose to pretend not to see it. Isn't Admiral Green going to run away? This island is about to disintegrate. But it doesn't look like you're ready to let me go just like that. Why not? Didn't you just save one right under my nose? Let's not say whether the same method will work the second time. Isn't it true that you let Admiral Pink Rabbit go on purpose? A gust of wind blew on his face, and Will quietly narrowed his eyes. From the battle just now, I had my doubts. Is the hatred that Admiral Pink Rabbit always unintentionally shows, and the subconscious hesitation you always have whenever you make a move, the inability to make a full move? When we first met, the strange atmosphere that circulated between you and Admiral Pink Rabbit was only of some concern to me, but now it seems that I should have discovered some great secret. After Green Bull finished speaking, the whistling wind seemed to curiously freeze for a moment. Will showed the first red devil fruit of killing intent in this battle. There's an old saying in my hometown that curiosity killed the cat, meaning that if you're too curious about anything, even the cat, which is rumored to have 9 lives, will be killed, so knowing someone's secret is not something to be happy about. I really kind of don't want to let you go. Killing one more admiral, this time Sengoku should be itching to come over on a boat and strangle me immediately. Be sure to do so. Green Bull's voice is dancing wildly in the air like a wave. Chapter 303 The Sun. Falling? As you wish. Volcanic eruption. Boom. Like a volcanic explosion, the force of the eruption instantly collapsed Green Bull's grip on the ground and flew away. All the plans he had catalyzed had already been sucked up by the planetary devastation, and even if there were any left, it would be useless, because Will's target wasn't even him, but the ground around him. With this blow, Green Bull, along with the ground around him, flew directly into the giant sphere in the sky. It was about to end. But, snap. A dark red branch actually wrapped itself around Will's foot at some point, and looking at the source, it was actually Green Bull flying in the sky. And thank you for quietly creating a channel with lava at your feet. This branch has been hidden there all along, you didn't expect it. The Green Bull, who was sucked up into the sky, was laughing very happily, and while Will was planning on him, he also wasn't just waiting to die. Want to die with me? Will pulled the branch and was about to tear it off, but Green Bull first reinforced it with armament hockey and then covered it with tough emerald green energy, so that the hungry and tired Will could not tear it off with a casual tug. Ka-ching. The island, which had become ramshackle and tattered, eventually failed to withstand the ravages of the 2 admirals and one of the 4 emperors, and was sucked up into the sky in pieces. Will also used his brute strength to forcibly rip off the branches that bound him, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was still pulled into the sky by the Green Bull and was heading towards the location of the planetary devastation. Bang! Green Bull was one step ahead of him and smashed into the huge sphere in the sky, but this guy didn't even look afraid. Even though he couldn't move, he was staring at Will with interest, wondering what he would do in this situation. Will first raised his hand, then withdrew it with a fierce flash of color in his eyes, and just let himself be sucked over by the planetary devastation that he released. Actually do nothing? Is it giving up? No, he won't. So is it knowing that he won't die or even get hurt? Just as Green Bull, somewhat disappointed, was drowning in more and more rocks, Will's hand finally touched the huge sphere, And in that instant, he did several things. First, use the power of the more devil fruit to enlarge this already astonishingly large orb tenfold again, making it a true sun. Then he unleashed the power of the gate fruit and opened a door on top of the planetary devastation. Finally, he then transformed into lightning and used the gravity on himself and instantaneously disappeared as he entered the door. In that brief moment, he repeatedly used several of the abilities on the Infinity Gauntlet and managed to get himself out of harm's way. All of Green Bull's planning has come to naught. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, the giant sphere, which would have set off a tsunami that would have submerged the entire Sabati Islands if it had fallen, actually wobbled up into the air after a brief pause. It's just that the direction is not outer space, but Will's long-set destination, the red line. I'd like to return this surprise to you. Will, who was standing on a nearby rock, detached from the fruit of the gate and looking out, couldn't help but think, would that golden lion guy float over an island from time to time to scare these guys? If it were true, it would be so much fun. At this time, the Holy Land Mary Ejos. It's really bad that we can't go out on such a nice day. It's all the fault of that faceless Will. I'm furious at the mention of that guy. A mere emperor actually dared to openly go to the Sabati Islands. Those navies are trash, and the new fleet admiral is also trash, all trash. The more St. Charlos, wearing a bubble hood, spoke, the angrier he became, and the more vicious his hand movements became. Finally, the slave he had bought a week earlier could not take the brutality anymore. The girl, who was lying in a pool of blood with no trace of her body, had her eyes completely closed and did not breathe. But the torture continued. Even in death, she is still not truly free, and her corpse is still the private property of the great celestial dragons. The guards and servants lowered their heads, afraid that the intolerance, resentment and fear in their eyes would be revealed. They didn't want to follow in the girl's footsteps. When the brutal St. Charlos was finally finished, the girl's corpse was unbearable to look at, its flesh and blood blurred and the mere sight of it was revolting. Butler, as usual, took it down to feed my dog, and bring 3 more. No, 5 more slaves from the dungeon on the way. No, 10 more slaves out. Since I can't go out and play, this is the only way to pass the time, damn pirates. Just then, there was panic outside. Oh no, someone's calling. Oh my god, did the sun go down? Take refuge? Go and see, what the hell happened? The butler immediately ran out, and immediately afterwards everyone heard him shouting at the top of his voice. Your Highness, the ball. A big one. Ball. Ball? A ball is nothing to fear. Old man, why don't I just chop you up and feed you to my dog? St. Charlos walked out with an arrogant step. It's really. What a big ball. He raised his head dumbfounded with a runny nose. Look. That ball is flying at us. Get out of here. Finally reacting, St. Charlos crawled and ran to their specially constructed refuge basement for the celestial dragon. Your Highness, wait for us, Your Highness. Who cares about you? Just die. Come on in, son, you're the only one left. Okay, Dad. When the alloy door with the highest hardness, which weighs 10,000 gold and was designed by Vegapunk himself, closed, only the voices of the desperate and in despair servants could be heard outside. What is so important about the lives of inferior people? When all the servants die, just buy them again. The slaves are gone, buy them and it's over. The buildings are all destroyed, so build a better one. Nothing is as important as their lives, and the lives of all the humble and inferior people in the world add up to nothing. So, all you lowly worms, go to hell. To hell with the incompetent navies. The faceless pirates, faceless Will. All of them must die. This hatred that we, the celestial dragons, have completely written down. Chapter 304 Heavenly King? Damn it. Giant holding a tree barely floating on the sea shows unwillingness, just a little bit more. As long as she types the word desire again, the result will be completely different. If she didn't succeed this time, and thinking about having such a good shooting environment the next time they met is tantamount to idiotic dreams. It was really discouraging to have made so many preparations before coming here only to see the results of those preparations go to waste. However, the battle proved one thing. Will was unscrupulous about the power of her desires, and like everyone else, lacked the means to resist it, so he had to rely on willpower, which was not very effective from what he saw. Especially when she used her awakened abilities right after she came up, the 2 words desire were both very effective, and if Will had inhaled more of the desired mist, perhaps a single word sleep would have knocked him to the ground. It was the second encounter that made Will too wary of her abilities. But she doesn't know what happened to Admiral Green Bull. Unfortunately, she can only think about it. It's because Giant's condition herself is not also that good as she was soaked in the seawater and was very weak, and at the moment could only wait for the Navy's rescue. But she is sure that with that person's ability, There should be no problem protecting himself. Then before she knew it, that huge orb grew again and flew over her head an unknown number of times, and she saw that its target was actually the red line. Jian was actually stunned for a moment. Isn't that guy going to? Damn it. At this moment, the Navy's large forces are rushing, and a small, insignificant matter actually ended up making such a big fuss that even the steady Green Bull was annoyed. Now it seems that the previous secret conversation between Sengoku and Garp when they went to find Will was completely deceived by that guy's pretense. Urgent report from the Holy Land Mage-wise. The celestial dragons say they've been attacked by the enemy. What? Aokiji immediately snatched up the report and read it at a glance. The enemy is a ball flying in the sky? Those guys are joking, right? Did you confirm the authenticity? Report to the Fleet Admiral. It has been confirmed. The Intelligence Department speculates that the ball may be something that Faceless Will made during his fight with the two Admiral, Pink Rabbit and Green Bull. At first it wasn't that big, but after the whole island was sucked up, it became that big in an instant. Aokiji gritted his teeth. Where in the hell that guy didn't want to make an enemy of the Navy? This was simply to disintegrate them completely. Can we stop it? Shouldn't be able to. That ball should have reached over the Holy Land Mage-wise and there is no time to stop it. Where are the Green Bull and Pink Rabbit? Whereabouts unknown. What happens if that thing falls off? Probably half of the Holy Land will be destroyed in one piece. But don't worry about the safety of the Heavenly Dragons, they've long since taken refuge in the underground bases, so they'll be fine. It's just that the problem now is more than that. Go and bring the matching Denden Mushi that Faceless Will used when he was a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Whether or not Will still had that Denden Mushi with him, Aokiji didn't know, but he wanted to take a chance. No matter what, if that ball fell, it would be the end of everything, and the whole thing would have no chance of recovery, and the Navy would be implicated. Soon, the Denden Mushi was brought over. Buruburu, there was a long wait, but someone actually answered it. Who is it? Who are you again? It's connected, but it's not Will's voice. This 7 Warlords of the Sea special Denden Mushi Will didn't throw it, but he didn't carry it with him every day, so he threw it into the ship's warehouse. I'm Navy Fleet Admiral Aokiji, you're from the Faceless Pirates, right? The other side was visibly stunned before saying, I'm a ship's engineer of the Faceless Pirates, and I heard a noise in the ship's warehouse and came in to take a look. Shipwrights? I see, you're the shipwrights of the Faceless Pirates Will took away from the capital of the Seven Waters, Kirin, right? I need to talk to your captain. Kirin was stunned again, not expecting the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy to specifically remember the name of such a small person like him. Thinking about it still made him a little excited. Is this the treatment of the members of the 4 Emperors? But he still said, I don't know where the captain is, but I'll try to relay your words to him, and what choice he makes is the captain's own business. If the Holy Land Mage is attacked, all the navies will have only one goal next, which is to encircle and suppress you with all their strength, even if they are beaten up by the other 4 Emperors on the naval headquarters. I'm not saying this as a threat, but as a statement of the seriousness of the consequences. And do you think those stupid and incompetent celestial dragons got to where they are today with that stupid face? If someone annoys them, and that will be released and will destroy you completely. Don't take any chances, and put aside all confidence in your captain. The power of that is not something you can imagine. Any of the 4 Emperors will not be able to get away with it. Clips. After putting down the Denden Mushi, Kirin, who preferred to stay aboard the Avengers, thought back to the warning he had received from Aokiji. No, or rather, the warning to their captain. He felt that it should not be false, and to have the great Fleet Admiral of the Navy to use foul language, using such adjectives as stupid, foolish, and incompetent to describe the celestial dragons, more proof of the seriousness of the situation. So he no longer hesitated and went straight to the control room, where there was a special Denden Mushi to contact Will, which Will had left on purpose for fear of an accident on the ship. The 24-hour cooling time is a bit long, but it's good that I have a lot of devil fruit. After unloading the gravity fruit that had lost its shine, Will was reconsidering which devil fruit to replace at this juncture. By the way, the Green Bull guy should have been crushed to death, right? How can you not understand what it means to see the truth but not to say it? Then the Denden Mushi in his bosom rang. Will brow furrowed. Did something happen? It's me, what's up? Captain, just now a guy claiming to be a fleet admiral called through the Denden Mushi you put in the warehouse. I was a little curious so I answered, and then the guy said. Hearing Kirin's story, Will was very surprised. Aokiji would actually say something like that? Could it be a fake fleet admiral, an impersonator? With that slow speed, when the planetary devastation flew past, those celestial dragons should have run away. Or is there some secret in the Holy Land that outsiders don't know about? For example, Heavenly King. The Sea King and Pluto will all know their whereabouts, But no one knows what this mysterious heavenly king is and where it is. I think this is what the celestial dragons are relying on, right? Chapter 305 Queen Starsea. With the release of the last of the slaves from the auction, the slave trade throughout the Sabati Islands was nearly devastated. Numerous vicious guys were killed in their resistance or were killed alive with resentment by the newly freed slaves. Many bastards also saw an opportunity for the faceless pirates to make a killing, but every now and then, the garrison of the Sabati Islands and the navy brought by Pink Rabbit and Green Bull would mercilessly tell them, no. The property and safety of innocent people were guaranteed, and those killed by those rioting were the villains that people hated as they wanted to eat their flesh, so the actions of the faceless pirates received the free help and acquiescence of too many people. The piles of wealth were transported by the members of SHIELD to an open area to be guarded, and after the deal was done, Will didn't have to reach out to Tesoro for funds for the Revolutionary Army for a long time. But as the cleared targets disintegrated and the excitement slowly passed, everyone became nervous. The big trouble they caused was bound to be followed by crazy retaliation from the Navy and the world government, or else the Celestial Dragons would not give up. Their higher-ups will go back to the New World with a pat on their backs without fear of the Navy's retaliation, but what about them? Even if they start coding their ship now, it's too late. It was at this juncture that the leader of each island was instructed, and then immediately blushed and shouted yes. All cheer up. Target Island 15, forward. Just received news, all those who are willing to follow Captain Will to the New World are gathering outside SHIELD headquarters. Captain Will take us all away. Really? Great. I knew that the Lord wouldn't just leave us alone. But what about the treasure and the belly? Want to take it with you? It says that the Lord himself will come and get it, so don't bother about it. Let's go. We may not have a place if we're late. Let's go together. But Will, who had been warned by Aokiji, transformed himself into a thunderbolt and flew to every island as fast as he could to collect the spoils of war. After doing that, Will's infinity gauntlet was filled, so he simply wrapped them in the sand and floated them away in the air. In the middle of the way, he encountered a few bold guys who wanted to reach out their filthy hands on his treasure and let them taste the god judgment. To be honest, with that little amount of money, Will actually did not want to care, but after seeing someone actually want to take his money in front of him, he couldn't help but get angry. When he, the industrious little bee, had emptied the wealth of the human traffickers and the human auction in the lawless zone to the SHIELD headquarters, more than 70,000 people from SHIELD also came to the island number 15 one after another. Before their arrival, all the unrelated people here have been invited out, so it does not seem crowded. Is everyone here? During this period, everyone came back, and Will asked while sitting on his SHIELD throne that everyone had ordered for him. All our people are here, the Avengers have moved to the island, and there are at least 50,000-60,000 SHIELD members. Robin reported meticulously. What's the movement on the Navy side? Subsequent reinforcements are arriving in quick succession, and I expect their troops will be assembled to take on us, but whoever is leading them has not shown up yet and I think he or she has no intention of showing up. Then wait a little longer, let me know when the Navy is assembled. By the way, Kami wants to go back to Fishman's Island, but Barbara doesn't want to go back after this incident and wants to stay on the ship. You're the captain, so I'll leave that up to you. Will frowned slightly at that, but he wasn't an indecisive person. If Barbara wants to stay, let her stay. At least she won't be abducted and sold by traffickers anymore, but remember to let her come back with Kami to say goodbye to Madame Shia early. I understand. Robin's mouth curled up in a nice smile. Who has anything else to say? Has the captain made his decision yet? Karen, whose presence had always been low, suddenly looked up and asked. No one else knew why, but Will knew what decision he was talking about. Although this matter was not in my original plan, it seems good to use this matter to pull those high and mighty guys off the altar completely, at least to let the world know that the celestial dragons are not inviolable. It's been too long since the Fisher Tiger story. It's just that the world government and navy will no longer tolerate us. It should be very troublesome next, right? I believe the fellas in the world government should have guessed that I did the tricks. If you have more debts, you will not worry about it. Sooner or later, it will happen, so why not take the initiative in our own hands? As for those navies, if Aokiji knew better, he shouldn't have sent them to die in vain. The others hadn't joined early enough to know about the falsification of Pluto's plans, and only Will, Nami, Robin and Snowball knew about it. This means that what Aokiji probably was talking about was that Pluto that the world government invested countless human and material resources and financial resources, but the results in return for a virtual vain ancient weapon, the most important fire control system is pewter, so does he fear it? When you think about it this way, the world government will never let them go, whether or not this happens today. But isn't it a bit too risky to bring so many people back this time? Nami was worried, too, because she didn't need to think about the people outside, but now that they were filled with people from various forces waiting for a chance to deal them a fatal blow. But Will didn't even do a screening, he just accepted them all, with all the hidden dangers. It's just that Will has his own considerations, and it's simply impossible to completely eliminate other forces from inserting spies in such a big spread. If you pull out one with the mud, you can bring out 3, and if you look, there are still 5 squatting in the pit, and he doesn't know how many more are buried in the unseen ground. How powerful is the world government's spy work? The famous underworld giant, Queen Starsea of the Pleasure District is their Cypher Pol Agent's 0 agent. A woman who can waltz into Big Mom Tea Party for a cup of tea and a chat. So why go to all that trouble to get rid of them when it is destined to be useless? Chapter 306 The more the merrier in espionage. When is something like spying the least harmful? The answer is, when it's in front of you. The dead spy can be put to rest once and for all, but it is obvious that the other side will continue to install spies, and the trouble will continue. Under Will's conception, if those guys want to put the spies to good use, they are bound to climb up the ladder little by little, to get into his core group, instead of doing the boring work of those at the bottom. That way, he just has to wait in silence, and time will bring all the suspects to him. Then all he had to do was bring them one by one to that old man's Redfield doorstep and it would be over once and for all. There will be no secrets from these guys who have all their memories in front of Redfield as if they were black and white. Even though it's not ethical to do so to the innocents, Will couldn't care less, it's the easiest way to get rid of them once and for all. On certain occasions, he can even set up a trap for these spies, release a decoy, and perhaps do some great things. So how could Will give up these lovely spies who worked hard and were 100 times more diligent and courageous than his ordinary subordinates? It's just that Will didn't say these reasons to others, he just reassured Nami and others that he knew everything by heart. After another half an hour, the Navy finally assembled and began to push forward to Island 15 in unison. Will's side is also basically ready for the final preparations. Those who want to go with him are basically here, and those who do not want to go together he will not force them to stay. Thank you for the floating devil fruit golden lion Shiki. Will's right hand touched the ground, the power that had accomplished the golden lion's flying pirate the name once again reappeared in the human world, but the so-called flying devil fruit in Will's eyes was only the lower-level devil fruit of the gravity fruit, since what the flow devil fruit could do, the gravity devil fruit could also do, but obviously, it is not as strong as the specialized floating devil fruit when it comes to making something float and its consumption is so little. The floating fruit consumption of physical strength is not much, and the object that was touched and made floats. As long as the ability user does not actively cancel its floating effect, it will always exist, which is very convenient. Otherwise, Golden Lion Shiki wouldn't have been floating on an island thousands of meters above the sky for years, because that would have exhausted him no matter how strong he is. So while the entire SHIELD members on the island were wondering how Faceless Will would take them to the new world, and the naval ships were all in formation with their guns pointed at the island, a miracle happened. With a not too violent shake, Island 15 broke free and rose into the sky. The entire island floats in the air, subconsciously reminiscent of Golden Lion Shiki that made such an imposing entrance in the past. Sir, what do we do? Fire. But the target is out of our range. There are no buts, shoot out all the shells you bring in, the louder the better. Huh? What Can't understand. Yes, sir. As soon as the orders were delivered, dozens of ships fired their cannons, and the deafening sound could be heard from far away. Only their powerful shells began their feeble descent before they reached Island 15, eventually smashing a boring wave on the sea surface. They've done their best to get the muzzle up, but Island 15 is already flying several hundred meters high and continues to rise, and this is the time to push the flak out, but where are they going to get flak now? Ha ha ha. Those idiot Navy can only watch us leave them. Hueco. If you hit me, I'll let you kiss my ass. Boss Will is awesome. It's time to change how you call our captain. It should be Captain Will. Haha, I didn't think I could be one of the 4 Emperor's men one day. I wonder if Tiny has seen my majestic posture. New world, I'm here. Captain Will, hooray. Hooray. The naval forces stayed below and bombarded in vain for a while before slowly stopping their wasteful actions, many of them not understanding why they were doing this. But the officers knew in their hearts that if they came all the way here and retreated without firing a single shot, they would be condemned. Those noble lords didn't care what the situation was, all they could see was the Navy's incompetence, was the Navy couldn't even fire when faced with an opponent like the 4 Emperors. So they have to fight, even if they can't fight at all, they'll have to fight just in a pretentious manner even if it's just for show. And it should be loud and clear. How else can we prove that we were actually the ones who fought off the 4th Emperor, Faceless Will? That's right, the newspapers would write that the faceless pirates were forced to leave in a huff under the mighty fire of the Navy and that it would be another great victory in naval history. If we don't do this, where will the credit come from? Do you really want to go up there and fight those monsters to the death? These little guys are still young. The experienced leaders, one by one, held a cigarette in their mouths and looked away. At this time, Will did not know that he had been beaten away. He was just calculating the fall time of the planetary devastation, although the gravitational fruit has cooled down and cannot be enabled temporarily, but after using this move, the core of the gravitational core has always had a slight connection with his spirit. He can do two things now. First, through this faint spiritual connection, make the planetary devastation fall immediately. The second was to just ignore it and wait for the gravitational nucleus to weaken itself and eventually disintegrate and fall. A lot of time has passed, but none of the Navy powerhouse he guessed, or even the world government powerhouses, showed up. This made him wonder if all those guys ran to the planetary devastation to find a way to solve its suspension. After all, if this thing was successfully solved, it could be considered a false alarm. If it did fall, it would be a huge heinous crime of his for attacking the celestial dragons, even if it was attempted. The trouble caused by the two is worlds apart, and the Navy's involvement is also completely different. Will thought to himself, when Island 15 rises above the clouds out of sight and crisis, he will detonate the surprise he gave to the celestial dragons. Even if he couldn't smash those celestial dragons to death, he would still discuss those fools. Holy Land Mary Joyce? Maybe they'll have to change its name after today. At this moment, just as Will guessed, the 5 old stars, Sengoku, Garp and so on, all the high-end warriors were standing under the planetary devastation, thinking of countermeasures. As for the high and mighty Lord M, who holds the real power, they don't know what he was thinking, and even though he is located within the falling range of the planetary devastation, he has no intention of taking action. Chapter 307 Monkey D. Garp. Report. The faceless pirates are preparing to flee with the entire SHIELD team. Escape? How can tens of thousands of people escape under your nose? The naval officer who had came to report was red in the face and was trying to explain, when the white Sengoku next to him patted the angry vice admiral, pointed to the distant sky and said, "I think I know how they escaped." The crowd looked on and was aghast. They saw an island flying higher and higher, and upon closer inspection, it was filled with people. They thought that it would be difficult for the other party to fly their wings, and this time they would be able to inflict heavy damage on the faceless pirates. But they did not expect that the miraculous tactics of the Golden Lion Shiki would once again be presented to the world today. In fact, they should have thought of it long ago, and since the other party was the one who created this huge sphere that hovered strangely, it was only natural that the other party had mastered Shiki's ability. But what is this? Warning? Or a demonstration? Even that guy, Shiki, didn't dare to do something like this. Did he really have to go crazy for once? Do you really understand the consequences of what you are doing, Faceless Will? What should we do, Inspector General? The pirates are about to run away, and if this ball falls, the celestial dragons will definitely not give up afterwards. Isn't it not falling now? Everyone was speechless by Sengoku's answer. Since he stepped down from his duties as a fleet admiral, his whole disposition has become more and more like that of his old friend Garp, who would have thought that this unassuming old man had led the Navy for n years. It's just that the problem that should be solved still needs to be solved, so he looked at Garp and asked, "Don't just eat, can you do it?" Garp poured the whole bag of senbai into his mouth and then chewed with great difficulty as if he had met his enemy. How can a man say no? But when exactly can I retire? How dare you give me a hard time in my old age? Okay, just get on with it. I've ordered everything back there to try and minimize the damage. Garp looked up at the big ball floating in the sky and with serious, heavy eyes took off his shirt, revealing his lean muscles that didn't change at all with time. All the men his age were losing strength, including Whitebeard, who had already died in battle, and Sengoku, who was already pale and coughing from time to time. However, he was the exception among all of them, and at almost 80 years old he was still at the peak of his strength. If he had been willing to do anything during the War of the Best, the Whitebeard pirates would have been uprooted from its core. It's a bit ironic that such an evil old man is now helpless to do his best to appease the anger of the celestial dragons. Garp opened his eyes wide and stared at the ball in the sky for a minute's time had passed without taking action. Just at this time, Will, who had already led people flying into the clouds, cut off his grip on the planetary devastation, and the ball was finally going to fall. Run. It's falling. Everyone take shelter. Are these faceless pirates really going to be the enemy of the world? However, Garp remained motionless in his original posture. Everything has a flaw, no matter how big it is, just find that one point and it will fall apart. Vice Admiral Garp-sama, get out of here. Everyone stay in position and follow the plan. The situation was barely stabilized by a roar from Sengoku. But it's too late. I believe in him, and if this guy says he can do it, he can do it. The gaze of Sengoku was firm as he looked at the back of his old friend. Many people looked at the shadow that was getting closer and closer to the ground, and could not resist the urge to flee from here. It's because it's like the sky is falling. At that moment, the eyes of Garp, who hadn't moved for a long time, glowed with atrociousness, and then he stomped on the ground with all his might, making a big hole in the ground and instantly came into the sky. It looked like a mole cricket trying to hold out the collapsing sky. Here it is. Fall apart. Seeing that point, Garp's veins flared up and he threw a punch with all his might. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, that overwhelming power like a mayfly shaking a tree, has become a miracle in everyone's eyes. Boom. That's the sound of Garp flying backwards and smashing into the ground. Crack. That's the sound of the planetary devastation completely splitting apart and losing its gravitational core. The complete sun was shattered by Garp's astonishing punch, but the shattered remnant was still extremely destructive. This is the time to test the strength of these vice admirals brought in by Sengoku. Sengoku is old enough, but when he sees the blood-boiling punch of his old friend, he also turns into a golden Buddha in anger, and with both punches, he breaks the broken body falling from the sky into even smaller pieces. The others, seeing that the crisis was lifted and they had no worries, naturally worked even harder to follow the example. It's just that this thing is too big in the end. The Holy Land Mary-Jo-Eyes was still smashed in the ruins of the huge rocks falling from the sky, until it was tattered. It's probably going to cost a fortune to fix up afterwards. But this damage is insignificant compared to the damage done by the entire planetary devastation, and if it weren't for Garp's shocking punch, the Holy Land of Mary-Jo-Eyes would have to be rebuilt. However, what they didn't know was that the real core of this entire planetary devastation was actually the missing green bull. Until Sengoku with gritted teeth swinging punches shattered a boulder and then saw a figure flying out of it. Huh? It's Green Bull Admiral. How did Admiral Green Bull end up in this thing? Medical team. After recognizing the identity of the person who fell out, many people looked odd. Admiral Pink Rabbit had been found by the rescue team on the surface of the sea, but they did not expect that the missing Admiral Green Bull would actually be sealed inside the ball, and also suffered a blow from Sengoku with the fist of Buddha. He wouldn't die from it, right? At this moment, Green Bull, whose clothes were in tatters, suddenly opened his eyes, and the momentum of his explosion suddenly blew away several vice admirals who were taking care of him. Huh? Green Bull, sensing that something was wrong, calmed down and looked around. Only then did it appear that all around were navies. Is it gone? He was a little distracted when he thought of his experience of being sealed inside the ball and unable to struggle out, but Will felt that the attack that was enough to kill the Green Bull was still a little short of the mark in his opinion, otherwise the Green Bull would not be standing here as if nothing had happened. As for the secret of how he survived for so long under such great pressure and without oxygen and seemingly unharmed, only the Green Bull is likely to know. Chapter 308 All Bounties Soar. The Faceless Pirates are making a scene in the Sabati Island, and it's because of this. The fourth Emperor Faceless Will faced two admirals alone and won the battle. Defending his fierce name. The Holy Land Mary-Jo-Eyes is destroyed, the dragons are furious, and the Navy may be implicated. The man who is the enemy of the world Faceless Will. The Navy has issued a top-level manhunt for the key members of the Faceless Pirates. And those who provide information that is not included in the bounty, in exchange for the latest technology of Vegapunk. The bounty for all members of the Faceless Pirates has been increased significantly. Captain Faceless Will was offered a bounty of 3 billion bulls after the attack on the Holy Land of Mary-Jo-Eyes. Trafalgar Law, who was staying at home, looked at the sea while reading the newspapers of the past few days. Hadn't those guys gone to the Sabati Islands to gather their men? But damn, how can the gathering of subordinates came to this level? But Law doesn't worry about Will and the others' safety. After all, if any of them is arrested, the world government would have long published it on the news for the world to see their authority, and it's impossible to just use words like repel to stick gold on their faces. And he regretted that he didn't go with them this time, since it would have been good for him to see the world government and the celestial dragon to be defeated. His hometown white town of Frevens was destroyed by those guys' deceit. In the end, in order to cover up the evidence and prevent the world from knowing it, they sent people to shoot all the survivors and spread the rumors that the Amber Lee disease was an infectious disease. So now that his revenge on Doflamingos has been avenged, it's time to think about taking revenge on the lives of his parents and his innocent sister from those pigs. The sunlight shining through the window, shining on the face of the Law look indecisive, but also to those scattered bounties on the table. In addition to Will's rare bounty of 3.0 billion belly, there is also a 1.1 billion bounty on Isho as a vice captain, and the bounty on Redfield, who acted as battle captain and once had the title of Lonely Higher Ed, also rose to 1.15 billion. The main thing is that they haven't met the right opponent, otherwise this number is far from the end for these two. If you think about the fact that Drought Jack can have a bounty of nearly 1 billion boys, both Uchiha, who has the strength of an admiral, and Redfield, who has the strength of a pseudo-emperor, are not just one of Kaido's disasters that can be compared to him. More than anything else, Uchiha and Redfield had the benefit of Will's attack on the Holy Land of Mary Joyce, and their viciousness values soared 1,000 times. In this world, even if you committed the crime of killing 10,000 people, killing 100,000 people would not be as bad as punching a celestial dragon. The celestial dragon is such an awesome and strange being, and also the biggest shortcut for pirates to become famous. Of course, you have to be able to escape alive after beating the dragon, just like Luffy will do in the future. That's really awesome. Fame, status, and popularity suddenly come alive, and the bounty goes up. And in addition to the 3 main combatants, the others, including Karen and Abian, who stayed honestly, actually have a bounty, and it's as high as 100 berries, which is twice as much as the cute and fierce Chopper, which is insane. Law was lost in thought as he looked out of the window when he saw that it was going to get dark at some point. Is it going to rain? No. Law woke up as he was startled by its appearance. After jumping out through the window, and look up. As it turns out, it's exactly the same as the time Golden Lion Shiki attacked. The captain is back. Many people panicked and ran out, but Law immediately waved his hand to stop the commotion. Do not mess around, it should be the captain and their return. Go to inform the kitchen to prepare for the reception banquet. Prepare more food and drink. There should be quite a few people. Yes, as soon as those who ran out heard that it was actually Captain Will returning, they immediately ran inside excitedly, ready to tell everyone the great news. At this time, the shadow in the sky gradually revealed its full face. The 15th island of the Sabati Islands was thus floated all the way to the New World by Will, and in this regard, the floating fruit was better than the gravitational fruit. Boom. At the end, Will disarmed the floating fruit, and the 15th island fell safely into place next to the Golden Island, but with a somewhat larger wave. We are down. Are we here? Finally. Is this our lair in the New World? My goodness, it's all made of gold. That's too extravagant. It is worthy of being the residence of the 4th Emperor, in one word, imposing. After flying in the sky for so long and chewing on dry food every day in limited quantities, I've survived. And I don't know if I can have a big meal tonight. That's good. After all, food on the island is limited, and besides, starving for a few days won't kill you. If it wasn't for Lord Will's generous heart, would you guys be able to join the forces of the 4 emperors? What about you? Aren't you just like my son? Grass, you need a beating. Let's fight. I've been looking at you for a long time. The loud noises came from far away. Just then a figure flew into the sky and shouted, "Shut up, whoever says another word from now on, I'll throw him into the sea and feed him to the Sea Kings." Will's voice was like thunder, and all of a sudden it shook these untamed guys. He is not unaware of the subconscious anxiety people feel after changing to a new environment, and he is not unaware that these guys have suffered a lot on the island. But their path was chosen by themselves, and since they wanted to carry the name of the subordinate of one of the 4 emperors across the sea, they would have to listen to his arrangements. These tens of thousands of people look like a lot, but when Will expands his territory a bit more, he will be able to digest them immediately. But before that, a rule has to be laid down for them. Now fix it in place. I'll have everything arranged, and food will be delivered right away, but don't blame me for killing one if there's another riot. Will's deadly glare swept the circle, and everyone lowered their heads in a cold sweat, almost forgetting that he, the captain, had been killing step by step to get to where he is today. The SHIELD cadres, such as Nick Fury, who had a trace of laxity before, immediately came out and began to reorganize their discipline, although many people mixed in, but the framework of SHIELD was there, and soon re-established the rules, looking expectantly in the direction Will led people away. From now on, they were also the forces of the 4 emperors. Chapter 309 Making Rules. Law, I will leave all those people I brought back to you. Let them fix up for a date today, and send them out as needed tomorrow. The rules must be established. We will deal with how we managed when the Whitebeard was there. I have no shortage of money. The annual tribute can be reduced as appropriate, but it must not be absent. The rules cannot be broken. If they want to use our name to protect themselves, they naturally have to pay the corresponding price, and we are not doing charity. Will is still aware of the fact that he would rather be an evil person than a good one, and he doesn't want to make such a thing as shelter an obligation. He doesn't owe anyone. In addition, the people I brought don't care about their changes, as long as they do things according to my rules. Don't disturb the people or challenge my bottom line, just let them, even if there are spies planted by other forces. Do not act trashly, and just ignore this matter as I already knew it. Right, when setting up the rules you must draw a big cake for them, to give those guys a way to climb up, as long as there is a certain amount of merits for us or any outstanding contribution to be able to become a core member of the Faceless Pirates group and so on, the specific things you look at to grasp, understand? After Nami and others went to rest, Will alone explained to Law some things. This guy is a bit black. Those spies may not be able to hide from him. In order to avoid loss, Will felt it was better to talk to him straight to the point. I know, Captain. Law obviously didn't think that Will was actually hitting on those spies, and accidentally showed an elusive smile of we are the same kind of people. Obviously Will's blackness made Law feel very kind. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Don't take all the people with you. I'm going to shoot down all the remaining dozen or so islands in the next few days. The Revolutionary Army was very slow. After all, the liberation of a country does not rely on force alone. The most important thing is to grasp the hearts and minds of the people. So at this stage, it's best to snatch the territory from the hands of Kaido and Big Mom. Even if Marco Ace and the others knew about it, they would gravitate towards him as their benefactor instead of the 2 four emperors who had fallen into trouble. Would it be too much of a rush? Our actions should have somewhat annoyed Kaido and Big Mom before, and now the world government and navy are trying to deal with us, so shouldn't we be more low-key at this point? Law felt that Will was too radical and that the result of making crazy enemies would most likely be self-destruction. To be honest, the 2 four emperors together with the navy's full siege, he did not think that any power could retreat intact, and even the annihilation of this is only expected. Will is not a dictator who doesn't listen to other people's opinions, so what can be done by keeping a low profile? Once caught in the weakness, these forces will not let him go, not at all low-key to be able to lift the hatred of the relationship. And that guy Kaido is now quietly brewing some big move. No news at all he can do is to continue to keep a high profile, to force out all the forces hiding in the dark. His biggest advantage is flexibility. If he can't beat them, then he will take all his core members in the run, and then shamelessly play a guerrilla warfare to drag down any force. Every day when you get up and open your eyes to see outside the sky a floating island, and then it will fell off with a swish. The combination of target fruit plus floating fruit plus more devil fruit can make Will almost effortlessly like throwing a stone to a much larger island, mountain, whatever, and throw it out to hit people, so how can he be afraid? It's not that Will wants to inflate, but that he can't find a reason not to. No need to say it, it's settled. Tomorrow I personally bring people to sweep all the other forces in these seas, you bring people to receive it. Will's head iron made Law very helpless, but who let him be the captain of the ship? Law had no choice but to follow the order without words. In fact, it is impossible to think about it. At most, Kaido and Big Mom can join forces, the navy and the world government appear, and if that happens, there is no telling who will fight who. And if the 2 four emperors join forces, the world government and the navy will be the ones to be most afraid of, and if the fight is not with Will but with the navy, then it will be a lot of fun. So fear not, the navy and the world government will not sit idly, and do you think they will join forces with other 4 emperors? You think too much. That night, Will brought more than 70,000 people to eat a full meal and drink a lot of wine, but the island's chefs were so tired that they could not straighten their backs, and finally, Little Snowball had to go into battle to get it done. It's a good thing these guys will be sent to each island tomorrow to do their jobs, otherwise, it would be a problem. The next day, Law prepared a number of large ships to take the SHIELD guys away in batches, and Will also left all the rules and stuff to him to deal with. It is worth mentioning that Law is not only the captain of the Red Heart Pirates but also the ship's doctor of the Faceless Pirates. What a sad story. When Will got up, he didn't forget to contact the Golden Emperor Tesoro, who was trying to make money by going back to run the Golden City, which was under pressure from the Faceless Pirate Group's expenses and the huge amount of money he had to prepare to deliver to the Revolutionary Army. The good thing is that after the Golden City hung the banner of the 4 emperors' faceless will, business is good again, saying that the daily income is simply an insult to Tesoro. This is the reason why Will simply liberated the logistics minister of the Faceless Pirates and let him continue to sit in the Golden City, because after all, apart from robbery, nothing can be done without money. By the way, the Revolutionary Army is really a big gold digger, and in the Den Mushi, Will learned that Tesoro had already completed 3 deliveries during this period of time, totaling a huge sum of 9 billion blas. You know the most expensive devil's fruit is only worth 5 billion, so if you add another 5 billion, you can buy 2. Of course, there is no market for them, and you can't even buy them if you want to. 9 billion blas, and the bounty on Will, who is the 4th emperor, is only 3 billion, so he can buy 3 of him. And so, with their appetites still unfilled, the revolutionaries sent another contact to Tesoro just the day before yesterday, this time asking for 10 billion blas. Listening to Tesoro's complaint, Will's face is also not good. Chapter 310. Something fishy. Even if we had the money, We couldn't give it away like that, could we? How long has it been? I know, I'll talk to the people over there. Besides, I'll pay for this one myself. It's not easy for you to earn some money. You? You're a guy who has a secret stash of cash? Say. Did you take all the money I brought for yourself? I don't know if this guy Tesoro is arrogant or not, but he rarely uses words like captain and boss to address Will to his face, but Will doesn't mind this, so he lets him be. It's just that saying he hid a small treasury is intolerable. It's a man's private money, that can't be called private. Yuck, no. Who hid it? Bullshit. Haven't seen the news. I robbed this in the Sabati Islands. Rob? Those human traffickers. The population auction was I took people to the net, each rich. There are those who did not put off their precious auction items, so I brought them back, and it was worth a few tens of billions. Me hiding? Hey, don't joke around. Will angrily sprayed words on Tesoro, and even a deaf person could hear the bragging tone in Will's voice. How shameless this person must be. There was a slight silence from Tesoro's side, and then with a bit of a sour note, he said, it's only tens of billions, and I have it too. And it won't be long before I can make even more money from my golden city, and sooner or later the whole world's wealth will be in my pocket, so what's there to be proud of? Can that be the same? I'll rob it once. When I get a chance, I'll go to the red line again and come back richer than you. Clang. Tesoro hangs up the dendenmushi without saying a word, clearly angry from Will's provocation. Bakura. Pick out all the fat sheep in town. Today I'm going to drain their oil. The tall figure of Bakura covered her face and smiled, knowing that her boss was angry at the big boss again. Then she immediately twisted her slender waist and went out to look for fat sheep, another good harvest day. On the other side, Will, who made Tesoro face red from showing off, curled his lips, cursed indifferently, and after being narrow-minded, he found Karina with a cold face. In order to contact the Revolutionary Army, it would have to be Karina, a double agent. What's wrong? With your face of displeasure. After the initial fear and trepidation, Karina, who had been thoroughly integrated into the faceless pirates, regained her original youthful appearance. Did something happen to the Revolutionary Army recently? Revolutionary Army? Something wrong? Karina looked dumbfounded, she didn't know. Then she listened to Will tell the story of these consecutive requests for huge financial support. Although I promised the Revolutionary Army that I would give proper financial support at first, did those guys take me for a wrongdoer? First, it's 90 billion, then it's 10 billion directly, is that a sure thing? Will's tone was not kind, but Karina knew that the evil fire was not directed at her, but strictly speaking, she was on Will's side, and joining the Revolutionary Army was all hand planned by Will. So Karina immediately stood her ground and said, I'll contact the top cadres now and ask for an explanation. The Revolutionary Army is usually short of money but not in such a hurry. Out of that friendly experience, Karina didn't forget to put in a good word for those guys while expressing her loyalty, and she would have to die of embarrassment if they were to break up. It's better to have Dragon contact me personally. Will didn't have the energy to get into trouble with the minions, and in his opinion, there were only a few people in the Revolutionary Army who deserved his careful treatment. I'll try my best, but the leader is so mysterious that it's hard to reach out. Will saw her dilemma and knew that with her importance in the Revolutionary Army, that was all. After 10 minutes and a lot of roundabout layers of referrals, finally, a very special anti-dendenmushi in Karina's hand rang. This is the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. What's so important to report? In addition to the sound of Sabo, there was the sound of guns firing over there. This dendenmushi was called at the wrong time. But Will didn't care about that. He wanted to know where his money had gone and what had happened to the Revolutionary Army. He snatched the dendenmushi and said directly, it's me. Tesoro told me that he has already handed over to you a huge sum of 9 billion blas, but you still want 10 billion. I think I need an explanation. Is there such a thing? Sabo was visibly stunned. Are you sure it's one of ours? Would I call this dendenmushi if I wasn't sure about this? It seems that the Revolutionary Army is not exactly striving for that great ideal, either. Will's tone was somewhat cynical. He did not believe that such a large organization as the Revolutionary Army was really all fighters who would sacrifice their lives for righteousness. Sabo was slightly silent for a moment, and then immediately said seriously, give me a day, I will check everything out immediately, but the previous aid of 9 billion is indeed what we need. We are participating in a liberation movement. The money was all used to buy arms and medicine. I will ask the purchasing department to make a list and bring it over. I believe in you, and I believe in Dragon, but this incident makes it hard for me to trust anyone else. Speed it up, my side of the expansion is about to enter a bottleneck. I will take all the pressure from the obvious. I hope you will not betray my trust. Don't worry, we, the Revolutionary Army, have seen your assistance and everything you have done. It is time for the world to change. When the news broke, it immediately awakened the spirit of resistance in the hearts of many people, which greatly facilitated and benefited the actions of their revolutionary army. Also, thank you. Will laughed lightly. It seems you met him. I owe you one. I'll make a note of it. It's not easy to repay a favor owed to me. Don't regret it. That's too bad. If there's nothing else, it's time for my side to make a final counterattack. Don't forget to agree to my conditions after liberation. Don't worry, when it's stabilized, this country will raise that flag, and you'll be notified to send someone then. Don't forget the conditions you promised. The people here can't stand another war anymore. Sabo's tone was slightly heavy. I'm not interested in meddling with any regime. On the contrary, more than what I've gotten, these countries that have just come out of war have gotten more, haven't they? Sabo always felt that Will was up to something, but judging from what he saw, he had to admit, each of us got what we wanted, and it was indeed a perfect cooperation. Chapter 311 Multi-Devil Fruit Breakthrough. Sabo moved quickly, perhaps sensing the anger in Will's voice, but after all, 10 billion is no small amount of money, and there are only a handful of powers that can take it out at will. It only took him most of the day to figure out the truth, and the truth made him furrow his brow. Will's imaginary human greed did not appear but was replaced by some guy's righteousness. The world government and navy went into overdrive right after Will made a scene in the Sabati Island, only to find nothing on the faceless pirates and expose one of the Revolutionary Army's secret bases. They were suffering under the wrath of the Celestial Dragon, who immediately became like hyenas stalking their prey, and in the end, if it wasn't for the fact that the leader of the base directly blew up the base and intercepted the trail, the revolutionaries might have been in trouble. Even though it was only the loss of one base, it was worth the pain for the Revolutionary Army, which had an unhealthy financial chain. The most important thing is that it contained too much ammunition for the future uprising, and all of it was high-priced smuggled goods bought in the dark world, which cost nearly 10 billion belly. So, bases need to be rebuilt, arms need to be rearmed, and the talent pool is adequate, but where do they get the money? The way the Revolutionary Army would have done it was to distribute the needed funds to the various tycoons who secretly assisted them according to the number of their assets, with those who had more money contributing a little more and those who had less assets taking a little less. It's just that the cadre in charge of this happened to be the one who had previously delivered the aid funds with Tesoro people, and he was one of the few people who knew that the cadres had reached an agreement with the fourth Emperor Faceless Will. He probably thought it was too easy to get money from the Faceless Pirates a few times, plus this time the base was destroyed and the Faceless Pirates that caused the trouble needed to take a little responsibility. So he thought he'd just let the Faceless Pirates go all out, because the Golden Emperor is so rich, and it's said that the Faceless Pirates have made a lot of money in the Sabati Islands, and the treasures piled up in the middle of the island would make people's eyes glaze over. If you're so rich, why don't you contribute more? If this is done, it will be a great success. I have to say that some people's brains are so amazing that in the eyes of these people, it's only right and proper that they don't think about the other person at all. It's like donating money. If you have $1 million and donate $10,000, you can accept it and be praised. If you have $100 million and donate 100,000, you might be called a fool. You're so rich, don't you dare not donate more? You would have to donate $1 million in proportion. Donating more or less is someone's own business, whose money is not a windfall. Doing charity is a thought, not a mandatory obligation, obviously unreasonable but still think they stand on the moral high ground, simply ridiculous. So when Will heard Sabo's explanation, he burst out laughing on the spot. So I'm rich and I deserve to be wronged, right? Is this how you revolutionaries treat your collaborators? Will kept laughing, but Sabo suddenly felt very cold for some reason. If this amount is prorated, or if someone comes along and puts this out in the open, it's not like he can't pay it. He is willing to invest in the Revolutionary Army for the final plan, and money is not a problem at all, but only if he is not treated like a fool like this. He's no one's pocketbook, he's an upright collaborator who gives and gets back. I've reprimanded that guy severely, and we'll figure out our own solution to this shortfall. Reprimand? What a harsh punishment. That guy cheated me, almost got 100 billion out of me, and you only reprimanded him and that's the end of it. So what do you want? Sabo also hates that guy. How the hell did he get to be in that position when he could do such a disgusting thing on his honeymoon? I don't want to do anything, you can tell Dragon for me. After that, Will threw away the den mushy. If he didn't know about something so big, he wouldn't believe it without the tacit approval of someone else. It seems that someone wants to use this to test his bottom line and attitude. In that case, don't blame him for using it as a pretext. Revolutionary Army, others may be afraid, but he is not. The worst thing to do is to break up with them, and the one who suffers the most is not himself. Walking to the deck, Will looked at the weather and asked, how far is it? With the level of the Avenger, It will take half a day to see the destination. Voyager Nami estimated the degree and casually said. Will also calculated in his heart, if he wanted to take down all 15 islands, it would take an estimated 1 month, most of which would be wasted on the journey. This can't be helped. Whitebeard's original territory is too scattered, and none of them is deliberately fought over. Unlike Kaido and Big Mom, they were basically building an archipelago of forces around their nest. It was because the defensive forces were not strong enough that Will's advance had been so smooth, without even encountering any decent resistance. Then he saw Karina jogging nervously over, holding a small den mushi in her hand. The leader wants to talk to you. So fast? It seems that he was not authorized by Dragon. Will didn't leave a trace of affection on his words and said, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Which one? Dragon? The den mushi was not angry at being mocked, he just said calmly and simply, I will give you an explanation for this incident. Some people think you are too simple, but forget the fact that you are different from any of our collaborators in the past. It better be, and next time I don't mind teaching those disobedient underlings a lesson for you. Not the underlings, but like-minded companions. Of course, there is inevitably something to criticize about the style of acting. I will teach him a good lesson. If that's the case, please help me pass on a message. If you mess with me again, no one will be able to save you. Dragon was silent. He knew it was meant for him as well. It was quite refreshing to be threatened for the first time after all these years. I will tell him that this matter is closed. Also, as compensation, I think there's a message you'll be interested in. What kind of news? There has been a major breakthrough in Vegapunk's research on multi-devil fruit users. Remember Blackbeard, whom you killed in Maniford? The breakthrough is Blackbeard's body. You were careless. Will was stunned for a moment, then slowly narrowed his eyes, which were chilling. Chapter 312 Freedom equals death. If Will had to guess, the key to a multi-devil fruit user would have been the heart. That's where the devil fruit energy is stored, and why Blackbeard is able to use both the dark devil fruit and the shock devil fruit unlike anyone else. But this time, Blackbeard was gauged by Will, died early in the war, and he did not show his unusual characteristics, so Will killed him and then threw him on the battlefield. In the end, Blackbeard's corpse was not only picked up by the Navy but also made a breakthrough under the research of Vegapunk, which was an unexpected coincidence to start all over again. Moreover, Will also knew one more thing from the information revealed by Dragon, that is, Vegapunk had already started the research on multi-devil fruit ability, and this time, it was only because of the abnormality of Blackbeard's corpse that he found the key to break through the research bottleneck. Is it a message from Kuma? It seems like it won't be long before Kuma completely loses consciousness and becomes an altered PXO, right? Before Will crossed over, the miserable life of the fully transformed Kuma had been gruesomely shown to the fans in the manga. Who would have thought that Kuma, who was once full of compelling style and ability, would end up as a ride plaything of the celestial dragon, even though Kuma was voluntary in this matter, but the choice of Dragon is also inevitably chilling. Perhaps this big success is not a small thing. Even if Sabo and his men infiltrated the sanctuary of Mary Joyce later on and tried to save Kuma, it feels like an afterthought. However, the news of Dragon did remind Will that perhaps in the future, multi-devil fruit users will no longer be his exclusive property, or even become a rotten batch weapon, such as putting 2 hearts fused with devil fruit on a laser-mouthed pacifist. It's scary to think about. It's a good thing Law is on his side, otherwise, the cost to build this thing would be too cheap. After settling the matter of the Revolutionary Army, Will chose to transfer the remaining unspent anger to Big Mom. Ungrateful men, no cadres to take action, these weak chickens alone really can't even stall for time. It only took 5 days to take down 4 islands in a row, waiting for SHIELD to take them over. The only thing that made Will dissatisfied was probably the time wasted on the road, occasionally encountering real natural disasters and whether even he had to take shelter. Just think of how Golden Lion Shiki, which had already forced Roger into a corner, was wiped out. In this way, by the time the 5th island was reached, Will had basically cleared the area after a few lightning punishments, and the rest of the fish that escaped from the net was taken by Kobe and others. It was not until a secret room where slaves were imprisoned was discovered during the search that Will personally went to see it. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Thank you for saving my life. More than a dozen unkempt and emaciated women all fell to their knees repeating this sentence. Both the joy of seeing the light of day and the panic of the unknown road ahead. God knows if the group that rescued them from the dungeon will be even more terrifying than the original guys. Where are you all from? How did you get arrested? Will has just recently dismantled the human trafficking trade in the Sabati Islands, and it's a sensitive time, so if anyone in his sphere of influence dares to challenge his bottom line like that, he doesn't mind making his fierce name a little more notorious. The woman who kneels at the front and keeps her head bowed hesitantly opened her mouth. I am a merchant's daughter, and the merchant ship was targeted by pirates when it was passing through here. As she said that, hot tears were streaming down her face, and it was obvious that everyone else had similar experiences. Those who couldn't handle the devastation, those who couldn't recognize reality, committed suicide. 100 people will hang themselves, 99 will regret it and then struggle desperately to survive. It is better to live than to die. Only by living do we have hope for revenge. Will not look down on them. In fact, after such devastation, it takes more courage to live. Damn those scum beasts. Want revenge? Will suddenly asked a question. Surprise, hesitation, and then unconcealed hatred. Want. To be able to turn these weak women into bloodthirsty evil spirits, it's hard to imagine how much evil these guys have done. Go and bring those guys in. In a short while, the vicious pirates who cried out for their mothers were brought in. Mother won't leave you alone. Let me go, I'm willing to join you, my lord. I don't want to die, someone help me. Shut up. When Will's eyes glared at them, his cold and piercing killing intent was instantly released, scaring the guys into a cold sweat, and they almost fainted. After such a long time of adaptation, he has become more and more proficient in the use of Conqueror Haki, and this effect made him very satisfied. Then he saw his right hand, which was wearing an infinity gauntlet, swing it to the ground, and more than a dozen swords and daggers and other weapons were thrown on the ground. All the other pirates are dead, only a few of them are left. If you want revenge, do it yourselves, I'll give you 5 minutes. After saying that, Will and his men left the place, leaving behind only the powerless pirates who were screaming in fear and a group of vengeful devils with bloodshot eyes. When the first man picked up a dagger and walked over firmly, everything was set. Will stood outside and lit a cigarette as if he hadn't even heard the miserable shouts and curses inside. 5 minutes passed and Will's cigarette had already been smoked, so when only the sound of sobbing and crying was left inside, he walked in silently. Ignoring the hellish scene inside, he looked at the women covered in blood. Get up, all of you, you are free from now on. Free? No. We don't have a home anymore. Even if we get out, we can't escape the fate of being caught again. Although they were grateful to Will for allowing them to take revenge, how could they, who were homeless and without any skills, stay strong and survive again after the devastation? Freedom? It's a way for them to die. Chapter 313. She said her name was Pudding. Will silently lit a second cigarette. He is not the Virgin Mary and is too utilitarian, too clear purpose. Perhaps it is the blood of businessman in his vein. No matter what decision, he will subconsciously weigh the pros and cons, whether it is worth his shot, and what he can get if he does. But he also has his own bottom line, and it's not like he can't do what he wants to do in passing. With his current status, finding a place for these women to settle down was just a matter of words. Then he heard a timid voice say, "Now we don't want freedom, we just want a home where we can live in peace and security. Sir, please take us with you, we are willing to be your servants, to wash and cook and serve tea and water." Will followed the source of the voice, and now it was a real beauty. The apprehensive and shy look couldn't even cover up all the dirt on her face, and her posture was more than a little higher than the others. At this time, the others were obviously moved, and they couldn't help but look at Will with longing and anticipation, hoping that this adult would give them hope in life. "We are willing to be slaves, we beg the Lord to take us in." They could all see the nobility of this lord, and they were sure such a big man didn't look down on them, so as long as they could be a servant and live in peace, that was their biggest extravagance. Will pondered for a moment before saying, "In that case, my castle is indeed lacking a few servants for cleaning. If you are willing, you can follow me." He had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't say what it was, but the strong man's instincts were usually hard to mistake, so he thought it was better to be careful. The others immediately helped each other to catch up. Only the woman who suddenly spoke up to attract Will's attention just now lowered her head slightly to prevent others from seeing the slightly raised corner of her mouth. "My plan is already half successful." When they came out, Will first briefly explained the identity of these women and then told them about his arrangement. Everyone was fine with this kind of trivial matter, and even their encounter was very sympathetic. Only Redfield nodded his head indistinctly after receiving Will's eye hint, indicating that he knew. There was no mistake in being careful, although it was a bit immoral to let Redfield peek into the tragic memories of these poor people, but in order to avoid problems in the future, he had to do it, and now there was no telling how many forces regarded him as a thorn in their side, so he had to be on guard. Will is now more and more glad that he didn't kill Redfield directly. Compared to the vampire fruit, Redfield himself is obviously more valuable. The rescued women have been boarded one by one, and now there is no time to send them directly to the safe base camp in the rear, so they can only follow Will and others around. The good thing is that with them, safety is also guaranteed, but it's nothing. The Avengers are once again, with a newly planted faceless pirate flag behind them, left the island. Nami, Robin and others are arranging for the rescued women to bathe and change clothes, and when they come out, They'll have to register, and it's a not-so-happy Redfield who's in charge of this. Don't think it's a good thing to spy on other people's memories. He is slowly becoming withdrawn because he has seen too much of other people's ugly memories before, and what is so good about the memories of a group of women, 80% of them are not suitable for children. The number of words is not good. But since the captain of the ship asked, it is not always good to refuse. After all, his stay on the ship was quite comfortable, and he did not experience it before in his life. Soon, he was able to verify 5 or 6 people, all of whom were innocent good girls, if they had not experienced this tragedy. Redfield, who had read several people's memories, couldn't help but sigh in his heart, regretting that he killed those scum lightly. If he had known they were such scum, he would have turned into a vampire and cut those guys to pieces and then cleaned their blood. Forget it, if he sucked that kind of people's blood, he will definitely get sick. But before long, Redfield's brows wrinkled involuntarily until a lingering cabbage walked in timidly. The extremely trained observation hockey had been released, but he couldn't see what he wanted in the girl's eyes. A blank? How is this possible? How can one's memory be blank and not be a newborn? Even if you have amnesia, you should have intermittent images. Confident of his own observation hockey, Redfield lost in thought for the second time in a field he was proud of. The last person whose memory he couldn't read was the captain of the ship, Will. The reason why he can't see Will's memories hasn't been found yet, and now there's an additional exception, which is really annoying. Redfield unconsciously narrowed his eyes. The girl who had just taken a bath and changed into a new outfit was frightened by his stare. Registration. Registration. Is it here? He tried again and again, but it still didn't work. Redfield immediately put on a disoriented expression and said with a straight face, "Name, home down, what do you do?" "My name is Pudding, home at." After the registration, Redfield didn't rush to report this to Will but waited until after reading everyone's memories before coming to Will's room as if nothing had happened. "How's it going? Is there a situation?" Will was just asking a casual question, but didn't expect Redfield's face to immediately turn heavy. "Your intuition is right, there is a girl who does have a problem and a very big problem." Will was surprised, then immediately and seriously summoned his infinity gauntlet and activated the silent force field. Since these women had problems, it was all the more important to be cautious, not to catch them off guard. "Tell me, what is the problem? Which force went to such lengths to send someone over?" "I don't know which power it is yet, but the problem is that I can't peer into that woman's memories at all. I can only see a blink, and this is the second time." Will was stunned for a moment and didn't go silly to ask who it was for the first time to make Redfield return without success. There really is a problem, at least it won't be an ordinary person. Is he a traveler like him? That's a big joke. Will, who was involved in his most intimate secrets, was somewhat agitated, and he cautiously asked, "Who is that woman?" He was ready to do it himself, if for any other reason, but if it was because the woman was from the same place as him that Redfield couldn't read her memories,